grade 12s, surely you're all fine. So now we are going to deal with paper 1 that has been written yesterday but 1. So now it is business studies paper 1, May-June 2024. So now grade 12s, I always tell you that before you can actually jump onto answering questions, you should always make sure that you go through the set of information given. So now the information given, you know that when it comes to section A is always compulsory. But when it comes to section B, you are given 3 questions and the expectation is to answer only 2 questions. So now also we have section C. Section C, in the same manner, you are given 2 questions and expectation is to choose 1 question. So now remember, grade 12s, each and every question should be commenced on a fresh page. Okay, right. So now remember, I always tell you that grade 12s, whenever you are dealing with the multiple choice question, always apply elimination method and make sure that you go through each and every given set of a choice or information. Okay, right. So now section A reads as following, particular question 1. So now 1.1, various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. So now choose the answer and write only a letter A to D next to the question number. So now an example is given there, 1.1.1 to 1.1.5. Then the expectation is that you write or you answer in your given answer book. So now you're also given an example where you are being told that or being shown that this is how you answer. So now I know some of you guys, even though you have been given the guideline here on how to answer, find one will just write the option as well as the information given. So now you don't write A or B and the information given, you only write a letter. Okay, right. So now 1.1.1 reads as follows. This act requires businesses to report on employee accidents and illnesses that occur during working hours. So now remember, as I did say earlier, that you must go through each and every set of information given. A, we are given Skills Development Act. Remember, this is the act that caters for the enhancement of skills for those individuals that are already employed. Then we have option B. Option B, we have Consumer Protection Act, of which this is the act that only protects the rights of the consumers. So now also a broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act. So now this one, it focuses on the well-being of black people, specifically black people. So now here we can take into account the pillars of this act, where it says that black people also should be given a chance to enhance their skills at the workplace. And then another pillar is that black people as well should also have the ownership of what fixed assets or any property. And also black people should be given a set of platform to occupy managerial positions. And also we know that black people as well should be given the platform to also supply businesses with stock. Okay, right. So now here, the fact that we are actually saying that this focuses on accidents and also to illness. It means that it calls for compensation for occupational injuries and Disease Amendment Act. So now, meaning in this regard, our proper option is going to be option D. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question, where we have 1.1.2. It reads as follows. The National Act, NSC 2005, Act 34 of 2005, enforces customers' right to dash when they can no longer afford to repay their loans. So now it says that customers should always disclose the information so that the company or the business that is issuing out loan can know whether they will be in the position to repay whatsoever that they have borrowed from that particular financial provider. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be A. Okay, right, grade 12. Moving on, we have 1.1.3. It reads as follows. Carpet manufacturers sell their existing products in new markets. So now this is the type of intensive strategy which is known as as a product, as market development. So now this is market development. So now the next question, we have question 1.1.4. So now 1.1.4 reads as follows. The role of the interviewer is to dash during an interview, book and prepare the venue, develop a core set of questions, allocate the same amount of time to each candidate. So now these are the roles of the interviewer before the interview. But during the interviewer should always make sure that he assists or she assists the candidates in responding to questions that are actually on the table. So now we also have 1.1.5 that reads as follows. Adequate financing and capacity as a total quality management element enables Farm Daba Ltd to have sufficient funds to test everything before the implementation or before actually being implemented. Okay, right, great talks. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question we have 1.1, 1.2 in fact. So now under this we have different set of sub questions where we have 1.1, 1.2.1, 1.2.2, 1.2.3, 1.2.4 and 1.2.5. So now it reads as follows. Complete different statements by using the words provided in the list below. Write only the words next to the question numbers. So now we are given that we are answering questions from 1.2.1 to 1.2.5 in your answer book. So now it says that the dash stipulates the minimum requirements for employment contract. So now this is nothing but basic conditions of Employment Act. So now the next one we have what 1.2.2. Leaseway agency increased their profitability because they hired skilled employees. So this is known as a strength under SWOT analysis. Okay, right. So now the next one reads as follows. 1.2.3. Businesses have limited control over challenges posted by dash environment. So now the fact that it has limited control, so now that is market environment. So now the next one we have 1.2.4. It says Kashiv retailers implemented dash the procedure by matching employees qualifications and skills with the requirements of the job. So this is nothing but placement. This is placement. Okay, right, great talks. So moving on to next question, we have 1.2.5. It reads as follows. The framework that businesses use to implement key processes to ensure that correct standards are made is known as what we call quality. Okay, right, great talks. So now moving on to the next question. Next question we actually have what? We actually have 1.3 and then 1.3, remember, is a matching what? Is a matching concept. So now here the question reads as follow. Choose a description from column B that matches a term in column A. So write only a letter A to J as given. So next to the question numbers 1.3.1 to 1.3.5 in your answer book. So now you're also given an example on how to tackle this particular questions. So now under column A, in most cases we are given what? We're given the concept. So now we have the concept a black economy empowerment. We also have conglomerate diversification. We also have quality management. We also have a job description. We also have purchasing function. So now in most cases, when it comes to column B, we are normally given what? We are normally given what the characteristics, the functions, and also it can be the definition. Also it can be what the explanation. Also in the same manner, it can actually be some sort of examples. So now if we check, we have option A, where it said it can be used for accountability within each business function. So now B establish relationships with our suppliers so that they understand the business vision. So now also have seen where it says adding new products related to existing products which may appeal to new customers. So now D, we have benefited or previously disadvantaged people in an economy. So now E, we have describes the minimum qualifications required for a particular job. So now also you have option F, where it says adding new products unrelated to existing products which may appeal to new customers. So now next one, we have established relationships with customers to increase the sales volume. So now the next one, we have H. H reads as follows: benefited only a few previously disadvantaged people in the economy. So now we also have I, where it says that can be measured through physical inspection of products. So now we also have J, where it says describes the responsibilities of a particular job. Okay, right. So now grade 12s, having gone through all of this as said given. So now when we come to black economy empowerment, as well, as much as it does say black, it means that this was specifically designed for black people. But the fact that it wasn't actually covering all the individuals that were black, it was actually covering few of them. So now the correct option for this one is going to be option H. And then if you check option H, it says that benefited only a few previously disadvantaged people in an economy. So that is why now the broad-based black economy empowerment came into play, so as to address all the previously disadvantaged black people. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.3.2, we have conglomerate rate, and then which is an example of diversification approach or style. So now here our appropriate answer is going to be F, where it says adding new products unrelated to existing products, which may appeal to new customers. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.3.3, which reads as follows: quality management. So now quality management, if you still remember, that's where now accountability within each business function should actually take place. So now our correct answer for this one is going to be A. So now also have 1.3.4, where it addresses the issue of a job description. So now this job description, now the correct answer is going to be J. So now if you check J, J says that describes the responsibilities of a particular job. Remember, grade 12, we have job analysis. When you talk of job analysis, we refer to job description as well as a job specification. So now when it comes to job description, it's where now description in line with the roles and responsibilities that an employee is going to perform in that particular particular workplace. And then when it comes to job specification, it does specifies the requirements for that particular job. Okay, right. So now grade 12, here our correct answer is going to be J. So now moving on, grade 12, we have the purchasing function. So now this purchasing function establishes the relationship with suppliers so that they understand the business vision. So now here the correct answer is going to be B. Okay, right, grade 12. Let's move on to the next one. The next session, we are done with the section A. So now let's move on to section B. So now remember, grade 12, whenever you're answering this section, you should make sure that before you select the questions that you are going to answer, first add how much do you know in this particular question. If now you say, okay, out of 40 marks, I understand 20 marks. Move on to another question, check as well and add what you are quite sure that you are going to collect and bring home. So in the same manner, also when you go to another question, make sure that you go through a set of questions given and then check how much you are going to score. Then from there, compare the marks that you think that these ones are surely I'm going to get them. So now that is why I'm actually saying that before you can jump onto answers, make sure that you compare all the given set of questions and also check how much you'll be able to score. Okay, right. So now section B, answer any two questions. Remember, you are given 3 questions in this regard. You are given question 2, question 3, and question 4. So now the expectation is to answer only 2 questions, of which one question carries 40 marks and another carries 40 marks. All in all, you are going to answer 80 marks questions in section B. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's embark on this question 2, where we are going to discuss the business environment. So now it says that it's in particular 2.1 says that name 4 types of leaves as stipulated in the basic conditions of employment act. So now guys, if you still remember, we have the foreign leaves, we have annual leave, also have sick leave. So now we also have maternity leave. So now we also have family responsibility leave. Family we also have family responsibility leave. So now, okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. This is question 2.1. It says outline a strategic management process. So now under strategic management process, one must know that the first thing that they must do, they must review the vision statement. Review the vision statement. Review the vision statement. So now the next one, you must also analyze mission statement. Analyze mission statement. And then lastly, because of 6 marks, the expectation is to come up with 3 points. Lastly, implement a strategy using a template such as an action plan. Implement a strategy. Implement a strategy using a template such as action plan. So those are nothing but the points in line with our strategic management process. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to 2.3. 2.3 reads as follows. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. So now we have Greenwood Builders. So Greenwood Builders specializes in building properties and buy their raw material from Donga Hardware. So now they pay high prices as Donga Hardware is only provider of higher quality cement. So now GP also experiences a decline in income as of their customers prefer to build their own properties. So now the question says identify 2 forces of Preparatory model that are applicable to GB, and also modify your answer by quoting from the scenario. So now remember, when the question says quote, it means that you take the sentence exactly the way it does appear in the scenario. You don't add, you don't subtract. So now here we are going to have what? If you check the scenario given, we have the power of suppliers, we also have the power of the buyers. We have power of suppliers. We also have power of buyers. So now this one, the power of suppliers, it states that they pay, this one is the power of suppliers. They pay higher prices as Donga Hardware is the only provider of higher quality cement. So now here you are going to write this sentence exactly the way it is. You don't add, you don't subtract. So now we are saying that they pay what? They pay higher prices as Donga Hardware is the only provider of higher quality cement. So now remember, grade 12s, you should always write full sentences. Okay, right. So now also we have what we have the last sentence where it addresses the issue of the power of buyers, where it says GB also experiences a decline in income as some of their customers prefer to build their own properties. So now here we're actually saying that you must write the sentence exactly the way it is. You don't add. So now it says GB also experience a decline in income as some of their customers prefer to build their own properties. So now remember, grade 12s, as I did say that you should always write sentences in full. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, we have 2.4. So now 2.4 reads as follow. It reads as follow. Explain the implications of enterprise and supply development as a pillar of the broad-based black economic empowerment. So now the Act has been established in 2003, which is Act 53 of 2003 for businesses. So now in this regard, we know that it outsources services to suppliers that are broad-based black economic empowerment, compliant. So now here we are saying that outsources services to suppliers that are broad-based black economic empowerment compliant. Okay, right. So now also businesses are encouraged to support black-owned small, medium, micro enterprises. Businesses are advised to support black-owned small, medium, micro enterprises. And also the last one because of 6 marks, because 6 marks calls for 3 points. The last one, businesses must create jobs as enterprise development promotes local manufacturing. Businesses must create jobs as enterprise supplier development promotes local manufacturing. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to 2.5. So now 2.5 reads as follows: discuss any 2 types of integration strategy. So you know, under integration strategy we have a forward integration strategy, backward integration strategy, and horizontal integration strategy. So now we have forward integration strategy, where businesses combines with or take over its distributors, and then we also have backward, where a business take over its suppliers. So now we are saying that we have forward, so here businesses take over its distributors. Then we have backward, businesses take over its suppliers. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, let's move on to the next question. So now the next question reads as follows. Tasty pizzas ensure that all racial groups are equally represented at every level of employment. Now they apply correct procedures to prevent employees from exceeding their maximum working hours. So now TP defined the appointment process so that all parties are well informed. So now if we check our 2.6.1 reads as follow. Quote 2 ways in which TP complies with the Employment Equity Act. So from the given set of scenario. So now if you check here, we have the compliance in sentence 1. So now this sentence 1, it shows the compliance. So now this is sentence 1, it shows the compliance, and also sentence 2 shows also the compliance. So now remember, grade 12s, when you're answering this, you don't say sentence 1, you don't say sentence 2, but you write the sentence in full. So here when you quote, you are going to quote sentence 1. So where sentence 1 says what? Tasty pizza ensures that all racial groups are equally represented at every level of employment. And also we have sentence 2. Sentence 2 reads as follows. They apply correct procedures to prevent employees from exceeding their maximum working hours. So remember, you write the sentence as it is. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question, we have a question that reads as follows, which is 2.6.2. Describe other ways in which businesses can comply with the Employment Equity Act. So now, if businesses should comply with this act, it says it means that they should implement an employment equity plan. Also, they must promote equal opportunities and fair treatment. So we are saying that implement an employment equity plan. Also, the second one, because of 4 marks, you're expected to give 2 points. Saying that promote equal opportunities and fair treatment. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on, we have landed on what? We have landed on question 2.7. And 2.7 grade 12 reads as follows. Recommend ways in which businesses can deal with the challenges posed by technological vectors of the pestle analysis. So now, because of 6 marks, the expectation is to come up with 3 points. So now businesses must be geared for online trading or e-commerce. And also, we are saying that continuous research on the latest available technology in the market should be done. Also, train existing employees so as to maintain new equipment. Okay, right. We are saying that, first point, businesses must be geared for online trading or e-commerce. Okay, right. So now the next point is saying that continuous research on the latest technology in the market. Okay, the last one, we said that drain existing employees to maintain new equipment. Okay, right. So now, grade 12s, let's move on to question 3. We are done with question 2. So now question 3 reads as follow. And then under question 3, if you still remember, we deal with business operations. So now it says that give any 4 examples of fringe benefits. So now that is 3.1. So now here we have the likes of pension fund, we have the likes of provident fund, we have the likes of funeral benefits, as well as medical aid fund. So now we're saying that we have pension fund, also have provident fund, then fund, we have funeral benefits, and then lastly we have a medical aid fund. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next one, we have question 3.2. It reads as follows: outline the selection procedure as a human resource activity. So now here, grade 12s, you should be in the position to know which option you go for. So now here we can say that number 1, make sure that you compile a short list of potential candidates identified. So also invite shortlisted candidates for an interview, and also a written offer are supposed to be made to the selected candidates. Okay, right. So now we're saying that compile a short list of potential candidates identified. And also we said that invite these identified candidates, invite these shortlisted candidates for an interview. So now the last one, we said that then a written offer is made to the selected candidates. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we are done with our question 3.2. Let's quickly land on question 3.3. So now 3.3 reads as follow. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Carabo Transport, which is KT. So now Carabo Transport is known for providing prompt deliveries to various clients. So Cyril, the receptionist, is paid for the number of hours spent at the workplace. And also we have Mike, who is the driver, and then he receives his salary based on the number of deliveries he makes. So now the question reads as follows. Identify 2 salary determination methods used by KT. And then also you're expected to modify your answer by quoting from the given set of scenario. So now, okay, grade 12. If you still remember, we have 2 types of salary determination. So now the first one, we have piecemeal salary determination. And then piecemeal salary determination it's a compensation or reward after a work is actually been done, then this reward, it is in line with the number of units that the employee has actually produced. And we also have the time-related salary method. So now this one of time-related, the employee is compensated after work is actually done. But now the compensation is it is based on the number of hours that particular person or that particular employee spend at work. Okay, right. So now remember, if the question says use the table below as a guide, the expectation grade 12 is to copy this table exactly the way it does appear. Then you copy this inside your answer book. So now it's saying that we have time related, and then also we have piecemeal. Okay, so now time related and piecemeal, if you check the given set of information here, so now the one for time related is this one for the reception payment. So now we are saying that Lesijo, the receptionist is paid for the number of hours spent at work. Hours spent at work. And then the next one, we have what? We have Mike. So this is the sentence that should be what? That should be coded. So now it says Mike, the driver, receives his salary based on the number of deliveries that he makes. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to the next question. So next question we have 3.4, and 3.4 reads as follows: discuss the legal requirements of an employment contract. So now one of the requirements is that the employer and the employees must both sign the contract, and also the employer and the employee must agree to any changes to that particular contract. So now we are saying that here the employer and employee, the employer and the employee must both sign the contract. So now the second one, we are saying that the employer and employee, the employer and the employee must agree to any changes to the contract. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to 3.5, we have what? We have the question that reads as follows: identify the steps of the PDCA model applied by Russia manufacturing in each statement below. So guys, if you still remember, this is the model that is normally used in line with quality. So now this is in line with quality performance. So now you should know that P stands for plain, and then D stands for do, and then C stands for check or analyze, then A stands for act or taking an action. So now if you check, we're saying that 3.5.1 reads as follows: RM initially implemented the change on a small scale to improve their processes and system. So it means that what they did, they do. So now we also have 3.5.2 where it says RM used the data to evaluate the results of the change. So now this is nothing but check or analyze. Okay, right. So now the 12. So now moving on to the next question. The next question we have 3.6. So now 3.6 reads as follows: outline the difference between quality control and quality assurance. So now if you still remember, guys, quality control is done on the final product after the manufacturing is actually done. But now when it comes to quality assurance, the inspection is done during and after the manufacturing of a product or after the processing of a product. So now we're actually saying that for quality control, saying that inspection of the final product inspection of the final product to ensure that it meets the required standard. So now for quality assurance, you're saying that it is carried out during and after the production process so as to ensure that required standards have been met at every stage of the process. Carried out during and after the production process to ensure that required standard the standards have been met at every stage of process. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question, we have 3.7. It reads as follows: explain how the quality of performance of a production function can contribute to the success of a business. So now this can contribute to the success of the business by providing high quality service or products according to the specification, and also accurately calculate the production costs by also utilizing machines and equipment that are actually being aimed to be used up to the maximum point. Okay, right. So now we're saying that accurately calculate the production costs. And then the next one, we said that utilize machines, and equipment optimally. Okay, last but not the least, provide high quality service. Provide high quality service or products. High quality service or products according to the specification. According to the specification. Okay, right. So now moving on to 3.8. 3.8 reads as follows: advise businesses on the role of quality cycles as part of continuous improvement to processes and systems. So now, in this regard, you have 6 marks. The expectation is to come up with 3 points. So now, the points are as follows. Solve problems related to quality and implement improvements, and also investigate problems and suggest solutions to management, and also reduce costs of redundancy in the long run. Reduce cost of redundancy in the long run. Also investigate problems and suggest solutions to management. And lastly, solve problems related to quality and implement improvements. Okay, right, click tops. So now at this Janja, we are done with question 3. So now let's move on to the last question under section B. So now let's move on to the next question, which is question 4. So now question 4 is miscellaneous topics. So now this is the combination of all the topics. So now let's check the first one. The first question is asked to give different types of business sectors. So now remember, we have primary sector, we have secondary sector, and then also we have tertiary sector. Secondary sector, then primary sector, and we also have tertiary sector, grade 12. Okay, right. So now moving on to 4.2. 4.2 reads as follows. You are expected to outline the purpose of the Consumer Protection Act, CPA of 2008, Act of 68 of that particular year of 2008. So now, one of the purposes is that promotes responsible consumer behavior and also establishes national standards so as to protect consumers, and also establishes National Consumer Commission. Okay, saying that establishes National Consumer Commission. Secondly, saying that establishes national standards, to protect consumers. Then the last one, promotes responsible promotes responsible consumer behavior. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, we have 4.3. So now 4.3 reads as follows. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Boater engineering, which is BE. The management of boater engineering encourages their employees to establish a workplace forum so that they can participate in decision making. So now the owners are also aware of their rights as the employers. So now the question reads as follows. Identify the act that is applicable to the scenario above. So now the act that is applicable here is Labor Relations Act, which is LRA. So now the question, which is 4.3.2 reads as follows. Explain the rights of employers in terms of the act identified in question 4.3.1. So now one of the rights that we have is that what form employer organizations. Form employer organizations. The next one. Form a bargaining council for collective bargaining purposes. Form a bargaining council for collective. Form a bargaining council for collective bargaining purposes. So now the last one. Right, the employer has a right to lock out employees who engage in illegal strikes. Right to lock out employees. Right to lock out employees who engages in illegal strikes. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question here, 4.4. So 4.4 reads as follows. Advise businesses on the role of the SETA in supporting the Skill Development Act. So now the Act of 97 of 1998. So now one of the roles of SETA is to report to the Director General, also promote and establishes leadership, also collect levies and pays out grants as are required. Okay, right? Saying that reports to the Director General. Okay. The next one, promotes and establishes learnerships. So now the last one, but not the least, collect levies and pays out grants as required. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question here, 4.5. 4.5 reads as follows. State any four aspects That should be included in an induction program. So now safety regulations and rules should be included. Tour of the premises should also be included. An overview of the business as well should be included. So we are saying that overview of the business. And then the next one, tour of the premises. Tour of the premises. Then the last one, safety regulations. Safety regulations and rules. Okay, right? So now, grade 12, moving on to the next question here, 4.6. So 4.6 reads as follows. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. We have no-karma communications, which is NS. So no-karma communication has a vacant position in marketing. So NS uses the intranet, recruitment agencies, as well as social media as their sources of recruitment. So now this one we have intranet, and then also you have this one is for internal. We have recruitment agencies, external. Social media can also be internal or external. So now 4.6.1 reads as follows. Name two sources of external recruitment in the scenario above. So now what I see here, we have intranet, we have recruitment agency, also have social media. Okay, right. So now the question says, explain the advantages of the external recruitment. So now under external recruitment, there is a larger pool of candidates to choose from. Also, new candidates bring new talents into the business. You're saying that there is a larger pool of candidates to choose from. Also, we are saying that new candidates bring new talents. Bring new talents into the business. Okay, right. So now let's check 4.7. It reads as follows. Discuss the impact of total client satisfaction or client customer satisfaction as a total quality management element on larger businesses. So now this is nothing but now large businesses may be able to gain access to the global market, and also this may lead to increased productivity, which in turn causes continuous promote a positive company image. Okay, right? Saying that may lead to increased profitability. Okay, right? So also we're saying that continuously promote continuously promote a positive company image. And then we said large businesses may be able to gain access to the global market, We are saying that large businesses may be able to gain access to the global market. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, which is 4.8. Advise businesses on the importance of total quality management if poorly implemented. The moment total quality management is poorly implemented, that will result in decline when it comes to the productivity because of the stoppages, and also this will lead to high staff turnover because of poor skills development. Okay, saying that decline in productivity, as a result of stoppages. And also we said that high staff turnover because of poor skills development. Okay, right, great tops. So now let's move on to the next section. We are done with section B. So now we have landed on section what? We have landed on section C. So now the expectation under section C is to make sure that you select one question out of 2 questions given. So now remember, grade 12s, whenever you answer this section, you should always bear in mind that these bullets are given. These are nothing but the guidelines of your essay, and these bullets are the ones that are going to build the body of your essay. So what you must do is just to provide with the introduction as well as the conclusion. So now here you just provide with the introduction and also conclusion. Okay, so now under introduction, you are expected to come up with what? You expected to come up with 2 points. So now of which are these 2 points? Expectation is to score all the marks given. So now if you check, the question says businesses operate in dynamic environments that require diversification and defensive strategies so as to remain operational in the market. So some businesses apply pass-through analysis so as to identify challenges posed by social and environmental factors. So now businesses should be able to evaluate the effectiveness of the chosen strategy. So here you must define a strategy. When you talk about a strategy, you must define a strategy. What is this strategy? When you define a strategy, we're saying that strategy is nothing but the method or style that businesses normally apply in their daily operation to make sure that they achieve the set objectives, they achieve the set goals of the business. Okay, right. So now grade 12, so let's check the information given. So now it means that in your body, this is going to build your body of the essay. But remember this word body, when it comes to business studies, essay writing, you don't indicate this word body. But you just write your introduction. After your introduction, that's when now you actually show the subheadings under each and every aspect given. Okay, right. So now we have what we have the outlined advantages of diversification strategies. So guys, if you still remember, diversification strategy, businesses normally apply this strategy to make sure that they increase the profitability of the business. So now if you check the advantages, that this can increase sales and business growth. So also this can improve it improves business image as well as the business brand. So now this one increase sales and business growth, and also it does improve business image and brand. And now let's move on to defensive strategy. So now this is the strategy where businesses normally apply the moment they see that, oh, so now we are not functioning properly. We are collecting lesser profits, or maybe they are collecting non-profit. So now in this regard, they are trying by all means to remain in operation, not to shut down. So that is why you see a lot of businesses, the moment they see that now they are not doing good, they opt for this particular type of strategy. So now this one, the aspects or the types that we have here, we have what? We have divestment. We have divestment. Then we also have retrenchment. And then we also have what? Liquidation. Okay, great jobs. The investment, this one is when the moment the business realizes that it doesn't make enough profit, what they do, they sit down as management and to say, okay guys, you see that we are no longer generating enough profit. What we must do, let's sell the assets that are not important as for now. Let's sell assets that are not beneficial for now. Let's sell assets that are not bringing any income for now. So now those assets that are not bringing any income, or those assets that are not much important, then the business starts selling such assets so that it can remain in operation. And also when it comes to retrenchment, the moment the business sees that, okay, we are not doing fine, so the operation is totally poor, so now they opt to cut the number of the staff that they normally have. So what they normally do, they make sure that they cut some of the individuals from coming to work for a certain period of time, so that they don't spend much in terms of the salaries and wages payment. And then we also have liquidation. Liquidation is when a business sells all its assets so as to settle the outstanding debts. Okay, right. So now we also have another subheading where you are expected to explain how the following particular factors pose a challenge to the business. So now let's check how social pose a challenge to the business. So now customers may not afford the product due to low income levels or unemployment. So here, if there is high unemployment, it means that these customers are not going to be able to afford to buy the goods and services. So that is going to be a challenge to the business. Why? Because now there are going to be few customers going to the business to support that particular business. Why? Because there is high unemployment as a challenge. So also this one can also be another challenge where people are having low income. If people are having low income, they don't buy all goods and services. They are selective on goods and services that they normally buy. Why? Because now the level of income is very high. It's very what? The level of income is very low. Okay, right. So now let's move on to environmental. So now environmental can actually be a challenge where packaging of some products may not be environmentally friendly, of which this may not be recyclable. So now it's now a none. We are saying that none are friendly. We are saying that here we have non-friendly, products. We have non-friendly products. Non-friendly products. So now here we are actually saying that packaging of some products may not be environmentally friendly, of which this may not be actually easy to recycle. Okay, right. So now let's check or advise businesses on the steps of strategy evaluation. So now when it comes to how to evaluate the strategy, then businesses should always be in the position to identify the strategy. After identifying the strategy, then they must formulate that strategy. After formulating the strategy in the same manner, they should also implement the strategy. Also checking should be done. They shouldn't just implement the strategy, but they should always make sure that they check whether that strategy is the applicable strategy, and also the analysis of strategies should always be taken into account, or should also be taken into consideration. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have landed on question 1, question 6. So as I did say earlier, that when you are given this set of questions, know that these are bullets. They are the ones that form the body of your essay. So what you must know, you should also provide with introduction, and then also here you provide with your conclusion. So now grade 12, when it comes to conclusion under business studies, it's either you collect 2 marks or you collect 0. There's no way that under conclusion you are going to collect 1 mark. So now also when it comes to conclusion, you are expected to write your own words. Also, don't repeat whatsoever information that appeared on your introduction, also the information that appeared on your body. So now when it comes to this conclusion, you should come up with a fresh information or fresh content. Okay, right. So now the question says, the financial function plays an important role in the smooth operation of business activities. So now the correct implementation of quality process enables businesses to employ the benefits of a good quality management system. So large businesses know the importance of implementing the total quality management elements in order to reduce the cost of quality. So write an essay on quality of performance, in which include the following aspect. So now here we are going to explain quality of performance. What is this quality of performance? Quality of performance is when each and every department in the business perform its role to make sure that the expected or anticipated quality is met. I'll come again. So now quality of performance, this is when each and every department in the business makes sure that they perform their roles, duties, or responsibilities to make sure that the anticipated quality is actually met. Okay, right. So now here let's outline the quality indicators of the financial function. So now the quality indicators of the financial function should always analyze strategies to increase profitability, also invest surplus funds to create sources of passive income. So we are saying that in this regard, we should analyze strategies to increase profitability, and also we're saying that invest surplus funds to create sources of passive income. Okay, right, grade 12. And also the next one, we are expected to explain the benefits of good quality management system. So now one of the benefits of good quality management system is that time and resources are not wasted. The vision or mission may be achieved. We are saying that one of the benefits is that time and resources are not wasted. And also, we are saying that vision or mission may be achieved. Okay, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next bullet, where we are expected to discuss the impact of the following TQ elements on large businesses. So now we have continuously skills development or education and training. So now this one, it calls for, it says large businesses have more resources to check on quality performance unit. We're saying that large resources large businesses have more resources to check on quality, quality performance unit. Okay, right. And also we are saying that under monitoring and evaluation of quality process, they may be equipped to get things done right the first time. May be equipped to get things done right first time. Okay, so now also you're expected to suggest ways in which total quality management can reduce the cost of quality. So now here you must schedule activities so as to eliminate duplication of tasks, and also make sure that you share responsibilities for quality output amongst management and workers. So you're saying that schedule activities to eliminate duplication of tasks. And also share responsibilities for quality output amongst management and workers. So now, as I did say, grade 12s previously, that when it comes to conclusion, in a conclusion, make sure that you write your own ways, and make sure that whatsoever that appear in conclusion didn't appear on your introduction, as well as didn't appear on your body. Okay, guys. So now, grade 12s, you have seen how best or how easily you can tackle this paper. Surely, guys, at this juncture, I would love to say thank you very much. I really enjoyed the lesson, and hopefully, grade 12s, you did benefit. Also, surely you did reap something very important under this particular lesson. So now, go out there, talk to your friend, talk to your brother, talk to your mother, talk to whosoever that is in need of learning business studies. Go out there, tell them that they must like this page of Thundereduc, and then we are on YouTube. So now encourage other people to come as well. So thank you very much. Shalom.
guys are doing well. So today we'll be doing Business Studies Paper 1, which is June 2025 NSC. So now we can start. Section A, it's compulsory. Various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the answer and write only the letter A to D next to the question numbers 1.1.1 to 1.1.5 in the answer book. E.g. 1.1.6, it's D. So this act encourages businesses to invest in the education and training of the South African workforce. So since it has to do with education and training, our option is going to be B, which is Skills Development Act. Jericho Carpets opened a new branch in another province to distribute their carpets. This type of intensive strategy is known as. So here we're going to take D because it's our market development. We are selling an existing product to the new environment or new location. So it's our market development. We are developing the market. Amandla Distributors has no control over challenges posed by the environment. Obviously, businesses do not have control over challenges posed by the macro environment. So 1.1.4, the purpose of an interview is to book and prepare the venue. No. Invite possible candidates to apply for the vacancy. If you are being called for an interview, it means you have already applied for the vacancy. So determine a candidate's suitability for the job. So our answer will be C. Then 1.1.5, Aziza Manufacturing Ltd uses to reduce the cost of redundancy in the long run. So here our answer will be B, which is quality management systems. So now let's transfer our answers. So here we have question 1. So we said our answer for 1.1.1, it's B. Then 1.1.2, it's D. Then 1.1.3, it's A. Our 1.1.4, it's C. A, C. Then 1.1.5, it's B. So 1.2, complete the following statement by using the words provided in the list below. Write only the words next to the question numbers 1.2.1 to 1.2.5 in the answer book. 1.2.1, an employee is entitled to 10 consecutive days off. So now we'll take parental. So here our answer will be parental. Then 1.2.2, Ranzo Furniture applied the vertical integration strategy when they took over Green Timber, their wood supplier. So now here our answer will be backward. So backward is when they take control over the supply. Then 1.2.3, the productivity of Lucas Engineering has improved due to the employment and qualified engineers. This is in compiling a SWOT analysis. So since we have hired qualified engineers, in our SWOT analysis, it's going to be our strength. Then 1.2.4, the Act has implications for the human resources function as it ensures that affirmative action measures are correctly implemented. So 1.2.4, since we are talking about affirmative action, it means we are redressing the issues that happened in the past. So our best option, it will be employment equity. Grey water systems implements to ensure that the required standards are met at every stage of the production process. So here the answer that you are going to take is going to be our quality assurance. So 1.2.1, our answer is parental. Then 1.2.2, we have backward. Then 1.2.3, we have strength. And 1.2.5, we have quality assurance. One point three, choose a description from column B that matches a term in column A. Write only the letter A to J next to the question numbers 1.3.1 to 1.3.5 in the answer book. E.g. 1.3.6, it's K. So 1.3.1, we have our National Credit Act. So the best option for a National Credit Act here, it will be C. So here we'll say C, because it protects both lenders and borrowers from negligent lending practices. Then 1.3.2, we have the pestle analysis. So the best option for pestle analysis is going to be our option number G, because it's a tool used to evaluate the challenges posed by the macro environment. Then 1.3.3, we have placement procedure. So our option for placement procedure, it will be E. Linking the expectations of a position and the competencies of a new employee. Then 1.3.4, we have the UIF, which is the Unemployment Insurance Fund. So Unemployment Insurance Fund will take B. We'll say it's a compulsory benefit that provides financial assistance to workers who lose their jobs due to illnesses. Okay. Then 1.3.5, we have total client or customer satisfaction. So our best option for total client and customer satisfaction, It's going to be I. Because large businesses conduct market research to evaluate the needs of buyers. So we'll take I. So now let's transfer our answers. So 1.3.1, we say it's C. Then 1.3.2, it's G. Then 1.3.3, it's E. 1.3.4, we have our B. Then 1.3.5, we have our answer, which is I. So now let's move to section B. Section B, it says answer any 2 questions in this section, but we're going to answer all of them for today. Clearly indicate the question number of each question that you choose. The answer to each question must start on a new page. E.g., question 2 on a new page, question 3 on a new page. So question 2, we have business environment. So this is our new page. We have question 2. Then you have 2.1. Name any 4 pillars of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act 2003. Okay. So now, the first pillar that we have is ownership. So we have ownership. Also, we have management of control. After management of control, we have our social economic development. We have skills development. After skills development, we have enterprise and supplier development. Now we are done with 2.1. 2.2, it says outline the advantages of intensive strategies. So we go to our answer sheet. We have 2.2. So the first advantage of intensive strategies, we have increased market share. So what you can say about increased market share, we can say by implementing strategies So increased market share, if the business implements the increase in the market share, so by implementing strategies like market penetration, businesses can gain a larger share of their existing markets through increased marketing efforts. Then our second one that you can put, you can say improved profitability. Then now about enhanced and improved profitability, we can say premium pricing on improved products. So let's go back to the question. It's 6 marks. So now we have 2 points, 2 points for 4 marks. Premium pricing on improved products combined with increased sales can significantly boost profitability. So now also another thing that you can put, it's enhanced brand recognition. So now expanding into new markets will help our brand to be recognized. So since it's 6 marks, we're just going to record this 3. But we have so many points that you can use. You can use competitive advantage. You can also use access to untapped markets. We can use innovation and product development. So we have so many things that you can put. 2.3, read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. We have Petra farming, PF. Petra farming supplies fresh milk. We are selling fresh milk to local customers. They added homemade cheese to their product range to increase sales to new customers. PF also opened a petrol station to attract new customers. Identify 2 types of diversification strategies implemented by PF. Motivate your answer by quoting from the scenario above. So now the first diversification strategies, we have the horizontal diversification. Then our motivation from the case study, we can say PF added homemade cheese to their product range to increase sales to new customers. So they added homemade cheese. Then the second diversification strategy that you're going to have concentric diversification. Why are we saying concentric diversification? It's also involved because PF also opened a petrol station to attract new customers. So here we have 2.3. On this 2.3, so let me just say types of diversification strategies. Then here we have motivations. So the first strategy, we say it's horizontal diversification. And we say it's our motivation is that they added homemade cheese. They added homemade cheese to their product range to increase sales. To increase sales. We said our second one is going to be our concentric diversification. So here we have concentric diversification. Then our motivation from the case study, we said PF will also open the petrol station to attract new customers. So now we are done with our 2.3. So 2.4, discuss the rights of employers in terms of the Labor Relations Act. So here we have 2.4, which is the right of employers. So our first one, we're going to use freedom of association. They are free to associate with anyone that they want to associate with. That's why we say freedom of associations. No, sorry, Ash. It's not supposed to be freedom of association because this is for the employee. So we have to use the one for the employer. So now, the employer, they have a right regarding forming and joining organizations. So now employers have the right to join employers' organizations. The very same way the employees have the right to join the employees' organizations. Employers' organizations and participate in their activities. Say freedom of associations. No, sorry, Ash. It's not supposed to be freedom of association because this is for the employee. So we have to use the one for the employer. So now, the employer, they have a right regarding forming and joining organizations. So now employers have the right to join employers' organizations. The very same way the employees have the right to join the employees' organizations. Employers' organizations and participate in their activities. So now we are done. Another thing that you can put also, we can put work collective bargaining. What do we mean by saying collective bargaining? We are saying the Labor Relations Act will allow the employer and the employees and their trade unions to regulate workplace conditions. That's why we are saying collective bargaining. So the Labor Relations Act to regulate workplace conditions. Another right that the employer has, it should be workplace management. They should be able to manage the workplace. So you are not supposed to bully them because they have hired you. Employers have the right to manage their workforce. Workforce including setting working hours. Then now they also have the right to disciplinary action. They also have a right to protecting confidential information. So now since we are writing for 6 marks, I think the 3 points will be enough. So we are done. Let's go to 2.5. Describe any 2 types of defensive strategies. So now our first defensive strategy that you have, it's what? 2.5. So the first defensive strategy that we have position defense. So in this position defense, we can explain it by saying maintaining a strong brand and customer loyalty. Customer loyalty. to defend against competitors. Then the next one that you can use mobile defense. So mobile defense, it's when the business continuously adapt and innovate to stay ahead of competitors. They become adaptive and innovative. To stay ahead of competitors. Then we can add our last one, which is flanking defense. So now about flanking defense, we can say diversifying. So you are talking about diversification. Diversifying into new markets. To create barriers to competition. So now we are done with our 2.6, our 2.5. Let's move to 2.6. 2.6, it says, read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. We have Buhle Architecture, abbreviated as BA. Buhle Architecture pays monthly contributions to a common fund to protect the workers in the event of workplace accidents. BA is also able to access other advantages when making these contributions. Name the act applicable to BA in the scenario, since it prevents the employees from injuries on duty. So it's going to be our COIDA. So it's compensation for occupational injuries and Diseases Act. So 2.6.1, we have compensation, which is our COIDA. Injuries and Diseases Act. It's also known as the COIDA. Then 2.6.2, explain other advantages of the Act identified in question 2.6.1 for the business. So now, what are the advantages of COIDA for the business? So the first one, we can say 2.6.2. The first one, we can say employee protection. It protects the employees. Then what can we say about employee protection? We can say COIDA guarantees benefits. Guarantees benefits to employees who are injured. To employees who are injured or contract occupational diseases. So the first thing is going to protect the employees when they get injured from the workplace or when they have health problems from the workplace. So our another advantage, you can also say employer protection. It does not only protect the employee, but it also protects the employer. So how does it protects the employer? It protects the employers from civil claims for damages from employees. So COIDA protects employers from civil claims So now it protects the employee from civil claims for damages if the employees get injured on the job. So if the employee gets injured, they will just claim from COIDA because they are already being insured by the company. Another advantage that you can put, it can be social security. How does COIDA offer social security? You can say benefits are considered a form of social security. So they are considered a form of social security, ensuring a safety net for employees. For employees facing work-related injuries, or illnesses. Then we are done. So advise businesses on the strategic management process. So 2.7, we have to advise the business on the strategic management process. So now the first thing that you can put is our vision and mission. So now what we can say about vision and mission? Organizations begin by establishing a clear vision. So if you want to open a business, you should begin by establishing a clear vision. Clear vision for the future and a mission that outlines the purpose and the value. Then another thing that you can talk about environmental formulation. How is the environment of the business? So we have environmental formulation. So under environmental, after environmental analysis, because it's environmental analysis. Sorry for the mistake. Before you start a business, you should make a thorough research on the external and internal environment. So a thorough analysis of the external and internal environment. Because you cannot just start a business. What if the area where you want to start a business is a high crime area? Environment. Then another thing that you can put here, it's going to be a strategy formulation. Any business should have a strategy in order for it not to collapse. So a strategy formulation, it should be based on the analysis. Remember, you analyze the area, then you come up with a strategy. So based on the analysis, the organization should develop a strategy. Then now we are done with our 2.7. We have more we can use. We can use strategy implementation. We can also use evaluation and control. But since it's 6 marks, we'll only stick to this 3 point. Let's move to question 3. Question 3, we have our business operations. It says, name the 2 components of a job analysis. So first thing for the job analysis, we'll take the jobs task. Job task will be the first one. Then you also have duties and responsibility. You can't work in a job where you don't know what is your task, what are your duties and responsibilities, and also what are the required skills. So question 3, we have 3.1. So 3.1, we have required skills. Then number 2, we also have duties and responsibilities. We are done with our 3.1. So we have 3.2. 3.2, it says, elaborate on the meaning of piecemeal as a salary determination method. So 3.2, we can say, piecemeal is a system They are paid based on the number of units or items produced. If you produce 1 item, you get paid for 1 item. So produced, we can also say so now we can also say piecemeal systems can incentivize higher output but might compromise quality if employees rush to complete units. So employees will work fast wanting to reach the target and produce inferior quality. Quality, if employees rush we know that if people get paid based on the number of items that they have produced, they will want to produce more because they want to earn more. But what about the quality of the goods? So that's the disadvantage about piecemeal. So now let's move to 3.2. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Shahim Technologies gave Mark, a newly appointed employee, a tour of the premises, a competitive salary, and an overview of the business. ST are reaping the benefits of induction in their business operations. 3.3.1. Name two aspects that ST included in their induction problem. So the first thing that they included, it was introduction to the company. Because they told this company about the overview of the business. So we're going to say introduction to the company. Then the second thing that you can say is the workplace environment and facilities, because they gave the employee a tour. So here, 3.3.1, we have introduction to the company. Because they gave the employee the overview of the company. Then now our second thing that you can also include is workplace environment. So now workplace environment and facilities. So now we are done with our 3.3.1. We move to 3.3.2. Explain the benefits of induction for the business. So now hiring people who went for induction, it's beneficial for the business because those people have been told about the culture of the business. So the first benefit that you can put here, it will be our reduced employee turnover. So we have 3.3.2. So here we have reduced employee turnover. So we can say induction programs help new hires feel welcome and supported in the business. So when someone is new in the business, they should go through induction so that they can know what's required in the workplace. So it helps new employees feel welcomed and supported. Leading to increased job satisfaction. So most people, when they work in the environment where they feel appreciated, they're going to be satisfied with the job. That's why we say they will feel welcomed and supported, leading to increased job satisfaction. The second benefit for induction, we can say it will help when it comes to productivity. So we can say enhanced productivity. Then about enhanced productivity, we can say when new employees understand their roles, responsibilities, and their company's culture, they can start contributing more into the business. So they can start contributing more more effectively and quickly. So another thing that you can also put here, we can put improved workplace culture. So taking the employees for induction, it will improve our workplace culture because everyone will know what is the culture of the business. So here, a well-structured induction program can establish a positive and inclusive work environment. an inclusive work environment. So now we'll stick to this three. We have so many things that you can use. You can use employee engagement, reduce training costs, as long as it's an advantage of induction. So we are done with our 3.3.2. We can move to 3.4. Discuss the selection procedure as a human resource activity. So now, selection procedure, we are talking about the process of selecting employees. So we have 3.4. 3.4 will says it ensures quality. So now the selection process helps organizations hire individuals who are well suited for the job. So it helps organizations to hire individuals who are well suited for the job. Then now, what can we say also about the importance of selection? We can also say it reduces turnover. Why are we saying it reduces turnover? Because when the business selects the right people, the business can reduce employee turnover and save on recruitment costs. They can reduce employee turnover and save on recruitment costs. So it will also improve workforce diversity. Why are we saying it improves workforce diversity? Because a fair and transparent selections process can help attract candidates from diverse environments. So it will help attract people from different races and different places. attract candidates from diverse backgrounds. So now we'll stick to this 3. So let's move to 3.5. 3.5, it says outline the benefits of a good quality management system. So now our first benefit, so it's 3.5. So our first benefit will be improved product quality and consistency. It will help improve product quality and consistency. And consistency. We can also say it helps the business to reduce errors. So reduce errors, how does it reduce errors? So we'll say it focuses on defining. So it focuses on defining improving, and controlling processes. And controlling processes, leading to fewer mistakes. That's why we are saying it improves the quality, because it leads to fewer mistakes. Another point that we can use consistent results, because our results are going to be consistent. So standardized processes and documentation ensure consistent quality outcomes. So it ensures consistent quality outcomes. Then it also helped with streamlined processes. So streamlined processes, you can say it involves streamlining workflows and eliminating redundancies. So we are avoiding by all means to repeat the same thing. That's why we are following processes. It involves streamlining workflows, and eliminating redundancies, which is repetition, leading to better efficiency. Then now we are done with our 3.5. Let's move to 3.6. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Bloom Enterprise render transport services across the country. The Chief Executive Officer effectively communicates the shared vision and mission of the business with employees. BE also provides regular press releases to all stakeholders. Identify 2 business functions that contribute to the success of BE. Motivate your answer by quoting from the scenario above. So now, the first thing that you will quote is going to be operations. The operations functions. Then our second thing that you are going to quote is going to be our public relations. Then our motivation from the case study, we're going to say the CEO effectively communicates the shared vision and mission with employees. So it's going to affect operations. Then for public relations, we will say BE also provide regular press releases. Regular press releases. So here we have 3.6. On our 3.6, we have business functions and motivations. So here we have business functions. Then here we have our motivations from the case study. So the business functions, that will be our first one. It's going to be our operations or operating functions. Then our motivation from the case study, it will be the CEO effectively communicates the shared vision and mission of the business with employees. Communicates the shared vision and mission of the business. With employees. Then our second point, it will be our public relations. So our motivation for public relations, it will be PE also provide regular press releases to all stakeholders. Regular. To all stakeholders. Then 3.7, explain how businesses can apply the 8th step of PDCA to improve the quality product. So now our P will represent our plan. Then our D, it's do. Then our C will be check. Then A, it's act. So let's go to 3.7. So we'll start with our P, which is planning. So we have plan. The business can define specific areas where product quality where product quality needs improvement. Then we move to our D, which is do. Then with do, we can say implement the plan. The company or the business, they can implement their plan. How will they implement their plan? By executing the planned actions. They execute their planned actions on a small scale or pilot program. Then we move to our C, which is check. So now check, the business can analyze the data, which is the information that they have or get. So they can analyze the collected data They can analyze the collected data to evaluate the effectiveness of the implemented plan. The effectiveness of the implemented plan. And whether the objectives The objectives are being met. So now we go to our last thing, which is our A, which is act. The business has to act now. So now we'll say standardize successful actions. So what do we mean by that? If the plan has proven successful, we should standardize the implemented changes and integrate them into the routine operations. So if the plan is working, we should keep on doing the same thing again and again and improve where we think there's a weakness or a loophole. We should standardize the implemented changes and integrate them into the routine operations. So now we are done with 3.7. Let's go to 3.8. Evaluate the impact of adequate financing and capacity as a total quality management element on large businesses. So impact, we are talking about the positive and the negative, which is the advantages and the disadvantages. So now let's go to the impact of adequate financing in quality. So each and every business should invest in quality if they want to be sustainable. Then what can we say about investment in quality? Sufficient funds allow for investing in quality tools, technologies, and processes. So if we have enough money, we can produce quality. We can invest our money into producing quality. Investing in quality tools, technologies, and processes. Then now we can also say continuous improvement. We are forever improving. So now we can say also adequate financing supports ongoing improvement. If the business has money, they will improve because they will invest their money into improving their business. So we can say adequate financing supports ongoing improvement initiatives. Such as process optimization, Then another thing that you can add our customer satisfaction. Then we can say investing in quality leads to better products and services, leading to increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. So if the business is selling quality products, it will have more customers. Resulting in increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. So now we can also quote the impact on adequate capacity. So for adequate capacity, we're going to start on process improvement. Then about process improvement, we can say having the necessary resources and workforce allows for effective process design improvement and implementation. Allows for effective process design and improvement. Improvement and implementation. Then we can also use data collection and analysis. So now here we can say large businesses can leverage their capacity to collect and analyze data to identify areas for improvement and monitor performances. Usually when you go to huge businesses, they have a suggestion box. So that suggestion box, they use it to improve their businesses. So they follow whatever that their consumers are saying. That's why you can say large businesses can leverage their capacity to collect and analyze data to identify areas for improvement and monitor performance. Then now we can use this one as our last one. We can say customer service. Adequate capacity ensures effective customer service. Then you also have prompt resolution. So prompt resolution of issues. And timely delivery of products and services. So now we are done with our question 3. So now let's move to question 4. So question 4, we have business environment. 4.1, it says name any 4 forces of Potter's 5 forces model. So we are going to name the Potter's 5 models. So here let's start by saying question 4. Then we have 4.1. So now we're going to name the thread of new entrant. Then our second one is going to be the bargaining power of suppliers. Then our third model, it will be threat of substitute products or services. We have another model, which is the bargaining power of buyers. So we are going to list all 5. Then you also have competition, rivalry. Then we move to 4.2. Identify the business sector applicable to each statement below. Lerato manufacturers specialize in the production of various sports equipment. So since they are producing, it means they are turning the raw materials into finished goods. So it's going to be our secondary sector. Then 4.2.2, mountain traders sell sports equipment. They sell sports equipment to different sports outlets. So it's going to be our tertiary sector. So we have 4.2.1. So 4.2.1, we have secondary sector. And then under 4.2.2, we have our tertiary sector. Then we move to our next question, which is 4.3. Discuss the penalties for non-compliance with the Employment Equity Act. So now we have to talk about the penalties that the business are going to face if they don't follow Employment Equity Act. So the first penalties that they are going to impose to the business is going to be fines. So the first one, we have fines. Then under fines, you can say the Department of Employment and Labor can impose fines for non-compliance. So now the Department of Employment and Labor can impose fines for business that do not comply, with amounts increasing So the Department of Employment and Labor can impose fines for non-compliance with amount increasing based on the severity and history of violations. Then another penalty, it can be legal action. So under legal action, we can also say the Department of Labor can refer if the business does not comply, the Department of Labor can take the business to the court of law. Businesses to the labor court. And on the labor court, further penalties can also be imposed. Another penalty that they can face, it can be exclusion from state contracts. They won't get contracts from the government. So now if the business want to conduct business with the government, it is compulsory for them to engage, to comply and follow all the business laws in South Africa. So now here we're going to say Employment Equity Act compliance is a prerequisite for engaging in contract with the state. We can also put the damage to reputation, because if the business does not comply, the reputation of the business will be tarnished. We can also include difficulty in recruitment and retention, because also if the business does not comply, so now we'll stick to these ones for now. So 4.4, advise businesses on the steps in strategy valuation. So now let's go to 4.4. So our first step is going to be defining objectives and standards. Each and every business should be able to define their objectives and their standards. So the business should be able to gather relevant information, including performance data, stakeholder feedback, and market trends. The second thing that the business can do, they can collect and measure their data. Define the objectives. No, see. Shh. So now 4.4, the first step that the business they can do is to define objectives and standards. They should define objectives and standards. The business should be able to establish clear goals. And benchmarks against which to measure. So the first step that the business they can do, they can define their objectives and standards. They can do that by establishing the clear goals and benchmarks against which to measure the strategy's success. So the second thing that the business they can do, they can collect and measure the data that they are using for the strategy. So how can they collect and measure data? They can gather relevant information. Including performance data, So now the business should collect and measure the data. They can do that by gathering the relevant information, including performance data and stakeholder feedback and market trends. So stakeholder feedback, we can also include customers, the feedback from the customers. Then the third thing, they can take corrective action based on the information that they have received. So we collected and measured data. Now we are analyzing the data, because we have to analyze the data before we take action. So how can we analyze the data? The business can compare actual information against established standards. And identifying the gaps and the root for the cause. And then also they should analyze the impact of the strategy on the business. Then let's move to 4.5. 4.5, outline the legal requirement of an employment contract. So first thing, there should be an offer and acceptance. So when there's an employment, the business should offer an employment, and then the employee should accept the offer. So that's why we are saying it's offer and acceptance. So a clear job offer must be made and accepted by the employee. The second thing, there should be a certainty of terms. So now the contract So in the contract of an employee, there should be the details of the employment, including the job title, the description, and the duties and responsibilities of the employees. Then now there should be consideration. Each party must provide something of value. So now the employee will produce the work because they want to produce in the company. Then the employer will offer the employee a job. So now both parties should bring something in the table. So now the employer will offer the employee the job. Then the employee should also work in return. Must provide. Why am I saying must return? So in consideration, the employee will offer a skill or render a service in the business, and then they will get paid. So in that way, both parties have provided something of value in the table. So now we are on 4.6. Explain the impact of fringe benefits on businesses. So impact, we are going to talk about the positive and the negative. So 4.6, the good thing about fringe benefit is that it's going to enhance employee satisfaction and engagement. So now fringe benefits demonstrate companies' commitment to employee well-being and financial security. So they feel accepted by the company. To employee well-being and financial security. And that will lead to increased job satisfaction Because if employees are benefiting from the company, they will be satisfied with their jobs. Another advantage you can say, it will help reduce turnover for employees. Because now employees are less likely to leave the company that provides valuable perks beyond salary. If employees are benefiting from the company, it won't be easy for them to leave that company. So employees are less likely to leave a company that provides valuable perks beyond salary. So this will result in lower turnover costs for the business. Another advantage is that this thing will improve the recruitment. So here we'll say improved recruitment. Because fringe benefits can help attract and retain high quality talent. Everyone who's looking for employment would be happy to work for a company that offers fringe benefits. So improved recruitment. So fringe benefits can help attract and retain high quality talent, making the recruitment process more successful. So now these are the advantages of fringe benefits. So now let's move to the disadvantages. So the first disadvantage, it will be increased administration costs. This will increase the administration cost for the business. Then we can say for the business managing fringe benefits, such as insurance policies, or retirement plans. It can significantly involve significant So this will increase the administration cost of the business because they are paying more beyond the salary to employees. So another thing also, this will have an impact on the profit of the business. So it will impact profitability. So the cost of providing fringe benefits can reduce company profits. Then the second disadvantage, also we can say, its potential for complex regulations. Now we can say the cost of providing fringe benefits So potential for complex regulations. So now it will affect the tax and legal implications of various benefits. So navigating the tax and legal implications of various fringe benefits can be complex. So that's a disadvantage for the business. Now we are done with our 4.6. Let's move to 4.7. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Chemol manufacturer implements total quality management to reduce the cost of quality. The production manager works closely with suppliers to improve the standards of raw materials. KM monitors their maintenance programs on a regular basis to prevent the breakdown of equipment. They also provide annual bonuses to employees who meet their sales targets. 4.7.1. Code 2 ways in which total quality management reduces the cost of quality at KM from the scenario above. So the first one, it will be this one, which is the production manager works closely with suppliers to improve the standards of raw materials. With suppliers to improve the standards of raw materials. Now, our second thing that you can quote, you can also say KM monitors their maintenance programs on a regular basis to prevent the breakdown of equipment. So KM monitors their maintenance programs on a regular basis. To prevent the breakdown of equipment. Then 4.7.2, discuss other ways in which total quality management can reduce the cost of quality. So it's 4.7.2. So the first one, we know that TQM focuses on prevention over correction. So you can say focusing on prevention over correction. So then we'll say TQM emphasizes identifying and addressing potential quality issues early in the process. So another thing that you can say, continuous improvement and process optimization. Then we say TQM involves a structured approach to identifying and eliminating waste. And eliminating waste, ineffectiveness, so TQM involves a structured approach to identifying and eliminating waste, ineffectiveness, and bottlenecks in processes. Then the third one that you can put improved customer focus and satisfaction. Then we say by delivering consistently high quality products and services. TQM helps organizations build customer loyalty and satisfaction. So TQM helps organizations build customer loyalty. So now let's move to 4.8. Advise businesses on how the quality of performance of the administration function can contribute to the success of the business. So first thing, if the admin of the business, it's quality. So the first thing that you can say, it's efficiency and productivity. The business will be efficient and productive. So our first one, we're going to use the streamlined process. So we're going to say a well-organized administration ensures that business processes are streamlined. Streamlined and efficient, leading to increased productivity and output. So our second thing that you can put as an advantage, you're gonna put time management. So effective time management within the administration helps to ensure that tasks are completed properly and efficiently. So now, if we have an admin that is competitive, we know that all our tasks will be done on time. So that's why we are saying effective time management within the administration helps promptly and efficiently. So now the second thing that you can put one under resource management. The business will be able to manage their resources. Then we put financial control. Then under financial control, we can say a strong administration function effectively manages financial resources including budgeting, accounting, and cost control, leading to improved profitability. Then now we also have, we can put human resource as our last one. Trained, motivated, and engaged. Maximizing their contribution to the business. And eight. The implementation of this act directly impacts on business operations. Businesses must observe the consumer rights as outlined in the CPA and also comply with this act. Write an essay on the Consumer Protection Act in which you include the following aspects. Outline the purpose of the Consumer Protection Act. Discuss the impact of the Consumer Protection Act on businesses. Explain any three consumer rights in terms of the CPA. Suggest ways in which businesses can comply with the CPA. So we start with our introduction. In our introduction, we can define consumer information. And it also promotes responsible consumer behavior. We can also say the CPA creates a fair accessible, and sustainable marketplace. So now we are done with our intro. We can move to our body. So they say outline the purpose of Consumer Protection Act. So we have to outline the purpose of the Consumer Protection Act. So here we'll say purpose of the Consumer Protection Act. So the first purpose of the, including the right and access to accurate information. Then the second thing, the CPA promotes fair business practices. So you're going to say promoting fair business practices. So the act prohibits unfair or misleading marketing. Marketing and business practices. Ensuring that consumers are not exploited or deceived. Then it can also improve consumer information. Then we can say the CPA aims to improve the quality and accessibility of information. Of information that consumer need to make informed decisions. So now we start with the behavior. The Act encourages consumers to act responsible. And to be aware of their rights and responsibilities. So we can also put another one, which is establishing a framework for enforcement. The CPA provides a legal framework. For enforcing consumer rights through various mechanisms. Including the National Consumer Commission and the National Consumer Tribunal. And the National Consumer Tribunal. So now I think we have listed enough points. So now you have to discuss the impact on the impact of the Consumer Protection Act on businesses. So now we're going to focus on both positive and negative. So we'll start with the advantages. The first advantage, it will be that it will increase trust and loyalty. So now by adhering, to the CPA they build trust and loyalty with consumers by demonstrating a commitment. Commitment to fairness and transparency. Then another advantage it will be that it will reduce legal risks. So now compliance minimizes the risk of legal dispute because the business won't need to pay any penalties because they are complying. So compliance minimizes the risk of legal disputes. And associated costs. As the CPA provides a clear framework for business practices. It will also help on the reputation of the business. So we're going to say enhanced reputation. So we can say promoting fairness and transparency through the CPA it can lead to a positive reputation. And it will also enhance the business standing in the market. Standing in the market. So now we can go to disadvantages. So here we have disadvantages. So the first disadvantage will be penalties and fines. Because if the business does not comply, they will face penalties or they will be charged fines. Then non-compliance will lead to penalties. It can result in fines, legal actions, and other penalties. Imposed by the regulatory bodies. Regulatory bodies or regulatory bodies. So now another disadvantage, it can be legal action and lawsuits. If the business does not comply, they can face legal action and lawsuits. So we can say consumers can take legal action against businesses. Against businesses that violate the CPA. And if consumers, they can do that, this can probably lead to potential lawsuits. Potential lawsuits and financial loss. Another disadvantage will be reputational damage. It will damage the reputation of the business if the business is not complying. So non-compliance can severely damage the reputation of the business. And this will lead to a decline in customer loyalty. In customer loyalty and trust. So now we have indicated, we have specified and included points that are enough. So now let's go to our next item. Explain any three consumer rights in terms of the CPA. So here, consumer rights in terms of the CPA. The consumer has a right to apply for credit. So now, every adult has the right to apply for credit from any credit provider. From any credit provider. Then also, the consumers, they are protected against discrimination. So now credit providers must not grant credit unfair. They shouldn't discriminate. They should grant credit to everyone who qualifies. They should not discriminate based on gender, race, or marital status. The third one, then, the customer has a right to reasons for credit denial. So now, if a credit application is denied, a customer have the right to request a written explanation from the credit provider. The right to request a written explanation from the credit provider. So we have listed the 3 rights for consumers. Let's move to the next items. Suggest ways in which businesses can comply with the CPA. Okay, so now how can business comply with the CPA? The first thing, they should be registered and they should also report. So here, let's start by saying ways in which businesses with CPA. So if they want to comply, the first thing they should register and report. So it's registration and report. So the business should register with the National Credit Act. So all credit providers must be registered with the national credit regulators. NCR, which is our national credit regulators. And also they should submit their annual reports. So businesses are required to submit their annual compliance report. To the national credit regulators, detailing their compliance. Another thing the business should do, they should have credit assessment and documentation. So we'll start with affordability assessment. The business can conduct thorough assessment whether the consumer will be able to repay a loan or their credit. before granting credit. Another thing that they can do, they should conduct credit checks. So the business should obtain and review credit records from registered credit bureaus. Then now we are done. We are supposed to put our conclusion. So here we have our conclusion. In our conclusion, we can say the National Credit Act aims to empower consumers with the knowledge. With the knowledge and rights they need to make informed decisions. So now we are done with our question 5. We can move to our next question, which is question 6. Good day, guys. Hope you guys are doing well. So today we'll be doing Business Studies Paper 1, which is June 2025 NSC. So now we can start. Section A, it's compulsory. Various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the answer and write only the letter A to D next to the question numbers 1.1.1 to 1.1.5 in the answer book. E.g. 1.1.6, it's D. So this act encourages businesses to invest in the education and training of the South African workforce. So since it has to do with education and training, our option is going to be B, which is Skills Development Act. Jericho Carpets opened a new branch in another province to distribute their carpets. This type of intensive strategy is known as. So here we're going to take D because it's our market development. We are selling an existing product to the new environment or new location. So it's our market development. We are developing the market. Amandla Distributors has no control over challenges posed by the environment. Obviously, businesses do not have control over challenges posed by the macro environment. So 1.1.4, the purpose of an interview is to book and prepare the venue. No. Invite possible candidates to apply for the vacancy. If you are being called for an interview, it means you have already applied for the vacancy. So determine a candidate's suitability for the job. So our answer will be C. Then 1.1.5, Aziza Manufacturing.
We are together again today, great talks. Okay, we are going to discuss business paper 1. written last week, Friday. So now remember, Great House, I always tell you that whenever you are dealing with business studies or even with other subjects, make sure that before you can land into any answering type of question, you should make sure that you understand all the sections and what is expected of you. And also the information and instructions should always be taken into consideration. Okay, right. So now the structure of the paper looks as follow. We have section A, of which it comprises of 30 marks questions, which are compulsory. And then we have section B. Section B, you are always given 3 questions, and expectation is to choose only 2 questions, of which one question carries 40 marks. So all in all, under section B, expectation is to answer 80 marks questions. So lastly, we have the last section, which is section C. So under this section, we have 2 questions, and expectation is to answer only one question, of which it carries 40 marks. So all in all, if you add them, then they will take you to 150. Okay, right. So now, I always encourage you guys to engage in the elimination method whenever you are dealing with the multiple choice question. So always bear that in mind. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have question 1, and question 1 reads as follows. In particular 1.1, various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the question and write only a letter. An example is given there inside the bracket, where we have A to D next to the question number. Also, you are further given an example of 1.1.1 to 1.1.5. And the expectation is to answer this in your answer book. And the typical example is given there as a guide on how you must answer it. If you check there, we have 1.1.6 as option D. So there is a tendency of some of you guys, grade 12s, when you attempt to these multiple choice questions, you find that instead of only writing a letter, you even write the description given, of which that is totally wrong. It means that you would have failed to follow the given set of instructions and information. So in that regard, then it means you are going to score low marks, or you might be penalized. Because remember, grade 12s, following the information and instructions given on a paper, that is also part of the examination. That is why it is always apparent, or it is always very important to make sure that you follow the given set of instructions under each and every subject. Okay, right. So now we have 1.1.1. It reads as follows. This act outlines the minimum requirements for the employment contract. So now the act that we are referring to Basic Conditions of Employment Act. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.1.2. It reads as follows. The Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Disease Amendment Act, 1987, Act 61 of 1997, promotes safety at the workplace. So it means our appropriate answer is going to be B. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.1.3, it reads as follows. A social vector of the pestle analysis posting a challenge to Rashid companies that we have A, customers are unable to afford their products due to low income levels, B, costs involved to obtaining training license high. So also employees are unskilled and operate new equipment. For them, it's a challenge. Okay, right. So now if you still remember, the pestle can be considered as one of the business strategies that businesses should always use so as to make the analysis towards its operation. So now we have we have P, of which P it stands for political. It means that businesses should always pay attention to the politics. So the moment there is political unrest, that means that businesses are going to be negatively affected. As well, the business should check the economic factor of it. Also, they must check the social of it. They must also check the available technology being used. Also, businesses should be legal. Also, The business should check the environment at which they do operate in. Okay, right. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be A. Okay, right. So now with 12, let's move on to the next question. We have 1.1.4, of which it reads as follows. Businesses are required to contribute to the dash fund as a compulsory fringe benefit. Then the answer is unemployment insurance fund. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.1.5. It reads as follows. As for limited, implement continuous skill development as a total quality management element when they are using the human resource department to address training need. So it means our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be B. Okay, right, click 12. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question we have next question we have question 2. So now the question 2 that we do have, we should always make sure that we understand how to go through this set of question. Okay, right. Okay, grade 12. Okay, grade 12. Okay. So now we have landed on question 1.2. So 1.2 reads as follow. Complete the following statements by using the words provided in the list below. Write only a letter or words next to the question numbers. An example is given 1.2.1 to 1.2.5 in a answer book provided. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have the concept given in that grid. We have selection weaknesses, public relations, Basic Employment Act. Then we have broad-based Black Empowerment Employment Act. Okay, right. So now let's check 1.2.1. It reads as follows. Business provide dash to employees through practical training opportunities that lead to recognized qualification. This is nothing but learnership. Learnership. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.2.2. KB transport is affected by an increase in the price of fuel. This is classified as a threat to the business. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.2.3, the dash focused only on 3 pillars, which excluded some previously disadvantaged people. This is Black economic empowerment. So now moving on to 1.2.4, it reads as for reference checks are made during the dash procedure so as to verify the content of applicants. That is nothing but selection. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question. Next question we have 1.2.5, it reads as follows. The dash function is responsible for providing regular press releases to all our stakeholders. So the appropriate answer here is going to be public relations. Public relations. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question we have question 1.3. And question 1.3, it reads as follows. Choose a description from column B that matches it, a term in column A. So write only a letter. An example is given there from A to J next to the question number. So also you're given a guide there 1.2.3, 1.3.1 to 1.3.5 in the provided answer book. Also, a typical example is given there. So now grade 12s always bear in mind that whenever you are answering this particular type of questions, you should always make sure that you understand the concept given in column A, as well as the description in column B. Also bear in mind that in column B, you can either be faced with the function, description, definitions, explanation, characteristics, features. So you should be flexible to that extent to make sure that you are able to identify which appropriate answer describes or gives the characteristics of whatsoever concept that appear in column A. Okay, right. So now we have 1.3.1 Consumer Protection Act, CPA 2008, Act 68 of 2008. So now our answer in this regard does promote customer safety by protecting them from hazardous products. So it means our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be A. So now we have 1.3.2 Human Resource Development Strategy. So now this is nothing but it improves the supply of skills which directly benefit the whole country. So it means here our appropriate answer is going to be H. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have conglomerate diversification. So now this one, it does consider adding new products that are unrelated to existing products appealing to our new customers. So the appropriate answer in this regard is going to be B. Okay, right. So now moving on, grade 12 to the next question, we have 1.3.4. It does read as follow: job specification. So normally job specification, it does address or describes the acceptable qualifications for a certain post. So our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be I. Okay. Lastly, we have 1.3.5, which is quality assurance. And then the appropriate answer for this one, it does aim to get the product right at the first time, meaning our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be C. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question. Next question, we have section B, and then under section B, we are normally given three questions, and expectation is to answer only 2 questions, as I did explain earlier. Okay, right, grade 12. So now when we are dealing with this particular type of questions under section B or other sections, make sure that you always pay attention to the marks allocated to each and every question, because those marks allocation, they do serve or work as a guide on how many points you are expected to indicate under each and every question. Okay, right, grade 12. So now under this question, we have question what under this section, we have question 2. We are going to start with question 2. So question 2, in particular 2.1, it reads as follows: name any 4 consumer rights as stipulated in the Consumer Protection Act. So remember, consumers, they have a right to choose. They also have a right to complain, as well as having a right to privacy. And then they also have a right to fair or honest dealings. Okay, right. So now we are saying here, they have a right to choose. They also have a right to complain. Right to complain. They also have a right to privacy. Right to privacy. They also have a right to honest dealings. Honest dealings. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, let's move on to the next question. We have 2.2. It does read as follows: read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. We have best canning, which is BC. So best canning manufacturers manufactures a variety of canned foods. So BC lost customers to the main canning because their products are of a higher quality or higher standard compared to theirs. So the profitability of BC decreased due to poor management skills. So best canning borrowed money from the bank at a higher interest rate. Okay, right. So now, when we check our 2.2.1, it says code 3 challenges for BC from the scenario above, and also the second one, which is 2.2.2, it says classify BC challenges according to 3 business environments, and then we also have okay, right, grade 12. So now we have landed on question 2. So question 2, it does read as follow: name 4 consumer rights as stipulated in the Consumer Protection Act. So now we have a right to choose, We have right to complain. We also have right to privacy or confidentiality. We as well have right to honest or fair dealings. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next question, we have 2.2. So read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. We have best scanning. Best scanning manufacturers manufacture a variety of canned foods. BC lost customers to Daniel Kenny because their products seem to be of a higher quality compared to them. So the profitability of BC decreased due to management skills, poor management skills. So best scanning borrowed money from the bank at the higher interest rate. Okay, right. So now we have a sentence one. We have a sentence two. We also have sentence three, as well as a sentence 4. Okay, right. So now, if you still remember grade 12, this type of a question, it has a guide that shows you how best you can approach it. So now, the question says, in particular, 2.2.1, code 3 challenges for BC from the scenario above, and the expectation is to use the first column here, and then we also have 2.2.2, classify BC challenge according to the 3 business environments. So we answer it on column 2, and then as well we have the state of control with each and every challenge has over the business environment. So we use the last column. Okay, right. So now use the table below as a guide to answer this question. I know most of you grade 12s, when it comes to using a table as a guide, some of you fail to adhere to that part of the exam instructions, of which if you fail to do that, sometimes or you may find that you lose marks unnecessarily, or you score low marks unnecessarily. Okay, right. So now if we check, we have what? If we check, we have question 2.2 point 1 up until 2.2.3, and then we are going to use this to answer them. Okay, right. So now the challenge, I'm going to take the challenge as sentence 2. So sentence, we have sentence 2. So now make sure that grade 12s, whenever you answer this particular type of a question, you should always write full sentences. So that is why I'm saying sentences from 1 to 4. Write full. Why write full? Because a word says code. So the expectation is to write full sentence. Okay, right. So now we have sentence 2, where it says BC lost customers. Lost customers to Daniel Canning because their products are of a higher quality. So it means this is market environment. Okay, right. So now moving on to the third sentence, we have the profitability of the business of BC decreased due to poor management skills. So it means that this is the problem inside the business, which is micro. Also, we have BC borrowed money from the bank at a higher interest rate. So this is the macro economy. So now, I mean the micro environment, sorry. So now let's check the extent of control under each and every challenge that this business is facing. So now if we check on the market, the extent of control is going to be semi control. And then also under micro, we have a full control. And then under macro, there's no control at all. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 2.3. So 2.3, it does read as follow. Explain the rights of employees in terms of Labor Relations Act 1995, Act 66 of 1995. So now, the rights of the employer, we have to check here, because it can be tricky, because this regulation, it caters for the rights of the employers as well as the rights of the employees. So that is why you guys, grade 12s, you should always be vigilant. Whether the question wants you to give rights on the side of the employees or rights on the side of the employers. So now, under the side of the employers, so now we can actually say that this form employer organization also it forms a bargaining council for collective bargaining purposes. So now we are saying that this form employer organization, they have a right to form employer organization. That is one of the rights of the employer. So now also they have a right to form bargaining, a right to form bargaining, a right to form bargaining council, right to form bargaining council for collective purposes, collective bargaining purposes, collective bargaining purposes. Okay, right, great talks. So now let's move on to the next question. We have 2.4, and it does read as follow: discuss the purpose of the Employment Equity Act. So 1990 Act, of which this is Act 55 of 1998. Okay, right, grade 12. So one of the purposes is that it does ensure equal representation of all population groups in the workplace. Also, it allows employees who do the same work to be paid equally. Allows employees who do the same work to be paid equally. Okay, right. So now the next one, we're saying that it ensures equal representation of all population groups in the workplace. Okay, right, great house. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 2.5, and 2.5 it does read as follow. Bears Toys, BT. So BT is experiencing a decline in sales due to decrease in the demand for their products. So they sold some unproductive assets to pay off their debts. BT also evaluated the effectiveness of their chosen strategy. So now the question says, identify the type of defensive strategy applied by BT. Motivate your answer by quoting from the scenario. So now if we check here, the business is dividing itself from shutting down. So now there are different strategies that business can actually engage in so as not to close down or become insolvent. So now one of those strategies that we have the divestment that is actually shown here. We have divestment. We have divestment. And then if we check, the question says what? The question says motivate your answer by quoting from the scenario. So now let's check. We have sentence 1. We also have sentence 2 and sentence 3. So now if we check here, this investment goes together with they sold some unproductive assets to pay off their debts. So it means here you write this sentence exactly the way it is. So now you write sentence number 2. Okay, right, or sentence 2. So let's move on to the next question. We have 2.5.2. Advise businesses on the steps in strategy evaluation. So now the steps that they have here, they must decide on the desired outcome. Also, they must set specific dates for control and follow-ups. We are saying here businesses should make sure that they decide on the desired outcome. How do they want to achieve? Also, they should make sure that they set specific dates for control and some follow-ups. Control and follow-ups. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have 2.6, and 2.6 it does read as follow. 2.6 explain the implications of two pillars of the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act, Act 53 of 2003 on the businesses. If you still remember, the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment is one of the legislations that have been established by South Africa so as to accommodate Black people who were actually previously disadvantaged. So now there are different pillars under this act. We have pillars such as ownership. We also have pillars such as supply and business enterprise. We also have pillar as management control. Also have a pillar as skills and development. Okay, right. So now I'm going to take the management control and skills development, and I'll give the implication for those two. So now this is our 2.6. So I'm going to take management control, and also I'm going to take skills development. So you're saying that under management control, it does involve Black people in the decision-making process. Involves Black people in the decision-making process. Okay, right. So now let's check our skills development. The implication is that provide learnerships and learning programs to Black employees. Provide learnerships. Provide learnerships and learning programs to Black employees. Black employees, right? So now let's move on to the next question. We have question 2.7. Question 2.7. It needs to recommend ways in which businesses can deal with the challenges that are posted by the economic vectors of the pestle analysis. So now one of the challenges is that borrow money from financial institutions when interest rates are favorable. So must borrow money from financial institution, where the interest rate, or when the interest rate is favorable. Okay, right. Also, they should make sure that they consider exchange rates when trading with other countries. Consider the exchange rate when trading with other countries. Okay, right. Right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have question 3. So now under question 3, it says state for aspects that should be included in the employment conduct. So now we are actually discussing 3.1. So one of them is that there should be job title or position. There should also be job description. Also, there should be job specification. Also, hours of work should be indicated. Okay, right. So we are saying that there should be hours of work. Hours of work. How long are you going to work per day? So also we have job title should also be indicated. We also have a job specification. Job specification. And then you also have a job description. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next question, we have 3.2. It reads as follows: outline the difference between piecemeal and time related. So now under piecemeal, employers normally pay the salaries of the employees based on the number of units produced, while under time related, employers normally pay the employees according to time or according to hours that have been worked or spent at the workplace. So now we are saying that this one, they check number of units produced, number of units produced by a worker. So here they check time in hours spent at the workplace. Spent at the workplace. So now here they take into account time, while here they take into account units, here hours. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question reads as follows. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. So Zamo Traders has a vacant position for a store manager. MT advertised the vacancy in the newspapers. They invited shortlisted candidates for an interview. So now the question reads in particular 3.3.1, name the method of recruitment used by MT because of doing the adverts under local newspapers that is outside the business premises, which is external recruitment. So now elaborate on the role of the interviewee, during the interview. So now most of you grade 12s, you normally make a mistake when you give the role here. The role is to listen attentively, listen properly, and ask questions where needed. Also, an interviewee should avoid addressing a person, but rather a question. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. We have 3.4. Discuss the impact of fringe benefits on businesses. So now, if we check the discussion of the fringe benefits on businesses, so we are actually going to check that these are fringe benefits. Normally, they improve productivity, resulting in higher profitability. Also, businesses save money on benefits since these benefits are tax deductible. Okay, right. So now we are saying that one of the benefits is that it improves productivity, resulting in higher profitability. Ability. Then also we said that businesses save money as benefits are tax deductible. Okay. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, grade 12. The next question that we are faced with 3.5. And 3.5 reads as follows: elaborate on the meaning of quality control. So now quality control, when you talk of quality control is when an inspection of the product is being done on the final product to ensure the required standard has been met. So inspection is made on the final product, made on the final product, to ensure required standard. Okay, since it's 4 marks, the expectation is to come up with two points. So another point can be it includes certain targets. It includes certain targets, measuring performance and taking corrective measures. So we are saying that the last one, it includes certain targets or measuring performance and taking corrective measures. Okay, right. So now we have to give 2 points because of 4 marks allocation. Okay, right. Let's move on to the next question. We have 3.6. Explain how quality performance of the production function can contribute to the success of the business. Number 1, it does develop or implement or monitor effective strategic plans, also set directions and establish priorities for the businesses. So we are saying that develops or implement or monitor effective strategic plans. And also we said that set directions and establish priorities for the business. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 3.7. 3.7, it does read as follow. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. So VLE Limited, so VL manufactures electrical components, also have sector. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. It says identify the leave provision as stipulated in the basic conditions of Employment Act applicable to TD accountants in each statement below. So now we have 4.2.1. It reads as follows: employees receive a maximum of 5 days leave in the event of death of a close relative. So this is nothing but family responsibility leave. This is family responsibility leave. And then medical certificates must be submitted by employees when absent from work for more than 2 consecutive days due to illness. This is nothing but but sick leave. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. Grade 12s, we have 4.3, and 4.3 reads as follows: explain how the sector electoral and training authority are actually funded, how this sector is funded. So if you still remember, grade 12s, sector normally it's funded by what is funded by donations and grants from the public, also funds received from rendering their services. So you are saying that one of the funds is that donations and grants, donations and grants from the public, also by funds received from rendering their services. Okay, right, grade 12s. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 4.4. It does read as follow: discuss any two types of integration strategy. So under these types of integration strategy, remember we have three of them. We have forward integration strategy, backward integration strategy, and horizontal integration strategy. So I'm going to explain forward integration strategy. We have forward, and also I'm going to explain backward. So now under forward, here under forward, that's where now the business combines with or take over its distributors. Here, business takes over or combines with its distributors. Also, we have backward. Here under backward, the business combines with or take over its suppliers. Here, the business takes over or combines with its suppliers. So this one is backward integration strategy. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. We have 4.5, advise businesses on ways in which they can comply with the National Credit Act. So now businesses should offer applicants a pre-agreement statement. Also, they must obtain credit records or check of the clients before they give out a loan. So we are saying that here it should be what they should be offer applicants pre-agreement statement. Okay, right, credit house. Also, we are saying that here it must obtain credit records or checks of clients before sending them loans. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, let's move on to 4.6. Outline the purpose of induction. So induction normally improves the skills through in-service training. Also, it gives new employees a tour about around the layout of the business. So we are saying that it does improve here. Improves skills through in-service training. So also we are saying that gives new employee or new employees a tour around the business premises. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 4.7. 4.7 says explain the placement procedure as a human resource activity. So here we are going to say that employer or employers should outline specific responsibilities of their employees. Employers should outline specific responsibilities of new employees, responsibilities of new employees. Remember, we are actually guided by the marks allocated for each and every question. 2 marks, it means 1 point. 4 marks, it means 2 points. Always bear that in mind. 3 marks, sometimes it means but in most cases, 6 marks you are expected to come up with 3 points, unless otherwise. Okay, right. So now let's check 4.8. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Unique boutique. So Unique Boutique is well known for their good quality management system. UB increases their productivity through proper time management. Management holds annual general meetings with all external stakeholders. They conduct regular training to improve the quality of employee skills. So we have 4.8.1, to benefits of a good quality management system from the scenario above. If you still remember, whenever the question says code, the expectation is to write the sentence as it is. It should be a full sentence. So we have sentence 1, we have sentence 2, we have sentence 3, and then we have sentence 4. So now when we code in this regard, we are going to have sentence 2 and sentence 4. So sentence 2, it reads as follows: UB increases their productivity through proper time management. Also, our sentence 4 reads as follows: they conduct regular training to improve the quality of employee skills. So that is the benefits of quality, good quality management system that appear in the scenario above. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, let's check our 4.8.2, explain other benefits of a good quality management system. So now other benefits is that vision or mission or business goals may be achieved easily. Also, time and resources are used efficiently. So we are saying that time and other resources are used efficiently. Okay, right. And also we are saying that the vision, mission, or business goals may be achieved. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 4.7. It reads as follows: suggest ways in which total quality management can actually reduce the cost of quality. So now this can reduce the cost of quality if schedule activities to eliminate duplication of task, or if activities actually being scheduled so as to eliminate duplication of the task, and also share responsibility for quality output amongst the management and workers. So now we are saying that here, schedule activities eliminate duplication of tax. And also saying that share responsibility for quality output, advanced management, and workers. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have section C. So now at this juncture we are done with section B. Now let's move on to the next session, which is section C. So grade 12, if you still remember, whenever you are dealing with section C, you are always given what? You are always given 2 questions, and the expectation is only to answer 1 question of 40 marks. Okay, right. So now we are going to start with question 5. So now remember, grade 12s, whenever you are writing an essay under business studies, even in economics, we don't write paragraphs, but we write bullets. We structure our arguments using a bulleting format. Okay, right. So now already we have these 4 points, and these 4 points, they are going to build our body in that essay. It means that under each and every subheading, we are expected to write the points. So all of these subheadings, they should appear under or inside your essay. So what you do here, you provide with an introduction. So also we have a conclusion. So it means that in your body, we are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 subheadings. So under those subheadings, then that's where now you start answering, or you start outlining your arguments. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's check under this introduction. That's when you are going to give the description. You are going to give the description of what is this business strategies. You are going to give description of business strategies. What does this business strategies mean? So now, in short, when we talk of the business strategy, we refer to a method or style that businesses normally apply so as to achieve its vision as well as mission. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the question that says outline. So it means we are done with our introduction. Remember, introduction, the expectation is to give 2 points. So now let's come to our body part. The question that we have to address says outline the strategic management processes. So now if we check the strategic management processes, we must always make sure that there's a review, or the review of the vision statement is always taken into account. Also, businesses should make sure that they analyze our mission statement, and also businesses should make sure that they formulate a strategy that they are going to apply in that particular operation. Also, the business should make sure that after formulation of the strategy, implementation should actually take place. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the second bullet, or subheading, where it says explain how businesses could apply the flowing forces of POTAS 5 model as to analyze their position in the market environment. Okay, right, grade 12. So now this this aspect of vector, they do have particular influence under the operation of the business. So now let's check the power of the customers, or the power of the buyers. So now the business should always make sure that they assess how easy it is for their buyers or customers to drive down their price levels. So now it is always very important or very advisable for businesses to make sure that they assess if their customers can have the potential to drive down the prices of their product or the prices of the services that they normally provide. Okay, right. So now let's check the power of the competitors. So now remember, it is always very healthy for the businesses to always engage in competition, as outlined in the South African Competition Act, because South African Competition Act, it that says no to coalition. It means that it promotes businesses from competing, because the moment businesses engage into coalition, it means that now customers are going to be disadvantaged. How are they going to be disadvantaged? They're going to be disadvantaged because now they're no longer going to have a broader base of a variety of products to choose from. As well, the quality of the product is not going to be that that charming, because now you find that businesses have joint venture. No business is having a fear that another business might take away the customers. Okay, right. So now it is always advisable that competitors have the inside product, then they have greater power over you. So now here we check the quality of the product. The moment the competitors sell products of higher quality more than your business, it means that chances are very broad that customers are going to prefer to go to their businesses instead of coming to your business. Why? Because in most cases, customers prefer to buy the product over a higher quality. Okay, right. So now let's check the next question. We have discussed 3 types of intensive strategy. So now these strategies that we are going to discuss, we have market penetration. We have market penetration. We also have market development. And lastly, we have product development. So now these are the types of intensive strategies. And these are intensive strategies. They are normally applied by a different set of businesses whenever they want to improve or they want to widen their profit margins. Okay, right. So now when we talk of the market penetration, so this strategy, businesses normally can apply these strategies when it is new in the market. So now they see that, okay, we want our product to be well known, so that the moment our product is well known, then we are going to have the larger base or the larger mass of customers. So now it means that now what they are going to do, the moment they start operation in that particular market, they are going to start selling their products or rendering their services with lesser amount. They know very well that the moment they provide their services or they render their services with lesser amount, that means that the customers are now going to come to them to buy, and they are going to be sure that this business is now in operation. So it means that now that business is going to be known. So the moment this business is known now and they have attracted a lot of customers, that's when now they should adapt to adjustment of the prices. They can adjust their prices up because they are already known. So that's how businesses normally penetrate the market. So now let's check market development. Market development in this regard, it means that the business is already having the product that is selling. Also, it is already having the service that is rendering. But now it is going to look for new customers. So in this regard, it means that the business is going to sell the existing product in a new market or new customers. So now let's move on to the next one, the next strategy, which is product development. So product development, as the phrase says, it means that in this regard, the business is selling a new product in an existing market. The market is already existing, but the product is new. Okay, right. So remember, as I said earlier, grade 12, businesses normally apply these intensive strategies whenever they want to maximize the collection of profits. Okay, right. Now let's move on to the next question. The next question we have, what advise businesses on the advantages of diversification strategies. Okay, also, when we talk of the diversification strategy, diversification is when you try by all means to put or place your eggs in different set of baskets. Why are you doing that? Because you don't want them to get spoiled, all of them at the same time. So you are trying to maximize the safety. So now, under business context or content, when we talk of diversification strategy, it means that businesses normally apply this type of strategies whenever they want to maximize profits collection, whenever they also want to maximize their selling price. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's advise businesses on the advantages of this diversification strategies. So now diversification strategy normally increase sales and businesses grow fast. So now also these strategies can improve the business brand and image. It means that now this business can be well known locally, even in other countries. So in that regard, the business is going to gain global competitiveness. Okay, right. So now let's conclude grade 12. So now, since we have already discussed our bullets, now we must conclude. And remember, when you conclude grade 12, it's either you go big or go back home. Here, under business studies, remember the conclusion carries 2 marks. It's either you score that 2 marks full of it or you get 0. There's no way that you'll be allocated 1. Okay, right. Then also make sure that grade 12, whatsoever points you are going to outline under your conclusion, you haven't indicated them anywhere on your body part. Okay, right. So now under our conclusion, we can say businesses should always take corrective actions or measures to ensure that their set objectives or their set goals are easily achieved or they're actually met. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question that we have question 6. Okay, right, grade 12. As I did say earlier, that the structure of the essay under business studies is straightforward because you're actually being guided by these four bullets. So these 4 bullets, it means each and every bullet is going to have what? The subheading. So now we are only going to provide with our introduction, and also remember introduction, that's where now you must write the definition of the concept and the study. So now in this regard, we can define what we call quality management under introduction, and we can say that quality management normally it's where accountability within each and of the business functions is accommodated. We are saying that this is accountability within each of the business functions are actually taken into account. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the body part. The body part, if you still remember grade 12, I told you that each and every subheading builds our body part. So now here we are going to distinguish between the quality management and the quality of performance. So now when we talk of the quality management under this regard, we check the techniques or tools used to design or improve the quality of the product. So here we check tools or techniques used to achieve the quality of the product. But when it comes to quality performance, we check performance per department, performance per each and every business department. Okay, right. So now, grade 12, let's move on to the next bullet. We have to explain how businesses can apply the PDCA model steps to improve the quality of their product. So now, grade 12, if you still remember, P stands for plan, and D stands for do, and also we have C stands for check, and then also we have A, which stands for an act or an action. Okay, right. So now let's check how plan can actually be approached. So when it comes to plan, business should identify a problem. The business should always identify a problem. They must plan and identify a problem. So now, when it comes to do, the business should implement the processes and systems. So that's what we're actually referring to when we say business do. And also we have a check. So it means that business should always use data to analyze the results of a change. So now whenever the business uses data to analyze the results of a change, then we categorize that under check. So we also have action. So now action is the last one. So action, that's where the business should continuously revise its processes. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next bullet. We have the question that reads, discuss the impact of total quality management if poorly implemented. Grade 12, if you still remember this question, almost in each and every question paper of business studies, this question is always there. So it means that it is so important for you, grade 12s, to always equip yourself with strategies or steps or methods or styles on how best you can actually approach this question. Because the moment you don't understand this question, it means that you will score low marks, because it does appear almost in each and every question paper. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's share. So now if what the total quality management is poorly implemented, it means that there will be setting unrealistic deadlines that may not be achieved. And then also it means there will be a decline in productivity because of a stop age. Okay, right. So now let's check how best we can advise businesses on the quality indicators of the following functions. We have the marketing function. Grade 12, remember, when we talk of these functions, we normally refer to departments in the business. So it means here we are addressing the department of marketing as well as the department of administration. So now let's check under marketing function. Under marketing function, we are saying that this increasing the market share. This increase what increase the market share, and also constantly reviewing constantly reviewing value issues. So you are saying that they should always constantly reviewing or reviewing value issues, reviewing value issues. And also under administration, we're saying that they should use modern technology efficiently. They must know how to handle modern technology, because technology now, it plays a major role as we speak now. That's where now, if businesses are not getting along with the current use of technology, it means that now it is going to be a challenge for that particular business to make profit or become successful. Because remember, grade 12 under economics, under business studies, when we say business is successful, we refer to nothing but attainment of profits. Okay, right now under administration function, we are saying that businesses should use modern technology, and also we are saying that they should handle complaints quickly and effectively. Whenever there is a complaint, that complaint should be addressed in a quick manner, and also it should be addressed effectively. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to our conclusion. Remember, I told you that whenever you conclude, you should make sure that the points that you are going to touch on under your conclusion, you haven't listed them anywhere under your body part or your introduction. So now when we conclude here, we can actually say that businesses should always set targets. They should always set targets or measuring performance so as to making sure that they take corrective measures. I'll go again. I'm saying that businesses under this regard should always set targets or measuring performance and taking corrective decision. So that is our conclusion. So grade 12, at this juncture, I would love to say thank you very much. Surely you enjoyed the lesson. Okay, right, grade 12s. We are together again today, grade 12s. Okay, we are going to discuss business paper 1 written last week, Friday. So now remember, grade 12s, I always tell you that whenever you are dealing with business studies or even with other subjects, make sure that before you can land into any answering type of question, you should make sure that you understand all the sections and what is expected of you. And also the information and instructions should always be taken into consideration. Okay, right. So now the structure of the paper looks as follow. We have section A, of which it comprises of 30 marks questions, which are compulsory. And then we have section B. Section B, you are always given 3 questions, and expectation is to choose only 2 questions, of which one question carries 40 marks. So all in all, under section B, expectation is to answer 80 marks questions. So lastly, we have the last section, which is section C. So under this section, we have 2 questions, and expectation is to answer only 1 question, of which it carries 40 marks. So all in all, if you add them, then they will take you to 150. Okay, right. So now, I always encourage you guys to engage in the elimination method whenever you are dealing with the multiple choice question. So always bear that in mind. Okay, right, grade 12. So now we have question 1, and question 1 reads as follows. In particular 1.1, various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the question and write only a letter. An example is given there inside the bracket, where we have A to D next to the question number. Also, you have further given an example of 1.1.1 to 1.1.5. And the expectation is to answer this in your answer book. And the typical example is given there as a guide on how you must answer it. If you check there, we have 1.1.6 as option D. So there is a tendency of some of you guys, grade 12s, when you attempt to these multiple choice questions, you find that instead of only writing a letter, you even write the description given, of which that is totally wrong. It means that you would have failed to follow the given set of instructions and information. So in that regard, then it means you are going to score low marks, or you might be penalized. Because remember, grade 12s, following the information and instructions given on a paper, that is also part of the examination. That is why it is always apparent, or it is always very important to make sure that you follow the given set of instructions under each and every subject. Okay, right. So now we have 1.1.1. It reads as follows. This act outlines the minimum requirements for the employment contract. So now the act that we are referring to Basic Conditions of Employment Act. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.1.2. It reads as follows. The Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Disease Amendment Act, 1987, Act 61 of 1997, promotes safety at the workplace. So it means our appropriate answer is going to be B. Okay, right. So now moving on to 1.1.3, it reads as follows. Social vector of the pestle analysis posting a challenge to Rashid companies that we have A, customers are unable to afford their products due to low income levels, B, costs involved to obtaining trading license high. So also employees are unskilled and operate new equipment. For them, it's a challenge. Okay, right. So now if you still remember, the pestle can be considered as one of the business strategies that businesses should always use so as to make the analysis towards its operation. So now we have we have P, of which P it stands for political. It means that businesses should always pay attention to the politics. So the moment there is political unrest, that means that businesses are going to be negatively affected. As well, the business should check the economic factor of it,
Also, they must check the social of it. They must also check the available technology being used. Also, businesses should be legal. Also, the business should check the environment at which they do operate in. Okay, right. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be A. Okay, right. So now the 12th, let's move on to the next question. We have 1.1.4, of which it reads as follows. Businesses are required to contribute to the Dash Fund as a compulsory fringe benefit. Then the answer is unemployment insurance fund. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.1.5. It reads as follows. Astra Limited implement continuous skill development as a total quality management element when they are using the human resource department to address training needs. So it means our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be B. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question we have next question we have question 2. So now the question 2 that we do have, we should always make sure that we understand how to go through this set of question. Okay, right. Okay, grade 12.
2024. So now, if you still remember, the paper carries 2 hours with 150 marks. So now, grade 12, if you still remember, I always tell you that whenever you are writing business studies or even in other subjects, you should always pay much attention towards the information and the instructions given. So now, if you check the set of instructions given, it says this question paper consists of 3 sections and covers 2 main topics. So now we have 3 sections, which is section A, section B, and section C. So now if you still remember, section A is somehow very compulsory, and section B consists of 3 questions, and you are expected to answer only 2 questions and drop 1 question. So now moving on to section C, it consists of 2 questions, and you are expected to answer 1 question and drop 1 question. So now instruction number 2 reads as follows. Read instructions for each question carefully and take note of what is required. So now note is actually given there where it says that only the first 2 questions selected in section B and the first question selected in section C will be marked. So now I have seen most of you guys, you have the tendency of failing to follow the numbering system used in a question paper. So now if in a question paper, you have from question 1 up until the last question, which is question 6. You are not expected to mix the questions. Where now you find one is actually started with section A. From section A, now you jump onto section C. Then after section C, you start answering section B. No, that one is a total no. So now make sure that you follow the numbering system that is always used in a question paper. Don't come up with your own numbering system, because the moment you come up with your own numbering system, in that regard, it is going to negatively affect you. Okay, right. So now, grade 12s, let's move on to the third instruction. So now the third instruction reads as follows. So the answers, number the answers correctly according to the numbering system used in the question paper. No marks will be awarded for answers that are numbered incorrectly. Like enough, I did explain this. Okay, right. So now moving on to instruction number 4, except where other instructions are given, answers must be written in full sentences. So now no abbreviations are actually expected from you. Okay, right. So now also use the mark allocation and nature of each question to determine the length and detail of an answer. So now number 6, number 6 reads as follows. So number 6 says that use the table below as a guide for the mark and time allocation when answering each question. So now if you check section A, in particular question 1, it is allocated 30 marks and you're expected to spend maximum of 20 minutes. So now we also have section B, where it comprises of 3 questions, and remember you're expected to drop 1 question. So now on each question you're expected to spend 40 minutes maximum. So now the last one, we have section C, where it contains 2 questions, which is 5 and 6. So in the same manner, you're expected to spend 40, you're expected to spend 30 minutes. So now with 40 marks, and also section B, 40 marks, so which is 80 for section B and 30 for section A. And also lastly for section C, it's 40. All in all, it sums up to 150. Okay, right, grade 12. So now moving on to the next instructions, it says begin the answer to each question on your page. E.g. question 1, new page, question 2, new page, question 3, new page, or up until the last question of the newspaper. Okay, right. So now instruction number 8, you may use a non-programmable calculator. Then the last what instruction says, write neatly and legibly. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the first question. So now the first question says, so now let's check the first question. So now if you check the first question, it says section A, compulsory. Okay, right, grade 12. Okay, right, grade 12. So now grade 12, as I was actually saying that in section A, we are expected to answer 30 marks questions and spend maximum of 20 minutes. So now let's quickly go through our question 1. So now it says, or it reads as follows. Various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions, and choose the answer and write only a letter A to D next to the question numbers. So what I've seen and also what I've actually observed is that some of you guys, you fail to follow this instruction given. You find one select and select what, a letter here or the option. Then from there, after selecting the letter of the option, then you find that they also write words for that. So now that is totally out of order, because the moment you do that, you will negatively be affected. Okay, right. So now if you go through this 1.1, so now 1.1 reads as follows. This act promotes healthy relationship between the employer and the employees in the workplace. So now if you actually check the act that promotes what good rapport between the employer and the employee, or the act that promotes good working relationship, it's a Labor Relation Act. So now our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be C. Okay, right, grade 12. Now let's move on to the next question. The next question, we have 1.1.2. It reads as follows. The technicians at traders lack the skill on how to install new computer programs. So this is an example of a weakness on its own in SWOT analysis. So now our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be B. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question, which reads 1.1.3. So logistics operate in the sector as they deliver products to various customers. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be a D. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to 1.4. So now 1.4 reads as follows. It says that the human resources manager at Sunshine Consultants prepares a job analysis during the dash process. So now in this regard, our appropriate answer given the options is going to be recruitment. So now moving on to next question, we have 1.1.5. So 1.1.5 reads as follows: the dash function ensures that all documentation is kept neatly in an orderly manner and stored in a safe place. So now when we go through the given set of options, our appropriate option or correct option in this regard is going to be C. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. So now the next question reads as follows: complete the following statements by using the words provided in the list below. So now only write the words next to the question number. So you're actually given a typical example on how to follow what the instructions or the guidelines. So now in brackets, you are given 1.2.1 to 1.2.5, meaning you are expected to answer using 1.2.1, 1.2.2 up until 1.2.5 in your answer book. So now if you check inside the grid, inside this grid, we are actually given what the terms of the concepts. So now if you check, we have piecemeal, we have environment, we have performance, unemployment insurance fund, we have national skill development, we have management, we have economical human resources development, and as well as compensation fund and time related. So now the first question reads as follows: 1.2.1, state-owned traders uses packaging that is reusable when dealing with challenges posted by the pastel analysis. So now if you check, we use packages that is reusable when dealing with challenges posted by the pastel. In this regard, our answer is going to be economical. One can actually mistaken this with environmental, because this can actually be more or closer to environmental. But now let's check. This is a trader, and a trader is doing the packaging, because now this packaging, he's packaging the products that is going to sell. So in that regard, it means that money is involved in this regard. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.2.2. It says the DES strategy aims at increasing employee participation in lifelong learning. So in this regard, we have a national development, a national skills development. National skills development. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.2.3. The DASH is a compulsory benefit to offers short-term financial assistance to workers who are unable to work due to illness. So now this is nothing but unemployment insurance fund. Unemployment insurance fund. Okay, right. So now let's check 1.2.4. Quality dash refers to techniques and tools used to improve the quality of a product. So this is quality management. Quality management. Okay. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 1.2.5. 1.2.5 reads as follows. So now pillar manufacturers pay their workers according to the number of units produced. So this is known as piecemeal salary determination. Piecemeal salary determination. Okay, right, grade 12s. So now let's move on to the next question, which is 1.3. So now this 1.3 normally reads as follow. It says that choose a description from column B that matches a term in column A. Write only the letter A to J next to the question numbers. So 1.3.1 to 1.3.5 in the answer book. So an example is given there where we have 1.3.6 K. So now if you check, we have column A and column B. So now in column A, we have the concepts, 1.3.1 job description, 1.3.2 total quality management system, 1.3.3 National Credit Act, 1.3.4 backward vertical integration. And lastly, we have 1.3.5, which is learnership. So now grade 12s, whenever you answer this type of questions where you are given columns, where you have the descriptions and the concepts. So now you should make sure that you do what? You go through the set of explanations or definitions or characteristics or features given before you do your selection. So now in this regard, if you check 1.3.1, it says a job description. So now job description is nothing but this description of duties and responsibilities of a specific job. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be a G. Okay, right. So now we have 1.3.2 total quality management system. So now total management system focuses on managing key organizational processes. So meaning our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be F. So now let's move on to 1.3.3 where we have National Credit Act. National Credit Act protects businesses against reckless lending and non-paying customers. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is A. So now let's check 1.3.4 where we have backward vertical integration. So now the appropriate answer for this one is going to be H, where businesses take over their suppliers. So now we are going to have H as the appropriate answer. So now the last one, we have learnership in 1.3.5. So now 1.3.5, we are saying that learnership is a training opportunity that can lead to a recognized occupational qualification. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be C. Okay, right, grade 12s. So now let's move on to the next question. So the next question, we have question 2. So now remember, each and every question must commence on a new page. So now let's check the first one, the first question that we have in this regard. So now the first question we have in this regard, which is 2.1, it says list any 4 pillars of the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act. So now, if you still remember, you should always pay attention to the action verbs, because now most of these action verbs, they normally give us a lead on what we must actually write. So now one of the pillars of this broad-based Black Economic Empowerment, we have managerial control. Managerial control. So the second one, we have skills development. Skills development. And then another one, we have ownership. And then another one, we have enterprise and supplier development. We have enterprise and supplier development. So now, and then we also have socio-economic development or social responsibility. We have social responsibility. Okay, right. So now let's check 2.2. So now 2.2 reads as follows. Outline the role of setters in supporting the Skills Development Act. One of the roles of setters is to report to the Director General also promote and establishes learnerships, and as well as collecting levies and pays out grants as required. So now you're saying that here report to the Director General. Then the second one, promote and establish learnership. Promote and establishes learnership. Because of 6 marks, we are expected to have 3 points. Also, it says collects levies, and pays out grants as required. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to 2.3. So now 2.3.1, it reads as follows. Identify the types of defensive strategies applied by bricks manufacturers in each statement below. So now if we check 2.3.1, BM closed certain departments, which resulted in some workers becoming reluctant. So now this is nothing but destitute or divestment. Okay, so now let's check 2.3.2. So now it reads as follows. They sold some of their assets that are no longer profitable to pay creditors. This is nothing but liquidation. Okay, right, grade 12. Now, surely you guys, you have been following, and I can actually advise you to always make sure that you practice these concepts using a different set of question papers. Don't just prepare a day prior to the test that will be writing. Because now what I actually know and observe is that the moment you engage in or you apply or you put 30% efforts, you are going to get 30% results. But if you apply 80% efforts, you are going to get 80% results. Okay, so now grade 12s, let's move on to the next question where it says explain the advantages of intensive strategies. So now, one of the advantages of intensive strategies is that it increases sales and profitability. And the second one, it does eliminate competitors and dominate market prices. And the last but not the least, it actually regular sales to existing customers may actually increase. So now we're saying that increases sales and profitability. And then the second one, saying that the second one, eliminate competitors and dominate market prices. And then we also saying that Regular sales to existing customers, may increase. Okay, so now you're saying that the advantages of intensive strategies, one of the advantages, we are saying that increases sales and profitability. The second one, eliminate competitors and dominate market prices. The last but not the least, regular sales to existing customers may increase. Okay, right, Kratos. So now let's go through the given set of scenario. So now we are moving on to 2.5. So 2.5 reads as follows. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Fantastic Fries. So Fantastic Fries sells tasty fish and chips to various customers in the community. So now this is our first sentence, and then we name it sentence 1. So now the second sentence says, Neo Smooth Fries sells fish and chips at the lower prices to drive FF out of the market. So now this is going to be our sentence number 2. So now sentence number 3 says, some of FF customers buy in bulk to determine the prices in their favor. So now this is going to be sentence 3. So now the question says, identify 2 of Potter's 5 forces model that are applicable to FF. Modify your answer by quoting from the scenario above. So now if you check here, if you refer to sentence 1, we have the power of the buyers, and also the second one sentence shows the power of the competitors. But remember, Kratos, when you answer this, when you don't just write what sentence 1, you code it full sentence as it is, as it does appear. So now in sentence 1, you're saying that Fantastic Fries sells tasty fish and chips to various customers in the community. So now this one, we have power of buyers. So now we also have what? Power of buyers. So now we also have the second one where it says, Neo Smooth Fries sells fish and chips at lower prices to drive FF out of the market. So now this one is a power of a supplier. Power of, this one should be power of those who are selling the same product as yours, which is power of the competitors. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's move on to the next question. So now the next question reads as follow. We have what? We have question 2.6. So now 2.6 reads as follow. Explain the rights of employees in terms of the Labor Relations Act 1995, Act 66 of 1995. So in this regard, we are actually having 4 marks. So in these 4 marks, you are expected to give 2 points. So now the first point says employees may actually join a trade union of their choice. So now it is their own choice, and it is also their own rights to join any trade union that they want to join. Also, they embark on legal strikes as a remedy for grievances. And remember, the strikes should always be legal. When you are saying the strike should be legal, we mean that they should be given a document that shows that they are striking, and they shouldn't even damage properties. So now here we are saying that employees may join a trade union a trade union of their choice. And then the second one, embark on legal strikes, embark on legal strikes, embark on legal strikes, legal strikes is a remedy, for grievances. So now let's move on to 2.7. 2.7 reads as follows. So now discuss the penalties that businesses may face for non-compliance with the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Disease Amendment, which is QUEDA. Remember, QUEDA is there to make sure that those who are working for different set of companies, whenever they get whenever they get injured or injured at the workplace, or any accident, they should always be compensated for. So now let's actually check let's check out the penalties. One of the penalties, businesses can be fined for actually refusing to lodge the claim, and also they may be forced to pay any recovery costs required by the compensation fund. So now we are actually saying that businesses can be fined. Businesses can be fined for refusing, to lodge a claim. Then the next one, because of 4 marks, they may be forced, to pay, any recovery costs required by the compensation fund. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 2.8. 2.8 reads as follows: advise businesses on the strategic management processes. So we have 6 marks. So now in this regard, there should always be review of the vision statement, and also there should be a re-examined mission statement, and also they must take corrective action to ensure goals are met. Take corrective actions to ensure that goals are met. Second one, you're saying that review the vision statement. Review the vision statement. Also re-examine mission statement. Okay, right. So now let's move on to question 3. So now question 3 reads as follow. It says that business operations. So now let's check 3.1. So 3.1 says name any 3 aspects that should be included in an employment contract. So now the 3 aspects that should be included in an employment contract is job title, then probation period, personal details of the employees, and also the likes. So now we're saying that in this regard, we are saying we have what? We have job title, then also is saying that you have probation period, then lastly we have lastly we have personal details of the employees. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, which is 3.2. Elaborate on the meaning of placement as a human resource activity. So now if you check on this one, we actually have 4 marks. So now it means that you should give 2 points. So now the first point, we have a specific job is assigned to the selected candidates. So now the second one, you can actually say that selected candidates are placed where they will function optimally and add value to the business. So we are saying that the first one says a specific job is assigned to the selected candidates. Then also you are saying that a selected candidate or candidates are placed where they will function optimally, and add value to the business. Okay, right. So now let's check 3.3. So now 3.3 reads as follow. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. So now TAP manufacturer specializes in the manufacturing of high quality office chairs. So now TM advertised a vacancy for a production manager in newspaper. So now if you check here, we have sentence 1 and also sentence 2. So now let's check 3.3.1. It says, identify the method of recruitment used by TM. Modify your answer by quoting from the scenario. So now the fact that they advertise this on a newspaper, this one on its own, it is outside the business premises, which calls for external recruitment. So now let's motivate this. When we motivate, we are going to take what? We are going to take the second sentence, which says motivation. We have sentence 2. So sentence 2, remember you must write it full. You are saying that TM advertised a vacancy for a population manager in a news paper. Remember, I told you that you guys, you shouldn't actually write sentences. You should write those sentences in full, not as one, as two. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, which is 3.3.2. So now 3.3.2, it does read as follows. It says, explain the advantages of the recruitment method identified in 3.3.1, which is external recruitment. So now one of the advantages is that there's a larger pool of candidates to choose from. Then the second one, new candidates bring new talents into the business. So now we are saying that there is a larger pool of candidates to choose from. Okay, so now the second one says new candidates bring new talents into the business. New candidates bring new talents into the business. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 3.4. So 3.4 reads as follows: advise businesses on the reasons for the termination of an employment contract. So now an employment contract can be terminated when employees are decided to leave and resign voluntarily, and also if there is incapacity to work due to illness and injuries. So we are saying that employees decided to leave and resign voluntarily. Then the next one, we said that incapacity to work. Incapacity to work due to illness. Okay, right. 3.5, it reads as follows: outline the difference between quality control and as well as quality assurance. So now if you still remember quality control and quality assurance, so now this quality control, it is only done, the inspection is done on the final product, while under quality assurance the inspection is done during and after the processing of the product. So now we are saying that quality control, so inspection done on the final product, and then quality assurance inspection is done during and after production of goods. Okay, right. So now, grade 12s in this regard, you should always make sure that these are concepts, you pay much attention on them and understand how they normally operate. Okay, so now let's move on to the last question, which is question 3.6 in question 3. So now 3.6 reads as follows: explain the benefits of a good quality management system. So now, what are the benefits of good quality management system? One of the benefits is that time and resources are used efficiently. Also, vision or mission or business goals may be achieved. Also, it does improve business image as there are less returns or lesser defects. Okay, right? So we're saying that time and resources are used efficiently. So we have vision, mission, business goals may be achieved. Then the last one, we are saying that improves business image as there are less defects or returns. Okay, right. So now we are saying that one of the benefits of good quality management system is that time and resources are used efficiently. Vision and mission and business goals may be achieved. Also improves business image as there are less defects or returns. Okay, grade 11s. Now let's jump on to question 3.7. So now if you check 3.7, it reads as follow. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. So now if you check this scenario, we are actually being told that the management at Timol Enterprise set unrealistic deadlines that may not be achieved. This is our sentence 1. So now the second one says the business is about to close down because of the mismanagement of funds. So this is our sentence 2. So also it says investors have withdrawn their investments due to decline in profits. So this is what our sentence 3. So now the question says, which is 3.7.1, code the impact of total quality management if poorly implemented by businesses from the scenario above. So now if we check here, our appropriate answer in this regard is going to be sentence 1. So sentence 1 reads as follows: the management at Timol Enterprise set unrealistic deadlines that may not be achieved. So that is one of the example of management when it's poorly implemented. And also the second sentence which says the business is about to close down because of the mismanagement of finances. So now, grade 12, remember, you write the sentences in full. You don't write S1 and S2. Kindly write those sentences in full. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, which is 3.7.2. Explain any other impact of TQM if poorly implemented by businesses. So now in this regard, we are saying that if TQM is poorly implemented by different set of businesses, they are going to have high staff turnover because of poor skills development. And also, there's actually going to be a decline in production or productivity because of stoppages. So now you're saying that we are going to have high staff turnover, high staff turnover because of poor skills development. So now the next one, we said that decline in productivity because of a stop page. Because of a stop pages. Okay, so now let's move on to the next question, which is 3.8. So now 3.8 reads as follows: advise large businesses on the advantages of adequate financing capacity as TQM element. So now adequate finance capacity as one of the TQ elements specifies that it can actually can afford product research or market researchers so that they can gather needed information, and also can afford to purchase quality raw materials and equipment. So now we are saying that it can actually afford product research or market researches to gather information, and also can afford to purchase quality raw materials and equipment. Okay, right? Saying that can afford to purchase quality raw materials and equipment. Then the second one, can afford product research, or market researches, market researchers to gather information. So we are saying that can afford to purchase quality raw materials and equipment, and also can afford product research or market researchers can actually gather needed information. Okay, thank you very much, grade 12s. Let's move on to the last question in section section B. So now this section B, which is in what question 4. So now in particular, we are going to look at question 4.1, where it says, name any 4 provisions of the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. And now one of the provisions is overtime, hours of work, leave, as well as public holidays. So we are saying that here we have what? We have hours of work. We have leaves. Then we also have public holidays. Public holidays. And then lastly, we have overtime. Okay, right. So now let's check 4.2. Read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Ammonia Trading Enterprise sells a variety of products to different outlets. So now this is our sentence 1. So now it also says ATE always receives stock late from Freddie as a wholesaler. So this is going to be our sentence 2. And the last one reads as follows. AT is experiencing a decline in sales due to unproductive employees. So now this is going to be our sentence 3. So now the question reads as follows. Quote 2 challenges for AT from the scenario above. So now also if you check 4.2.2, it says classify the challenges according to relevant business environments, and also state the extent of control over each and every business environment. So now if we check the first word, we check the first sentence. It says that Ammonia Trading Enterprise sells a variety of products to different outlets. So now also the second sentence says AT always receives stock late from Freddie wholesalers. So it means Freddie wholesalers in this regard is the supplier, and this falls under market environment. So now here we have the challenge as sentence 2. So now here we have what? We have a market. But remember, grade 12, you don't write sentence S2. You write the whole sentence exactly the way it does appear. So now here, this business have semi control. So now you also have the last sentence, which is sentence 3. And also, you should always bear in mind that whenever you're answering this particular type of question, you write the full sentence the way it does appear in a scenario. Don't shorten it, don't remove, don't add. So now if you check here, it says AT is experiencing a decline in sales due to unproductive employees. So now this is going to be micro environment. And if you still remember, under micro environment, business are having full control. Why are they having full control? Because most of these components are components that are found inside the business premises, unlike other environments with the likes of a macro, where most of them are the components that are found outside the business premises. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, grade 12. So now the next question that you move on to is 4.3. So now 4.3 reads as follows. Discuss the advantages of the Employment Equity Act on businesses. So now if you check this Employment Equity Act, it promotes equal opportunities and fair treatment in the workplace. And also, it does encourage consultation between employer and the employees. And also, it does impact positively on what? On Black economic employment ratings for businesses. So, okay, right. So now we are saying that it impacts positively, on Black economic empowerment ratings, Black economic empowerment ratings for business. Okay, next one. It said that promotes equal opportunities and fair treatment in the workplace. Fair treatment in the workplace. So now also encourages consultation between employees and employers. Okay, right. So now let's move on to 4.4. Advise businesses on the steps in strategy evaluation. So now steps on this strategy evaluation, you must actually decide on the desired outcome. Also set specific dates for control and follow up. We are saying that decide on the desired outcome, and also we are saying that set specific dates for control and follow up. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question, which is question 4.5. So now 4.5 reads as follows. Name any 4 sources of internal recruitment. So now the sources of internal recruitment, we have the likes of a word of mouth. We also have internal bulletins. We also have internal emails. We also have websites to staff. Okay, so we're saying that word of mouth, we also have internal bulletins, then we have internal emails, then lastly we have websites to staff. Okay, so now let's move on to 4.6. So now if you check 4.6, it reads as follow. Naido, it says Naido Construction. So Navo Construction has appointed Litabo as their new truck driver. So the management of NC prepared an induction program for Litabo. So now let me actually do this. We have sentence 1. So now here we have sentence 2. So now the program included a tour in the premises. So now this is sentence 3. So now we have also the following. They ensured that Litabo settles in quickly and works effectively. So this is going to be sentence 4. So now the last sentence says information about their businesses, products also inform the part of the program. So now we have what we have sentence 5. So now it says that code 2 aspects of the induction program from the scenario above. So now our aspects that we have here in this regard, we have the third sentence where it says the program included a tour of the premises. So now we are saying that this is going to be sentence 3, but remember you write it in full where you are saying that this is going to be a tour included in the business. So now also I was saying that another one, it's the information about their business products also form part of the program. So now also it means that sentence 5 should also be included. So remember, grade 12s, you don't write S3, you don't write S5, but you write full sentences. So now here you are going to write this sentence as it is. You don't subtract anything, you don't add anything. So now lastly, you're also supposed to write this sentence 5 exactly the way it is, without adding, without subtracting. Why should you write the sentence exactly the way it does appear? It is because of this word code. Remember, grade 12, I told you that you should always make sure that you understand the expectation of each and every action verb, because the moment you fail to understand or interpret the action verb, then you are going to face some sort of difficulties or some sort of challenges. Okay, right. So now moving on to question 4.6.2, it reads as follows. Explain other aspects that must be included in the induction process. So now other aspect that should be included is overview of the business and also safety regulations and rules. So now you're saying that here it should be what? Overview of the business. And also we have safety regulations, and rules. Okay, right. So now let's move on to question 4.7. 4.7 reads as follows. Discuss the quality indicators of the purchasing function. So now one of the quality indicators of the purchasing function is to buy raw material in bulk at lower prices, and also have a great understanding of supply chain management. So now you're saying that they should do what? You're saying that they should actually buy raw material, in bulks at lower prices, and also have a great understanding of supply chain management. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the last question in question 4, where it reads as follows. 4.8, advise the businesses on the role of quality cycles as part of the continuous improvement to processes and systems. So now reduce the cost of redundancy in the long run, also increase employees' motivation, as well as reduce costs in the long run. Okay, right. So we are saying that reduce costs of redundancy in the long run, and also increase employees' motivation or morale. Employees' morale or motivation. Okay. The last one, reduce costs in the long run. Okay, right, grade 12s. So now let's move on to section C. Okay, right. So now, grade 12s, whenever you are answering this section C, I always tell you that these bullets already are the guidelines on what you must do. So now if you check here, these guidelines are the ones that are going to build your body. But you shouldn't write a word body. You just write this as subheadings on your body. So now what you must do in this regard, you should only introduce what is subheading for introduction. And also you must also introduce a subheading for conclusion. Remember, under introduction, you define what you define a concept under study. So now under conclusion, you conclude writing your own opinion. And then also when you write your own opinion, make sure that you avoid repetition of repetition points. So now in this regard, you must avoid repeating points time and again. Okay, right. So now let's check here. You say question 5 reads as follows. Business environment legislation. Businesses are required to have a sound knowledge of the Consumer Protection Act, 2008 Act 68 of 2008. They must also observe consumers' rights as outlined in Consumer Protection Act. So now also the implementation of this act may have direct impact on business operations. Hence, businesses must know how to comply with the act. Okay, right. So now in this regard, you are going to define Consumer Protection Act. Remember, Consumer Protection Act, we refer to a law or a rule or regulation that protects the rights of each and every consumer in the market. The moment as a consumer you are in the market to buy your goods and services, or you are in the market to do window shopping. So now this act protects you. So now that's the definition that you should actually write. So now let's check the purpose of this act. Why do we have this act? What is this act aiming at? So now this act, in most cases, it is aiming at improving the level of rights at the workplace, because it has been noted that most of the consumers or most of the buyers are disadvantaged whenever they get to the market, because now you find that the tellers or the sellers, a different set of markets, they don't treat these buyers or consumers in a rightful manner. Okay, right. So now also we must check the rights of consumers in the workplace. I mean, in the marketplace. Okay, right. As a consumer at the marketplace, you have a right. You have a right of buying each and every product of a higher quality. So now also you have a right to return the product if you are not happy with that particular product that you actually bought. And also you have a right for each and every seller in that particular market to be honest to you. And also you have a right to be treated with respect and the likes. Okay, right. And also let's check the impact of Consumer Protection Act on businesses. How is this Consumer Protection Act going to affect different set of businesses? Remember, the moment we talk of this word impact, you are actually expected to come up with the advantages as well as the disadvantages. So it means that in this regard, you are going to take into account the positive impact as well as the negative impact. So now, if consumer are always protected at the workplace, I mean, they are protected at the marketplace, it means that they are going to be willing to come to your business to buy on daily basis. They can even go out there and market your business because of the way you care for them. So if as a business there's that customer care where you are actually respecting the rights of the buyers, they can even market on your behalf. Just a word of mouth where people will be saying good things about your business. And in that regard, it means that the business image and the business reputation is going to be enhanced, or it is going to be improved. Okay, right. So now let's check what the last one, where it says recommend ways in which businesses can comply with the Consumer Protection Act. So now this act, they are actually being revised on yearly or on early basis. So now businesses, in order for businesses to comply with this act, they should make sure that they respect whatsoever the guidelines that are given in a handout for this particular act. Okay, right, great talks. So as I did say that under conclusion, you are expected to give your own opinion. But when you are giving your own opinion, try by all means to avoid repetition of points, because the moment you don't avoid repetition of points, in that regard, you are going to lose points unnecessarily. And also remember, in conclusion, you don't get 1 mark. It's either you get 2 marks or you go home with 0. So now the marks allocation under introduction, you have 2 marks. So now also under conclusion, you are going to have 2 marks allocated for conclusion. Okay, right, great talks. So now let's move on to the last question of the paper, which is question 6. So now question 6 reads as follows: business operation or human resource function. Okay, right. I always appreciate that human resource function, the major mandate of this human resource function is to deal with the hiring of staff and the firing of staff. Those are the major mandate of this human resource function. Okay, right. So now, Christoph, let's check the set of scenario given. It says that businesses follow the correct selection procedure to appoint suitable candidates to fill the vacant positions. So they also ensure that interviewer understands his or her own role before conducting interviews. Others offer fringe benefits as part of their remuneration package. So additionally, they have a sound knowledge of the legal requirements of an employment contract. So now in this regard, remember I told you that these bullets, they compromise of a body. So now make sure that you don't write a word body in your body whenever you are writing the essay under business studies, but make sure that you write these bullets as your subheadings. So now in this regard, it means that here you are going to introduce an introduction of 2 marks. So now also you are going to introduce a conclusion of 2 marks. So now if you check here, remember I said that under here you just define what a term or a concept under study. So in this regard, you are going to define HR. So now here under conclusion, you write your own your own view or your own opinion. Okay, right. As I did say before, that when we talk of a human resource function, human resource function will refer to a department in the business that deals with hiring of new staff and that deals with firing of staff. Okay, right. So now let's check the first bullet. It says outline the selection procedure as a human resource activity. Guys, if you still remember, whenever they say a job space at any particular institution or at any particular organization, you are expected to do what? You are expected to submit your CV. So now after the submission of the CV, that's where now the business is going to be in the position to do what? To do the screening. They are going to screen to check, are you qualifying according to the job specification? Because in most cases, job specification is given out, but you find that people who don't qualify, they just submit their CVs for consideration. So now selection takes place there. So now whenever you see the job description says that in this particular post, we need a female, but you find that there are those males who are applying for that particular post, then the screen is going to be done there. Then after the screen is actually been done, then they'll go through the CVs of those that have actually applied. Then they will select the best candidate that fit the position under consideration. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next bullet, explain the role of the interviewer before the interview. So now as the interviewer, remember you are one of the panels that is going to ask questions to whosoever that is seeking for a new employment. So now in this regard, as the employer, as the interviewer, you are expected before you can actually administer the interview to draft the questions that you are going to ask. And also you must identify which venue are you going to use. And also you must check the time of the interviews and the likes. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next bullet, where we are going to check the fringe benefits. Discuss the impact of fringe benefits. So now when you talk of these fringe benefits, these are the benefits that you actually get, or the remuneration that you actually get, or the compensation that you actually get after actually working for a company for a certain time period. So now one of the fringe benefits is medical aid. So now medical aid can actually help employees to easily go to different doctors whenever they are not feeling well. Okay. Also, one of the fringe benefits can be company car. So now, as an employee, sometimes a company can actually give you a car that to say that, okay, use this car as a benefit because now you struggle with a transport to come to work. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the last bullet. So now the last bullet says advise businesses on the legal requirements of employment contract. What are the legal requirements of the employment contract? Remember, when we talk of employment contract, we talk of a document that is actually written and signed by the employer and the employee. And this document normally specifies the time frame that an employee is going to work for this particular organization. Okay, right, grade 12. So now let's check the conclusion. So now when we check the conclusion, remember we said that you should always write your own words. The moment you fail to write your own words, then in that regard, you are going to score low marks. And also, if you don't write your own words, make sure that you avoid repetition of points from the body that you have actually done, also from the introduction. So now grade 12s at this juncture, I would love to say thank you very much. You guys don't stop revising business studies. You see, now you are already done with the prelims, with prelims paper 1, but you are not yet done with a final examination for business studies paper 1, grade 12. So I advise you to use different resources. Don't rely on the district resources. You can only use those resources whenever you are expected to answer questions. Remember, the expectation is to give back the notes that you have been given. But for your own broader knowledge, make sure that you visit different set of the resources. So at this point, I would like to say thank you very much. Hopefully you does go code to consumer rights in terms of the National Credit Act 44 of 2005 from the scenario above. So here I'm going to first talk of a word code. Then from there, I'll come to National Credit Act. So now a word code, if the question requires you to code, the expectation is that you just go straight to the given scenario or go straight to the given information. Then you take those sentences exactly the way they appear. You don't adjust up, you don't adjust down. So in that regard, would have quoted according to the expectation of a question. So now moving on, we have National Credit Act. National Credit Act is the act that protects both the credit offers business as well as the clients who are borrowing money. So now this act says that before any credit offering business issues out a credit to any client, they must first check the client credit worthiness. Does a client qualify for such credit to be granted to them? Because some of the businesses, they normally issue out loans to even clients that are blacklisted. So now this act says that no, if a business and you are dealing with issuing or lending of money to clients, first make sure that if this appropriate candidate to give out such monies. Why is that the case? Because if a client is not a credit worthy person, the business will end up losing a lot of profits. In return, the business will end up being unsuccessful, and then it will end up being insolvent, or it will actually shut down. Okay, right. So now here, if you quote, we have a sentence. The business, I mean, the question says, quote, to consumer rights in terms of the National Credit Act. So when I give the answers, I'm going to give the answers based on sentences. This is the sentence number 1. This is the sentence number 2. This is the sentence number 3. And this is the sentence number 4. So it means in this regard, we are going to take sentence number 3 and sentence number 4. Sentence number 3 and sentence number 4 are our appropriate answer. So we take sentence 3 and 4. So sentence 3 reads as follows. EB ensures that their clients receive information in an understandable language. Meaning if they use English, they make sure that they communicate with the clients using English. If they use any vernacular language, in the same manner, they make sure that they do communicate with such clients using the language that is appropriate to them, either be Sotho, Tswana, Xhosa, and the likes. So now, the last one, which is sentence number 4, they also allow clients to access and challenge their credit records, which is also very understandable. So now let's move on to 2.5.2. Discuss the impact of National Credit Act on businesses. If the question says discuss the impact, it means that you should consider both positive and negative. Take into account both positive and negative. And also, if the question says discuss, it means that you should go as deep as you can. Don't just point out some aspects, just go deep as much as you can. So in this regard, the marks allocated for this question, we have how many marks? We have 6 marks. So remember, 1 point normally carries 2 marks. So in this regard, we are going to take 2 positive as well as 1 negative. So now we have 2.6. We have 2.6. So 2.6, you are expected to have 3 points because of 6 marks. So now the positive one, let me start with positive. We have positive impact. The positive impact businesses should always lower bad debts, resulting into better cash flow. How can we name our customers bad debt? You can be called bad debt if, as a customer, you have been given a grace period to settle the debt that you have in a business, but now you fail to comply or you fail to pay whatsoever that you're supposed to pay. So the business end up saying that, so now since you promised to pay your debt within this time period and you failed to pay that debt, now we call you a bad debt. So now here we are saying that lower bad debts resulting in better cash flow. Remember, when we are saying that a business should always lower bad debts, we mean that they shouldn't just give up on someone who is owing their business. They should make sure that they make proper follow-ups up until the person is able to settle whatsoever they owe the business. Also, the business should make sure that they minimize issuing out their stock to customers without paying for them. So now, in that regard, it means that whatsoever cash that they will be receiving, either it can be inflow, because whatsoever they will be receiving is cash inflow. So in that regard, it is going to increase. And the moment the cash inflow is high, then they are going to have enough or reasonable profits. And also they should minimize the cash that goes out of the business, meaning there should be a minimal cash outflow. So now, moving on, guys, we also have what the business should always protect, again, be protected against non-paying customers. So now here, protects businesses against non-paying customers or consumers. So now let's move on to negative impact. How is this going to affect the business in a negative way? So now, business can no longer carry out credit marketing. Businesses can no longer carry out credit marketing. Okay, right. So thank you very much, grade 12s. Now we can move on to the next question. The next question, we have landed on question 2.7. And question 2.7 addresses the issue of POTAS 5 forces model. So also this is the model or the theory that businesses normally engage in, so as to collect as much profits as they can. And the person behind this theory is Mr. Potter. Okay, right. So now we have the question that reads as follows: advise businesses on how they could apply the flowing forces of the POTAS 5 force model to analyze their position in the market environment. Okay, so now we should also take into account the meaning of a wet market. When we talk of a wet market, we refer to what, or wet market environment empowerment. So now, as a reminder, again, remember this legislations were actually established by ANC in 1994 after it came into power. So now that is just a reminder. Remember what I always tell you, grade 12s, that before you can engage into answering questions, you must first make sure that you go through the examination instructions and information. Why is that important? Because understanding the examination instructions and information is part of the examination. Okay, right. So now I'm not going to go through the instructions because they are always the same. There are no changes. So section A is always compulsory. Section B, you're always given 3 questions and you're expected to answer only 2. So now also in section C, normally you are given 2 questions and the expectation is to answer only 1 question. Okay, right. So now jumping on to question 1, in particular 1.1. Various options are provided as possible answers to the following questions. Choose the answer and write only letters from A to D as indicated there as an example. Next to the question numbers 1.1.1 to 1.1.5 in the provided booklet. So I know some of you have the tendency of selecting the letter. Then after that, you also write the option given. No, it shouldn't be like that, because the moment you do that, you are going to lose marks unnecessarily. Okay, right. So now 1.1 goes as follows. This act creates a framework for acceptable employment practices and safety regulations in the workplace. Remember what I always tell you, answering multiple choice, it's very, very tricky and easy if you know the proper style or proper strategy that you apply. So I normally encourage my learners to opt for elimination method. Elimination method, you compare all the given options, then you select the best out of those given options. So now this act creates a framework for acceptable employment practices and safety regulations in the workplace. Option A, we have basic conditions of employment act. What does it entail? What is the purpose of this act? This act normally set the minimum standards for employment contracts. So we have the conditions there that we will discuss later. So number B, we have compensation for occupational injuries and disease amendment act. So now this act pays much attention towards employees who get injured at the workplace. I know there are those employees who normally get injured driving company cars or having company resources and not performing the duties that they are ought to perform. So in that regard, the company doesn't compensate. It does compensate if the employee got injured at the workplace, or if the employee is not inside the premises of the workplace, but should be performing work-related duties. So number C, we have Consumer Protection Act. Consumer Protection Act is the act that protects the rights of consumers or the rights of those who buy goods and services. So lastly, which is option number D, we have Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act. So this act addresses the issue of inequality. So in particular, this act promotes fairness at different set of workplaces. So this one of broad-based Black economic empowerment, was also established so as to amend Black economic empowerment, because Black economic empowerment was somehow sidelining other aspects. So now the proper option here is B. Proper option is B. So now moving on to the second question, which is 1.1.2. Bravo Limited used Dash as broad-based Black economic empowerment pillar when they requested their Black employees to participate in the decision-making process. So remember, grade 12s, what I did say in the beginning is that make sure that you apply elimination method if you want to score full marks in section A. Remember, section A comprises of 30 marks. So now option A, we have ownership. And then if you still remember, before this act were introduced, Black population was somehow affected or were not given that much privilege when it comes to ownership of land, ownership of property. So now we have B, which addresses the issue of enterprise and supply development. So now also before ANC came into power or came into leadership, Black people were disadvantaged. They were not even given that platform to supply other businesses. And also number C, we have skills development. So now skill development, this one or this pillar takes into account the enhancement of skills for those employees that are already employed. So it does only cater for people who are already at the workplace, people who are already working. So before ANC came into power, most people, in particular Black people, they were not given that particular platform to exercise the enhancement of their skills or to improve the level of skills that they were possessing. So now we have option D. Option D is management control. So Black people also, before ANC came into power, during that apartheid era, they were not allowed to occupy any managerial positions. They were always down there where they report to any management, either be first line management, second line management, and top line management. But now broad-based Black economic empowerment, it does take into account these four pillars, where they do believe that Black people also should be given that chance to perform those aspects that were expected for them to perform. So now, if we check the question, it says, Bravo Limited used the Dash as a broad-based Black economic empowerment pillar when they requested their Black employees to participate in a decision making. So this decision making normally takes place under management control, meaning our best option here is number D, which is management control. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.13. Dyna Automotors operate in the Dash sector as they manufacture luxury cars. So now options that we have: A, we have economic, B, we have secondary, C, we have primary, and D, we have tertiary. So now under business studies and economics, the moment we speak or mention a word economy, it means that price has to be paid. And then we have B, we have secondary. Secondary is a sector where processing of goods and services normally take place. And then number C, we have primary. Primary here we refer to nature. So we take into account those goods and services that are taking nature form. And then we have tertiary. Tertiary, we normally refer to what? We normally refer to services, and services like communication, healthcare facilities, schooling, and the likes. So now, if you compare the given options, the appropriate answer here will be B, because B takes into account the manufacturing of luxury cars, meaning here we process luxury cars. I know one can actually ask, what is this sector? Sector we refer to a portion of the economy, or the portion of economic activity. So now it means that in economy, we have a different set of the portions that address different set of goods as well as services. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be B. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.1.4. So 1.1.4 reads as follows: the process of matching an employee's skills and abilities with the requirements of a job. So now the options that are given, we have A, recruitment, B, we have selection, C, we have placement, and D, we have induction. So now, when we talk of the recruitment, recruitment is when the company is actually looking for a new candidate to fill the gap. So now, when looking for a new candidate to fill the gap, there are different set of platforms where a company can advertise such opportunity to be given to a proper or excellent candidate, if any. So now we have different set of this recruitment. A company can advertise the post internally, or it can advertise it externally. When it does advertise internally, it means that it can put on the notice board, the advert on the notice board. Also, the advert can be sent to different personal emails, because the company possesses the information of its workers. So now we also have selection. So now selection also is actually being done after the submission of the CVs to check who qualifies best, or who is the best candidate for that particular position. So now we have placement. Placement normally it takes place after the interviews and after the induction. Now is when a person or the candidate starts his duties. So induction is actually orientating a new candidate to know all the corners of the company. Also, it introduces this new candidate to already existing members of that particular company. So now, the matching of employee skills and ability with the requirements of the job normally can be addressed under the placement. Because as much as I explained what recruitment entails, selection entails, and induction, the appropriate answer can be C. Thank you. So now let's move on to the next question. Next question, we have 1.1.5. A dash function is responsible for keeping documents orderly in a safe place. So the first one, or the first option, which is A, we have administration. And normally administration deals with paperwork as well as filing such data work, as well as the information pertaining to an improvement that can take a company to the next level. So now we also have a purchasing function. So this one of purchasing function, normally it focuses on buying the vectors of production or the inputs that a company is going to engage in whenever they process or produce or manufacture their goods and services. So now we have the general management. General management, here we refer to the process of planning, organizing, leading and controlling organizational resources so as to achieve the planned goal of the business. So now we also have D, which is public relations. So this one of public relations is the department in a company that makes sure that they release presses to the public. They make sure that they improve the relationship between the company as well as the society where the company is operating in or from. So now in this regard, the appropriate answer for 1.1.5 is going to be A, which is administration. Okay, right. So now in this regard, after you have actually completed all your multiple choice questions, go back again to recheck if whatsoever options you did choose are the appropriate ones. Remember, the major motive or the major aim of writing this question paper is to maximize marks as much as we can. If possible, we should always aim at getting 100%. Because getting 100% under business studies, it is very, very easy, just like stealing a candy from a child. So now we are done with our 1.1. So now let's move on to 1.2. Remember, guys, under 1.1, each question carries 2 marks, meaning you have already now scored what? You've already scored 10 marks out of 30. So now let's jump onto 1.2. Remember, yes, you should always time yourself whenever you're writing business studies paper. And you shouldn't panic at all, because the moment you panic, you are going to miss it or lose it. Because most of the answers here are pretty close, similar to one another. So now 1.2 reads as follows. Complete the following statements by using the words provided in the list below. Write only the word or words next to the question numbers. And you are given an example there is 1.2.1 to 1.2.5 in the booklet answer book provided. So remember, before you can even jump onto reading the questions given, make sure that you understand the concepts given in this box. We have fair and honest dealings. So this fair and honest dealings, you know, this is one of the rights of buyers, or one of the rights of consumers. So we also have description, and description, remember, this is part of what this take part of under recruitment, because when we talk of description here, it is in relation with what? In relation with the duties that an employee should perform at the workplace. So now also here we have performance, and this performance that we are referring to, we check how each and every department do perform their duties, their mandate. If it's the Department of Administration, they should make sure that they deal with documents in a proper manner and they do the proper filing. And also, if it is a Department of Purchasing, they should make sure that they buy the factors of production or the inputs that are appropriate, or the inputs that are of a good quality to produce goods and services of a higher quality. So we also have salt. So now here under salt, normally it is an analysis. So now this analysis, it gives a business strength to make more profit if the business does understand what they're supposed to do. For a typical example, we have S. S stands for the strengths of the business. The business should know where they possess more power. So they should always take advantage of the power that they possess so as to improve the level of profits that they have actually anticipated, or the level of profits that they want to attain or they want to achieve. So now we also have the weaknesses. So the business also should be in the position to spot out the weaknesses that they have. The moment they are able to spot out the weaknesses that they have, they can actually apply more of the strengths that they possess to beat or outweigh the weaknesses or the failure that they do have. So now also the business should always navigate or should always sense out the opportunities that they can have. So now it means that they must always make sure that they apply the strength to do what? To make sure that they do what? Pursue, or they do follow those opportunities that they do have. Now we have threats. So now this one addresses the issue of competition. Many in the business should be in the position to know their competitors, because competitors are very powerful. Some of the competitors, they use non-pricing method to improve their level of production. So now, if the business is aware of the move of the competitors, in that regard, they'll make sure that as well they improve on their level of profits collection. In most cases, as a business, we shouldn't aim for sharing the market. The business should always aim at having the larger market share, because the moment a business possesses larger market share, that is the indication that it will make reasonable profits. And it is not easy for any business to possess a larger market share when they didn't or when they didn't do the assignment. How can they do the assignment? They can do the assignment and overdoing what? Overdoing the research, or over undertaking the research. They must know the type of the product the competitor is selling. They must know the suppliers of the competitor. They must even know the behavior of the customers of the competitor, so that when they draft their move, they already know that the competitor normally takes this move. So now they can develop a move that is much stronger than the move of a competitor. That's how powerful SWOT analysis is. Okay, right. So now I was just making an example on how best you should understand this concept before you can jump onto these questions. So now let's move on to 1.2.1. 1.2.1, N exercised her right to dash as stipulated in the Consumer Protection Act. So 2008, Act 68 of 2008. When she requested a written quotation from Ditto Trading. So in this regard, if you compare the options given here, Anna exercised her right to choose. So meaning the appropriate answer here is what is right to choose. So here we have what? We have choose. Okay, right. So now let's move on to what? Let's move on to the next question, which is 1.2.2. 1.2.2 reads as follows. Double Z Butchery bought Mike Cattle Farm to have greater control over the supply of meat products. So this one, before you can even finish it, it calls for backward strategy. So now let's proceed. This is known as the, now we check if ever we have backward strategy given. So now, okay, it's there. We have backward vertical strategy. Meaning here, the appropriate answer for 1.1.2 is going to be what? Is going to be backward backward, vertical, backward vertical strategy. So now let's move on to 1.2.3. Value trading compiled a dash analysis to identify good practices and challenges within the business. This one, as I was actually explaining, it does call for what you call SWOT. So here, our appropriate answer here is going to be SWOT. Okay, right. So now let's move on to the next question. The next question reads as follows. The job dash outlines the minimum acceptable qualifications, and skills needed for the job. So grade 12, remember we have two types of job analysis. The first type that we have is a job description, and job description normally addresses the issue of performance as well as the issue of duties, for the candidate. And when we talk of job specification, it does specify what is needed for that job, the skills as well as the qualifications needed. So in this regard, our answer is going to be specification. So meaning here, we have specification as our appropriate answer. We have specification. We have specification as our appropriate answer. Okay, right. Hopefully, grade 12 at this juncture, now you have acquired a lot. Remember, I told you, as much as you'll be fighting over time, as much as you'll be fighting to write or to complete each and every question within the stipulated time, also make sure that whatsoever you write is something that is understandable. So now the last one, we have 1.2.5. It does read like this. Quality dash can be obtained if all departments work together for the same quality standard. So remember, I did explain this performance. I said that each and every department should be in the position to know their mandate. They should be in the position to know what they are supposed to be doing. So now here, the appropriate answer that we have under this regard, we have performance. Okay, right. So now grade 12s, we are done with our 1.1, 1.2. So it means that you have already collected 20 marks. You have already collected 20 marks, and you are now left with 10 marks before you get to 30 marks for section A. And remember, the expectation for section A is to get everything correct, not to even leave one. So now let's actually move on to the next question, which is 1.3. So in this 1.3, choose a description from column B that matches a term in column A. Write only the letter A to J next to the question number 1.3.1 to 1.3.5 in the answer book. So an example is given there as 1.3.6K. So now this question or this type of question, if you are not careful, it can somehow be very tricky. So now we shouldn't be actually excited when it comes to the selection. Say, already I know this concept in column A, it does match with this description in column B. No, make sure that you go through whatsoever description given and also go through the concept given. For typical example, if we check 1.3.1, we have what? We have Black economic empowerment. And Black economic empowerment, as I said it in a previous question, I said that it was somehow benefiting only some few people who were somehow disadvantaged. That is why I told you that broad-based black economic empowerment came into existence so as to fill up whatsoever the gap that was left by black economic empowerment. So now, if you go through the options given, the appropriate option for our 1.3.1 is D. So our appropriate answer here is D. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.3.2. So 1.3.2, it addresses the issue of strategic management process. So now, to be strategic in a business, it means the business should always take into account the action plan. They should have the plan. Where are they going to start? And also, how are they going to implement the plan that they already have? So now, if we check the options given, the appropriate answer for this question is E. So meaning E is what? Developing an action plan that includes tasks to be done. So we have E as our appropriate answer. Okay, right, grade 12s. So now moving on to the next question, we have 1.3.3. 1.3.3, we have time related. And time related is what is an example of type of the remuneration or the reward that are given to employees after they performed their duties or after they have rendered the service. So now in this time related, we have two types of rewarding employees. The first one, we have time related, and the second one, we have piecemeal. So time related, an employee is actually being compensated. After doing the work, the employee is compensated according to the number of hours they spend at the workplace. But now when it comes to piecemeal salary, that one, employees are normally compensated based on the number of units they produced. So in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be F. Employees are paid for the number of hours that is spent at the workplace. So now we have our 1.3.3. The answer that we have is F. So now moving on to the next question. Next question, we have what do we call screening? And normally screening, it is done after the submission of the CVs. After the submission of the CVs, that's when screening is actually taking place. So now, the screening does help to separate the candidates who doesn't meet the requirements to those, or with those who does meet the requirements. So now, if we check the options given, we have G, candidates who meet the minimum requirements are separated from others. So meaning in this regard, our appropriate answer is going to be what? Is going to be G. Okay, right. So now moving on, grade 12 to the next question. We have 1.3.5. 1.3.5 addresses the issue of public relations department. When we talk of the function under business studies, normally we refer to the department. So now remember, I told you that this is the department that promotes healthier or harmonious relationship between the business as well as the community where that business does operate from. So now if we check the options given, the appropriate answer here is B, where it provides regular and positive press releases to the public. So meaning here, our appropriate answer, grade 12, it is actually B. So now we are done with our section A. And remember, I said the major aim of this section A is to collect each and every mark that will come across. Meaning we are not expecting you guys to score less than 30 because the total marks that are allocated for the whole section is 30 marks. And we have seen, if you have been following that, to attain such marks, it is very, very easy as well as simple. So what you must do is to make sure that you manage your time as well as understanding as well the questions that you are dealing with. And before you can move on to the next question, you should always make sure that you do what? You proof check what you wrote. Don't just move on to the next question before proof checking what you wrote. Because sometimes you may think that you answered the question in the appropriate manner, while in actual fact you did the opposite. Okay, so now we are now in section B. Remember, I did some scrutiny on section B, and I said that section B, in most cases, you are given 3 questions, and the expectation here is to select only 2 questions. And when you select those 2 questions, select the questions that you think you have studied them properly, or the questions that you know very well that you understand them very, very well. And if you can actually check or still remember, in most cases under question 2, we can have quality performance, and also we can have HR, and also we can have business strategies. Okay, so now let's check 2.2.1. Name any 2 types of defensive strategy. So before you can actually come up with a type of defensive strategy, you must know the meaning of defensive. Under which circumstance should the business defend itself? It means the business can defend itself when it is going down. And how can we say the business is going down? When the business is not generating enough profit. And remember, when you talk of the success of the business, in most cases, we pay attention towards the generation of the profits. So in this regard, if we have 2 types of defensive strategy, if the business is going down, they have different set of options. Option number 1, they can what? They can retrench. Retrenchment. It means here, if the business was having a lot of staff, they must cut their staff members. And the moment they cut their staff members, it means now they are also going to limit the level of spending. So now another strategy that the business can engage in is what we call liquidation. Liquidation is when a business, with liquidation, we check how fast assets can be turned into money. So now it means that in this regard, the business has to do what? The business has to sell some of its assets so as to give money. Okay, so now we are done with what? We are done with 2.2.1. So now we can actually move on to 2.2. So now 2.2, we have what do we call diversification strategy. So also grade 12s, you should be in the position to know under which circumstance a business should employ or should practice this style. The business can practice diversification style or diversification strategy when it does want to increase the margin of the profits collection. So it means if they want to improve the margin of profit collection, they should engage either in new products, either in they modify the existing product so that it can be of a higher quality and be appealing to the customers. So now diversification, in short, it means that you shouldn't put your eggs in one basket. Make sure that you concentrate on different aspects. So in this regard, a business should concentrate on different products, whether they introduce a new product or they modify or they improve the quality of the product that they are already having. So now here we can have what? We can, let me go to the blank page. So we have 2 points. We have 2.2. So 2.2, they can increase sales and business growth. How can they increase sales and business growth? They can increase sales by introducing new products or by modifying the products that they are already having. So now if you check your marks, we have 6 marks. Also, the business should improve its brand as well as image. Improvement of the business brand, improvement of the business brand, and image. Okay, so also moving on to the third point, because if you check the allocation of marks there, we have 6 marks. The business also should reduce the risk of relying only on one product. They should reduce the risk of relying only on one product. So I think I did explain this one. So let's move on to the second question. I mean the next question, sorry. So now we have 2.3. Identify the pestle elements that pose a challenge to semi-traders in each statement below. Guys, if you still remember, this pestle is one of the analyses that a business should take into account or pay attention to the moment they want to improve the level of profits that they normally collect on daily basis, weekly basis, fortnightly, monthly basis, and even yearly. So now here we have P. P stands for political. It means that businesses should always pay attention to the level of politics. Are there any political unrest or political rest there? Because the moment there are political unrest, chances are very, very high that businesses won't collect or attain the profits that they've actually anticipated. But now, if there is a political rest, it means that in that regard, businesses can perform towards their full capabilities or towards their full potential, because now the politics or the level of politics do allow them to perform such. So now also we have economic. Also we have economic. Also the business should always pay attention to the economic activities that are taking place in that particular country or in that particular location, because the moment the economic activities are not well, people are not working there, there are high levels of crime and the likes, that one on its own also is going to affect the way the business operates in that manner. So now also we have social. So this social, this S stands for social. It means that businesses, wherever they do operate from, they should pay attention to the society that is located there. And if you still remember in the previous questions, we did indicate that this social, normally it is addressed by public relations function or public relations department. And also we have what? We have technology. It means that businesses should keep up with current technology, because the moment they don't keep up with current technology, they'll be beaten by rivals, they'll be beaten by competitors, because most of the businesses, they have engaged their activities or they've channeled their activities towards technology. If you check even how they advertise their product, some of or most of the businesses, they normally go for internet to advertise the product, or they normally go for social media to advertise their product. So now massive marketing in most cases, lately or recently, it does take place under technology. Also legal. L stands for legal. So it means that businesses should be legit, and they should always understand, and they should always know the legal precautions or what the rules and regulations that are taking place in that particular country or in that particular location where they operate from. So it means that the moment they are in a position to understand the rules and the regulations, for typical example, if they know they should always pay tax, and the type of tax that they know they pay is company tax, and also the percentage that they pay. Those are the aspects that businesses should always pay attention to, because the moment they fail to pay attention to that, some businesses end up being penalized because of not paying tax. That is why it is very, very important for most of businesses to take into account the legal aspects that should be followed in a particular economy or in a particular country. So now the last one, we have environment. Also, where the business operates in, it should make sure that it doesn't pollute the environment. They should try by all means to avoid polluting the environment, because the moment they pollute the environment, that on its own, it is going to affect the place where they operate from. What I have actually seen, most of the businesses here in South Africa, what they do, they engage into projects where they help the community to transport their products or their waste to the recycling companies. And if a business you do like that, you are going to have a lot of customers, because lately most of the communities, they have engaged into recycling businesses, and they recycle for the survival of their families. So as a business, make sure that you always chip in there so as to help them to improve their standard of living or their well-being. Okay, right. So now, having explained all of the aspects or the vectors that appear under PESTLE, now it is going to be very easy for us to engage into these questions that follow: 2.3.1, 2.3.2, 2.3.3. Okay, the first one, we have many customers cannot afford their products due to low income levels, resulting in a decline in sales. The moment it does addresses the issue of customers, this one calls for what? It calls for social. I explained it already. Thanks. So now, moving on to the next aspect, we have 2.3.2. They do not have internet facilities to cater for customers who prefer to make online purchases. So this one, because of internet facilities, we can say it calls for technology. Technology. Okay, right. So now moving on to the next aspect, we have 2.3.3. Semi traders can no longer afford to deliver goods due to the increase in the fuel prices. So this one calls for economical. Because remember, I said the moment you talk of economical, it means that the price should be there. Thank you very much, Great Hoffs. So now let's move on to 2.4. So 2.4, you are expected to explain the steps in strategy evaluation. Here, you must know the meaning of evaluation and the meaning of strategy. So this is our 2.4. And also should be in the position to check the allocation of marks, because allocation of marks can work as a guide for you to write what the question expects you to actually write. So now you should always examine the underlying basis of business strategy. Examine the underlying basis of business strategy. Examine the underlying basis of business strategy. Okay? Business strategy. You already what? You already collected 2 points. So now the second one, set specific dates for control and follow up. Set specific dates for control and follow up. 2 marks again. So now the last one, the business should always compare the expected performance with the actual performance. The business should always compare the expected performance with the actual performance. So now we are done with what? We are done with 2.4. Now we can move on to the next question. The next question, we have 2.5. So 2.5, always make sure that you read the scenario to understand. Don't just scrutinize the given scenario. Because what I have actually observed, most of the grade 12 learners, what they do, they scrutinize instead of reading to understand the concept, of which in most cases they go wrong there. So now, read the scenario below and answer the questions that follow. Excel Bank, which is EB. Excel Bank offers various products to prospective clients. So Excel Bank offers various financial products to prospective clients. So this one on its own, before you can even jump onto any question, it does operate under tertiary sector. Okay, right. So now the bank conducts an affordability assessment before credit is granted, which is good. And the bank ensures that their clients receive information in an understandable language, which is good. They also allow their clients to access and challenge the credit records. Wow, I love this business. So now the first question goes, which is 2.5.1. It does go code to consumer rights in terms of the National Credit Act 44 of 2005 from the scenario above. So here I'm going to first talk of a word code. Then from there, I'll come to National Credit Act. So now a word code, if the question requires you to code, the expectation is that you just go straight to the given scenario or go straight to the given information. Then you take those sentences exactly the way they appear. You don't adjust up, you don't adjust down. So in that regard, you would have quoted according to the expectation of a question. So now moving on, we have National Credit Act. National Credit Act is the act that protects both the credit offers business as well as the clients who are borrowing money. So now this act says that before any credit offering business issues out a credit to any client, they must first check the client credit worthiness. Does a client qualify for such credit to be granted to them? Because some of the businesses, they normally issue out loans to even clients that are blacklisted. So now this act says that no, if a business and you are dealing with issuing or lending of money to clients, first make sure that if this appropriate candidate to give out such monies. Why is that the case? Because if a client is not a credit worthy person, the business will end up losing a lot of profits. In return, the business will end up being unsuccessful, and then it will end up being insolvent, or it will actually shut down. Okay, right. So now here, if you quote, we have a sentence. The question says, quote to consumer rights in terms of the National Credit Act. So when I give the answers, I'm going to give the answers based on sentences. This is the sentence number 1. This is the sentence number 2. This is the sentence number 3. And this is the sentence number 4. So it means in this regard, we are going to take sentence number 3 and sentence number 4. Sentence number 3 and sentence number 4 are our appropriate answer. So we take sentence 3 and 4. So sentence 3 reads as follows. EB ensures that their clients receive information in an understandable language. Meaning if they use English, they make sure that they communicate with the clients using English. If they use any vernacular language, in the same manner, they make sure that they do communicate with such clients using the language that is appropriate to them, either be Sotho, Tswana, Xhosa, and the likes. So now, the last one, which is sentence number 4, they also allow clients to access and challenge their credit records, which is also very understandable. So now, let's move on to 2.5.2. Discuss the impact of National Credit Act on businesses. If the question says discuss the impact, it means that you should you should consider both positive and negative. Take into account both positive and negative. And also, if the question says discuss, it means that you should go as deep as you can. Don't just point out some aspects, just go deep as much as you can. So in this regard, the marks allocated for this question, we have how many marks? We have 6 marks. So remember, 1 point normally carries 2 marks. So take 2 positive as well as 1 negative. So now we have 2.6. We have 2.6. So 2.6, you're expected to have 3 points because of 6 marks. So now the positive one, let me start with positive. We have positive impact. The positive impact, businesses should always lower bad debts, resulting into better cash flow. How can we name our customers bad debt? You can be called bad debt if, as a customer, you have been given a grace period to settle the debt that you have in a business, but now you fail to comply or you fail to pay whatsoever that you're supposed to pay. So the business end up saying that, so now since you promised to pay your debt within this time period and you failed to pay that debt, now we call you a bad debt. So now here we are saying that lower bad debts resulting in better cash flow. Remember, when we are saying that a business should always lower bad debts, we mean that they shouldn't just give up on someone who is owing their business. They should make sure that they make proper follow-ups up until the person is able to settle whatsoever they owe the business. Also, the business should make sure that they minimize issuing out their stock to customers without paying for them. So now, in that regard, it means that whatsoever cash that they will be receiving, either it can be inflow because whatsoever they will be receiving is cash inflow. So in that regard, it is going to increase. And the moment the cash inflow is high, then they are going to have enough or reasonable profits. And also they should minimize the cash that goes out of the business, meaning there should be a minimal cash outflow. So now, moving on, guys, we also have what the business should always protect, again, be protected against non-paying customers. So now here, protects businesses against non-paying customers or consumers. So now let's move on to negative impact. How is this going to affect the business in a negative way? So now Business can no longer carry out credit marketing. Businesses can no longer carry out credit marketing. Okay, right. So thank you very much, grade 12s. Now we can move on to the next question. The next question, we have landed on question 2.7. And question 2.7 addresses the issue of POTAS 5 forces model. So also this is the model or the theory that businesses normally engage in so as to collect as much profits as they can. And the person behind this theory is Mr. Potter. Okay, right. So now we have the question that reads as follows: advise businesses on how they could apply the following forces of the POTAS 5 force model to analyze their position in the market environment. Okay, so now we should also take into account the meaning of a wet market. When we talk of a wet market, we refer to what, or wet market environment.
It's towards the advantage of the black people or disadvantaged people. Okay, so now legislation, in short, we refer to rules and regulations set by the government. So now in these legislations, we are going to discuss 8 legislations. We're going to discuss Skill Development Act, Labor Relations Act, Employment Equity Act, Basic Conditions of Employment Act, Compensation for Injuries and Disease Act, Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act, National Credit Act, and lastly, number 8, Consumer Protection Act. So now below, or these are the questions that can be asked under these acts. But remember, we are going to split them. We are going to start with Skill Development Act, then we shall discuss up until the last act. So now the impact of recent legislation on businesses. So now the question can come that says outline or describe or explain or discuss the purpose of all Skill Development Act. You will still remember, when we talk of the Skill Development Act, we talk of the act that has been established so as to enhance the skill of people who are already employed. So this one shows that people who are not already at the workplace, they don't form part of this Skill Development Act. So now we're going to check the purpose of this act. Why is the act being established? What are the objectives of establishing this act? What are the aims of establishing this act? What was the government expecting to achieve when developing this act? So now, number 1, the act was developed so as to enhance the skills of people in South Africa in order to improve productivity. So now when we talk of the productivity, we refer to the rate at which goods and services are being produced, or the manufacturing, how these goods and services are actually being produced. So now this act, remember, from the start I said that these 8 acts were established by what? By ANC after it won the elections. So this act specifically, they addresses issues that are taking place in South Africa. not issues that are taking place outside South Africa. So now the second one, this act invests in education and training of workers. Remember, at different workplaces, you find that some people, yes, they were hired long back with the matric certificates, but now the world keeps on changing. We are living in a technological world now. So now people are not exposed to technology. They encounter challenges when it comes to the production of goods and services. So now to prevent firms from firing people, then the firms were forced to do what? To give them the in-service training. In-service training is a training that you actually get while you are already employed. So now this act also was channeled on education and training of workers. So moving on, this act was put into place so as to improve the chances of getting a job for previously disadvantaged people. Previously disadvantaged people here we refer to people who are vulnerable. People who are very liable to any attack. So now when we are actually saying that chances of getting a job, and one might ask that, but from the start you said that the act was established so as to enhance the skills of people who are already employed. Yeah, here when we say chances of getting a job, we mean that moving from one job to the next. So now moving on, this act was also established so as to encourage workers to participate in learning programs. So this act, as I have said earlier, the major aim was to enhance the skills of those workers who were disadvantaged in terms of qualifications and the likes. So now it gives them the insight, training. They don't pay anything. The company is the one that has to contribute 1% of its profits towards to the SETA. But we shall go into details when we get to how SETA is actually being funded. So moving on, we have the redresses imbalances of past through education and training. So now, as I've actually said, in the past, Black people were somehow disadvantaged. So now this act was established so as at least to reduce the education gap between white people and Black people. Remember, in the past, white people used to be more educated than Black people. And also, if you check in the past, most of management positions were only occupied by white people, while the Black people were somehow disadvantaged or sidelined. Then we shall go deeper when we are dealing with broad-based Black economic empowerment. So now moving on, this act was established so as to encourage businesses to improve the skills of their workers. What can be the impact when businesses improve the skills of their workers? It means now the rates or the way goods and services were produced, now production is going to be more advanced because now people will have new knowledge on how to produce goods and services. Even the understanding of the teamwork now will be more easy. People can integrate well with other people instead of only thinking that production of goods and services is self-centered. Okay, moving on. Number 2, discuss or explain or evaluate the impact or positives or advantages of the Skill Development Act on businesses. So in most cases, when the question says give the impact and just says impact, the expectation is that we should take into account the bad and the good of the act. But now here the question is straightforward. It says that we discuss the impact of the positive impact of Skill Development Act on businesses. How is this Skill Development Act affecting the businesses? Is there any growth in businesses after the implementation of Skill Development Act, or there's no growth? So that's what we're actually going to go deeper into to check how this affected the operation of the business. Remember the major aim of operating into a business, just to make profit. Other aims or other objectives, yes, they just come as control variables, but the major aim is to make profit. So now we are going to check if this Skill Development Act really helped businesses to succeed, meaning really helped businesses to attain or collect more profits. So now we are going to check the positive side of it, meaning we are going to check that indeed this Skill Development Act really helped different set of businesses to achieve their mandate of making or attaining profit. So number one, training employees to improve productivity in the workplace. So employees are already trained. They have acquired different set of skills. So now when they produce goods and services, they are going to apply the advanced knowledge, meaning now the approach is going to be totally different from someone who didn't have that much skills. So moving on, it promotes self-employment and Black entrepreneurship. So now self-employment, we refer to what? We refer to the entrepreneurs. And these entrepreneurs in particular, we take into account the entrepreneurs of Black people. So an entrepreneur or an entrepreneurship, we refer to what? Entrepreneurship, we refer to the process of combining all vectors of production to come up with profit. So here, vectors of production, we refer to land, we refer to labor, we also refer to capital. So meaning entrepreneurship entails those three aspects. So now there's no way that production of goods and services can take place without land. And also there's no way that production of goods and services can take place without labor. Labor here, we refer to what? We refer to physical effort or mental effort that can be put into place to produce goods and services. And also remember, under labor, we have different classification of labor. We have skilled labor, unskilled labor, as well as semi-skilled labor. So now an entrepreneur, we refer to someone who is actually not scared of taking any risk. Someone who's a risk taker, someone who's not afraid of losses. That is an entrepreneur. So also this an entrepreneur should be a brave person. Moving on, we have the increase in the return on investment in education and training, or increases the return on investment in education and training. Investment. When we talk of the investment, we talk of the multiplication of money. So now here, but now we say the increase on return investment in what? Education and training. Remember, when the businesses are issuing out or giving out these learnerships to their employees, they're expecting to get something in return. They don't just give out these learnerships because they want to give them out. No, it's because also they want to grow. They know very well that once those people are now having those much skills, they can be able to produce goods and services in an advanced manner. Okay, so now moving on, Workplace discrimination can be addressed through training. Discrimination is when you are judging other people in terms of the color of their skin, in terms of their appearance, on how they dress, in terms of the language, in terms of the age, and many more. So now, at the workplace, or also in terms of the possession of skills. So at the workplace, remember, most of the employees who are much qualified than others, they look down upon those who are not qualified. So now this act helps at least to minimize that gap of discrimination of people who are more educated than those who are not educated. So now these people who were much not educated, now they can at least be close to those ones who are much educated, and meaning now collectively the production of goods and services shall go smoothly. So now moving on to another aspect, we have workplace is used as an active learning environment where employees can gain practical job experience. So meaning now when now these employees are equipped with skills or knowledge, the approach towards the production of goods and services is going to be quite different. Now it's going to be more advanced. So they can also pass that particular skill to other people who didn't even get exposed to these learnerships. So now moving on, we have what? We have businesses could become globally more competitive, increases the number of skilled employees in areas where these skills are scarce. Okay, so now the moment businesses issue out Skill Development Act to its employees, it means that now these employees will be equipped with knowledge or skills, and now they can even produce goods and services using the latest technology. So the moment they can incorporate with latest technology, it means company brands will be more improved. And if the company brands is more improved, it shows that locally that particular company will be recognized. If it's recognized locally, then it can even do business internationally. That is why we're actually saying that business could become globally more competitive. So now moving on to the increase of number of skilled employees. Here, as I said earlier, some of the people were just employed using matric certificates. So now they were somehow disadvantaged. But now after acquiring this set of skills, now they can also go out there to market themselves if maybe they no longer want to work for this particular company. But in most cases, when employees have acquired skills, the expectation is to apply such skills into that particular business that offered them the skills. So people who come from rural areas or people who come from poor families or disadvantaged families, they were not even having enough money to fund their fees, especially people from rural areas. In rural areas, if you have discovered, most people in rural areas are such disadvantaged in a lot of aspects. So now moving on, encourages ongoing skill development and learning to sustain the improvement of skills development. These ongoing skills, we refer to in-service training. And if you still remember, I said in-service training, we refer to training that is being offered when someone is already employed. So now sustainability, we check the aspects that can last for a longer period of time. So now moving on, this act improves employment opportunities and labor movement of workers from previously disadvantaged groups So here, yes, sometimes you may find that a company can offer out SDA to the employees, but that doesn't necessarily mean that is binding for employees to work for that particular company for their entire life. They can work for that particular company, and at some certain stage, then they can leave and go for a greener pastures. Wherever they will be going, now they will approach life in a different set of manner, because now they will be equipped with skills unlike before when they were previously disadvantaged. Okay, moving on. Broad-based Black economic empowerment complaint businesses can improve their products or service delivery as they employ more skilled workers. So this one of broad-based Black economic empowerment is the act that particular was established for those people who are Black and were from disadvantaged backgrounds. So I'll go deeper when we are dealing with this act. So moving on, we have the negative impact. Remember, if you still remember, I said that the question can just say, discuss the impact of Skill Development Act on businesses. So now if it says discuss the impact, it means that this word impact engulfs negatives and positives. So, but sometimes you may find the question is straightforward. It says discuss the positive impact of Skill Development Act or any act. Just like this one, it says discuss the negative impact of the skill development on the business operation. If you still remember, I said it earlier that this act was originally established to empower these people who are Black to acquire a different set of skills so that they can produce goods and services in an advanced manner. And when they are now producing goods and services in an advanced manner, it means that also business operation is going to be affected. So now let's check the bad side of this act. Because if you still remember, each and every act, each and every aspect here in life has pros and cons. So even this Skill Development Act, it is bad on the side of the business as well. So now let's study and check how bad it can go. So it increases cost as the process requires large amount of paper work. When we say it increases cost, we mean the expenditures are going to be high on this, because a business, if you still remember, I told you that in order for a business to qualify to issue out Skill Development Act to its employees, it pays 1% of its profits. So now that 1% of the profit is money. If it wasn't issuing out that 1% of profits, it means that 1%, the business maybe was going to use it to engage in production of new products, to engage in expansion, engage in increment of workers' salaries and the likes. So also for a business to qualify to issue out Skill Development Act, it requires a lot of paperwork. It's not something that can take place overnight. So moving on to the next aspect, we are seeing that the implementation of the Skill Development Act can be difficult to monitor and control. Why are we saying that? Some of the businesses can qualify to issue out this Skill Development Act, and they can be given money to finance such training. Then some will find that instead of using such money to finance the training, they diverted the money into their own pockets. So this is what I've actually realized is taking place recently. Most of businesses, bosses, they concentrate on how well they can enrich themselves not how well they can improve the skills of their workers so that they can attain higher profits. So now also the implementation of this Skill Development Act, it needs sector, which is the sector training. Remember, for the sector to come there to ensure that your business is really implementing the Skill Development Act. It's not easy. It's not easy. Those follow-ups is not easy. And then the control also is not easy. Why are we saying it's not easy? Because it's time consuming. So moving on to another aspect, skills programs may not always address training needs of employees. Yes, this might be true because you may find that some of the employees, the skills that they were looking forward to enhance is not the one that is actually being provided. Because the employees, they can't choose for themselves the kind of training or the kind of skills that they want to acquire. So now you may find that the skills that skill development, but the waste of time. So skills, then the business also, you don't be able to collect that much profit because people still remain with the skills that they were hired with. Okay, so moving on to another aspect, we are saying that skills development leave could be an extra burden to financial struggling businesses. So now this skill development leaving, we refer to what? We refer to that amount that businesses contribute to the development, to Skill Development Act. And remember this amount, the business contributed to SETA, because SETA is the one that is responsible to monitor the implementation of Skill Development Act. So now, why are we saying this could be a burden? We are saying that this could be a burden to businesses that are not successful in terms of the collection or attainment of profits. So some of the businesses, you find that the profits that they are collecting, it's not enough. That is why you see a lot of businesses here in South Africa. They are stagnant. There's no growth. They can't expand. They can't engage into new products. Why? Because of the what? Because of the lack in terms of collecting much money from customers. So now remember, if you still remember, not each and every business can qualify to take part in this Skill Development Act. Only businesses that are able to have a payroll of 500,000, which is $500,000 on a yearly basis. Those are the only businesses that can qualify. So now you may find a business can only make that $500,000 yearly, and that $500,000 yearly, they take the percentage of it to pay to SETA. Then such businesses won't be able to grow because you may find that's the only amount that they are able to generate. Unlike businesses that can generate more than that, because there are some giant businesses that can generate a lot of money. So moving on, it may be monitored and controlled by government departments that do not have education and training as their key priorities. So this one, in short, you still remember, I told you that SETA is the one that monitored the implementation of the Skill Development Act. So now in that SETA, it is built of different bodies, and of which amongst the bodies in that SETA is what? Government officials. And yes, government officials, normally they are not known of well-deeds, but it's people's perception. It's not yet proven. So now these government officials, most of them you may find that they are not into improving the skill of those people who are already employed, but they are thinking of how well they can enrich for themselves. Because if you still remember, I think this is the sickness of Africa. Most African countries, government is always the one that is taking the front seat. So now if the government is not interested, such initiative end up failing, and people, they end up not enhancing their skill, and then businesses end up not being successful, hence the attainment of less profits. So now sector may not be well organized, and many courses offered by companies may not have unit standards that relate to the course content. So now this one, if you still remember, I said it before that SETA is built of different bodies, of which amongst those bodies, the government is the one that is taking the front seat. So now, if the government already, or government officials already are slacking in terms of delivering, or in terms of playing their roles, it means that it will affect also the performance of those ones that are involved in terms of the implementation of this Skill Development Act. So now moving on, we are saying that many service providers that offer training services are not SAQA accredited, meaning they are not legit. They are not legit. And you know, if something is not legit, then that is the sign of danger. It's like a fly by night. So now if this SETA involve bodies that are not legit, then it means it will have the negative impact on the operation of the business. How are we saying the negative impact? Because remember, for a business to qualify to take part into this Skill Development Act, they pay 1% of their what? Of their profit. So meaning that 1% of the profits will just be waste. Okay, so now moving on, many businesses may not support this government initiative. Yes, as much as I said it earlier, most African economies or African countries, they are led by governments, and governments are everywhere, every corner. You see the government. This like the economic system of South Africa. The economic system of South Africa is a mixed economy, meaning it comprises of market economy as well as centrally planned economy. If at least it was market economy, the government was not going to have that much say. But now, since it's a mixed, the government has that say. That is why you see there's no initiative here in South Africa, or some few of the initiative can take place without government intervention. So now sometimes government intervention is not good, because it is associated with what? With bad deeds. Okay, moving on. Employees are expected to attend learnership during work hours, which could affect the production process or productivity. Remember earlier on I said productivity, we refer to production of goods and services per person. How well one person can produce goods and services. And also, according to Basic Conditions of Employment Act, there are specified hours that a person must work per day. So now, which per day, according to Basic Conditions of Employment Act, a person is expected to work 8 hours. And if they can elapse that 8 hours only with 1 hour, which is 45, which is what? Which is 9 hours per day. So meaning each and every day, a person is expected to work an extra hour as overtime. So now, if when I as a person you're expected to work 8 hours, and you attend this training for 2 to 3 hours or 4 to 5 hours, it shows that now the company now will be in short of 1, 2, or 3 people to produce goods and services. And that one it will be affected. The level of goods and services will be affected. The volume that used to be produced in that particular day is no longer going to be the same. It's not going to be different, because now the number of people who was engaged in that production of goods and services has declined. Okay, moving on to another aspect. Costly for businesses to employ a person to implement or manage or control learnership. So now this one of the implementation of the learnership and the controlling of the learnership. Remember, I said it earlier, a business doesn't have any say in it. Only the setter has a say in it, and only the setter has the final word on how this Skill Development Act should be implemented. So now, if the business, say maybe the business wants to employ the next person to make sure that the monitoring or the control of learnership is taking place, it means that now business has to pay that person money from their own pocket. And if you still remember from the start, I said that businesses do pay 1% of their of their annual profit in order for them to take part in this Skill Development Act. So now, on top of paying that 1% of the profits, now if they pay another person, that this will increase the volume of spending. So now moving on, the time and money spent on improving employees' skills is wasted if they leave the business. This one is very painful. Imagine as a business owner or CEO, so you try by all means to improve the skills of your people so that you can attain success. And now, after some people acquired such skills, now they tell you, hey, we are resigning. We are going for greener pastures. Imagine the pay. Imagine the time spent there. Imagine the money as well. So that one on its own then will affect even the success of the business. Because now if you train this group, upon the completion of such training, they leave the business. Now also be forced to train other people. So meaning now if you train other people, now it's like now the business will only be engaged in spending training, train this group. When they are done, they leave. You train this group. When they are done, they leave. So that is why we are saying that this one also is somehow money consuming and time consuming. So now we are going to check discriminatory actions according to the Skill Development Act. What's no to this act? That's what this heading says. What the act says no. The act says no to preventing employees from signing for a learnership due to their age or position in the workplace. So now this act, it doesn't only cater for a certain specific group age. It should cater for each and every person, whether young or old. But the person, remember, here in South Africa, we have the range of what economically active people that is being considered as between 15 and 64. So now if someone's age falls within that interval, they qualify to take part in this Skill Development Act. But now you see some businesses, even though some people do qualify, they don't give them that chance to do what? To take part in Skill Development Act. But now they'll be looking for their relatives. They'll be looking for their friends. They'll be looking for whoever that is close to them. So now, moving on, we are saying that this act says no to unfair promotion of skills and if you are not trained to certain employees. If you still remember in some businesses, you find that the CEO has his favorite people. And then there are people whom he doesn't favor. They're not saying hate, whom he doesn't favor. So now this Skill Development Act enhancement, it should cater for everyone. whether you are being favored by the employee or not, you should be given that platform as well to do what? To acquire such skills, because you are all working for the what? Same company. And at the end of the day, if you all possess such skills, you'll be able to integrate in teamwork. And once you are able to integrate in teamwork, it means that there will be a flow of production of goods and services. Unlike expecting someone to play his role while when I, as a person, you are just seated there, say, oh, it's not my responsibility to make sure that goods and services are produced. It's the responsibility of the CEO. I'm waiting for CEO to tell me what to do. No, you shouldn't wait for a CEO to tell you what to do. The moment you get to work, go straight to your office. You know your rules. Don't bask under the sun. Don't move from office to office, gossiping or drinking tea. No. What you must do, you must perform your skills. And then at the end of the day, you do what? You enhance or acquire the skills. And remember, we said the skills shouldn't favor anyone. It should be a fair play. So now moving on, we are saying that this act says no to providing employment services for a gain without being registered as an employer. Meaning here, if a business is not registered, it can't take part in skill development training. So now businesses should be legit so as to take part in this skill development training. But you know, here in South Africa, even if some businesses are not legit or they are not registered, you find that they take part. Why? Because sometimes, somehow, things are not done properly. It's a matter of whom you know, who has that much influence. So there are some businesses that are not legit, but they know people in power, people who can have influence. And such businesses, you find that they take part in SETA or in this skill development training. So now SDA says no to such businesses. So okay, moving on. Furnishing false information in any prescribed document. Some businesses, even when they see actually that they don't qualify, what they do, they provide with fake information. They'll fake the profits that they are making. They'll fake the payroll. If you still remember from the start, we said that in order for a business to qualify for this Skill Development Act, it should be engaged in an annual payroll of 500,000. So you may find some businesses, they don't even attain such profits, or they don't even engage in such payrolls, but now they want to do what? They want to take part in Skill Development Act, not with the mentality of improving the skills of those who are working for them, but because they want that money. Okay, moving on. We have the penalties for businesses that fail to comply, because there are businesses that can qualify to take part in this SETA. But now you find that upon the receivement of such money to finance the training, instead of using that money appropriately, they divert it towards their own pockets. So now let's check what would be the charge if those businesses don't comply according to SETA or SDA expectations. So businesses that do not pay the skill development levy may not offer learnerships or claim grants from the SDA. Meaning businesses that qualify. Yes, you may find businesses can qualify, the paperwork may be compiled, but at the end of the day, if businesses fail to pay 1% of their annual payroll to what? To Skill Development Act or to SETA, then they do what? They do not they do not been offered such opportunity. So now moving on, a labor inspector could order the businesses to stop operating should the business be found guilty of illegal practices. Yes. This one, if you still remember, I spoke about legitness. Some businesses are legit, but now you find people who are working for such businesses. They are engaged in different set of illegal practices, things that are not transparent. So if the business is engaging in such aspects that are not transparent, then there will be a charge for that. So now we are going to discuss or check ways in which businesses can comply with the Skill Development Act. Meaning here we are actually going to say yes or merits to Skill Development Act. The Act says yes to the following. Remember, this Act has been established to enhance the skill of those people who are already employed. But those who are not employed, they are actually being sidelined. So now, in order for businesses to comply, in order for businesses to take part in this act, employers who collect pay should register with SETAs. Pay is P.1. So now, if you still remember, there are those employers who are taking the income tax from their employees. So now they submit such tax to SARS. So now here it says that employers who collect pay should register with SETAs. If as employer you are the one in charge of collecting that income tax, it means that you also can have that chance or platform to register with a SETA. So now, moving on, 1% of an employer's payroll has to be paid over to the SETA. So now this one, if you still remember, I've been stressing it a lot. So now, moving on to another aspect, businesses should register with SARS, South African Revenue Service, in the area in which their business is classified or in which their business is located. So in each and every province here in South Africa, the South African Revenue Service is there. So now businesses that are not collecting P.1, they are expected to go to close by SARS to pay what? To pay or register to take part in this. Okay, so now moving on, employers should submit a workplace skills plan and provide evidence that it was implemented. But actually we are saying that in order for a business to qualify to take part in this Skill Development Act, they should come up with a schedule of the skills that are lacking in their businesses. And how are these skills going to help the businesses to be successful? Remember, we said from the start, the success of the business rely entirely on collection of profits. So now moving on, businesses with more than 50 employees must appoint a skill development facilitator. Meaning if the business wants to take part in Skill Development Act and people who are nominated to take part are 50, the SETA can't really be dealing with 50 people. They should select the representative, someone who's going to represent them. Also assess the skills of employees to determine areas in which skill development are needed. Assess the skills of employees to determine areas in which skills development are needed. If you still remember from the start, it was said that the company should have a skills plan. How should they be able to schedule out the skills plan? They must check the skills that is lacking in their business. If in their business they lack the finance skills or the skills on how to handle cash, obvious, they should train someone on how to handle cash. Also, if in the business there is a shortage of marketing skills in terms of the promotional brand, also in the same manner, they should make sure that they train people towards what? Towards marketing area. Okay, moving on to another aspect, encourage employees to participate in learnerships and other training programs. This one also in the same manner, we have been stressing it a lot. So now moving on, provide all employees with the opportunity to improve their skills. So a company can only qualify to take part in Skill Development Act if it doesn't practice discrimination. Discrimination, remember, we said it's when there is somehow judgment of people in terms of age, in terms of skills, in terms of the color of skin, in terms of the language. So now each and every person that qualifies to take part in this Skill Development Act should be given that platform, should be given that opportunity, should be given that chance. That's what the Act is saying. So now, if that particular business doesn't discriminate, it gives each and every employee opportunity to improve their skills, then yes, they can be catered for. Okay, moving on. Business should register with the relevant setters. Relevant setters, why are we saying relevant setters? If you still remember, we said that there are setters that are not accredited with South African Communication Authority. They are not registered. Especially nowadays, if you can check, the scamming is taking place a lot. There are people who can just claim to form part of SETA, when in actual fact they are not accredited, and they come to your business and then they try by all means to lure you, you give out money, and then at the end of the day you end up crying after the loss. So now we are saying that in order for a business to be considered as a complying business in this act, it should be a registered business with an accredited SAQA. Okay, moving on to another aspect, we have a setter. We are going to check, where is this setter getting money from? How is it getting money? So if you still remember, before we can even look at some other set of funding, I said it earlier that setter also collects money from the 1% of annual profits from different set of businesses. So now let's move on and check. So discuss the function of setter. Okay, this one functions. Now let's look at the functions of setter. So the roles of setter is to report to the Director General. They report on what? They report on the progress of those businesses who have applied and who qualified to implement Skill Development Act. So now the setter will go to the field or on the field to check if these businesses are really able to do what? Are really able to implement such skills as planned, as scheduled by setter. So now after that, setter has to go and give a report to the Director General. So now moving on to another aspect, setter's function also is to promote and establishes learnerships, meaning they promote and they start learnerships. The business only submits the skill plans to SETA. So now SETA is the one that is going to establish these learnerships and make sure that they promote them. Business doesn't promote learnership. Business doesn't establish learnership. Their only mandate or their only role is only to submit the skill plan to SETA, so that SETA can be able to use that schedule of skill plans to establish learnerships. Then at the end of the day, they are able to promote. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that SETA collects levies and pays out grants as required. So now the levies that we are referring to a skill development levy, that charge of 1%. That 1% of profits, only SETA is entitled to take that money, not any other bodies. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that the function of the SETA is to provide accreditation for skills development facilitators. So now, these skill development facilitators, they are those people who are actually being trained by SETA. And SETA is the one that gives the right to say, okay, when I go to that particular company and check if those people are indeed implementing the skills plan that they have actually submitted to us. Okay, so now also these people, it's not just anybody who can just volunteer to go and say, oh, hey, since I know you, my brother or my sister or my uncle, you're working under SETA, may I just work here, maybe to volunteer, or maybe you can just give me something just for break after working. No, the facilitator should be accredited by the SETA, not the uncle. Okay, moving on to another aspect. So register learnership agreements or learning programs. So this one we have been stressing it a lot. Moving on to another aspect, approve workplace skills plans and annual training reports. So if you still remember, I said that businesses only submit to SETA the skill plans, the set of skills that are lacking in their businesses. And also they must outline that these skills that are lacking in our business are the ones that are delaying us from attaining success. So now, upon the submission of such skills to SETA, then SETA will sit down and then check if such skills are really worth taking. So now, after that, if SETA sees that the skills that the businesses have submitted are really worth taking, then they will approve and then they will issue out. They will do what? Then they will establish learnerships and then promote them. So now remember, we also said that SETA is the one that monitors the implementation of Skill Development Act. So now if SETA is the one that monitors the implementation of this act, it means that it also has to give a report. If you still remember the first one, we said that SETA report to the Director General. They just give a report after what? After making sure that they do what? They do follow-ups, they check, they monitor on daily basis or monthly basis or fortnight basis or after 6 months. But they make sure that at the end of the day, they compile a report for the whole year. Okay, so moving on, we are saying that the functions of SETA is to monitor or evaluate the actual training by service providers. So now these service providers we refer to businesses. Remember from the start, I said that some businesses may say that they are going to offer our Skill Development Act, or they are going to enhance the skills of their employees, but upon receiving money, that money now goes straight, or that money is actually now being diverted towards their own pockets. So now SETA is always there to check if such monies that that monies that are meant to enhance the skills of employees, they are not misused. Okay, so now moving on. Also, the function of SETA is to allocate grants to employers, education and training providers. SETA is the one to make sure that they give out money to finance this training. Remember, from the start, I said that the business, for it to qualify to issue out this skill development training, they must first what? They must first attain the profits of half a million, or have a payroll of what, half a million. Then if they have that payroll of half a million, then they have to pay 1% of their profits to what? To the SETA. Then SETA now will be the one to give what? To give money back to these particular businesses to make sure that they improve or they enhance the skills of those who are in need of enhancement of the skills, so as to improve the operation of the business towards success, of which this success is nothing but the attainment of profits. Okay, so moving on to another aspect, we are saying that the function of SETA also is to foresee the training in different sectors of South African economy. So now here, the sectors, we refer to different bodies like primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary sector, and the likes. So now, in primary sector, remember primary sector here is the sector that is involved in extraction and many more. So under primary sector, nature is taking a form here. So there are those people who are working under primary sector and they want to enhance their skills. So now they shouldn't be sidelined because they are working under primary sector and they're engaged in nature. No, they should also be given that platform to take part in what? In skill development training. So SETA also is there to make sure that even those people who are working under primary sector, those people who are working at the mines, who want to improve their skills, they are given that chance. Also, it is ensuring that those people who are involved in crops, there are businesses that are in crops and rearing of livestock, also they're given a chance to improve their skills, because now if you check here in South Africa, primary sector is the major contributor of GDP. They contribute more towards GDP, and of which GDP is the vector that can help us to measure whether the economy is growing or the country is growing. And remember, GDP gives out economic growth, of which economic growth we only consider the improvement in terms of production of goods and services by firms or businesses. So now also remember, I also touched on secondary sector. Secondary sector also, this is the sector that is engaged in processing goods and services or manufacturing goods and services. So now there are those people who are working in factories, and you find that these people, they have been working in factories for many years. They need also to enhance their skills. So now a SETA will make sure that even those people who are involved in factories, they are given a chance also to enhance their skills. Not always meaning if maybe they're machine operators, they remain machine operators. No, they should also enhance their skills so that also they become managers of tomorrow. Or those ones who are engaged in cutting cloth, they should also enhance their skills so that at the end of the day also they are sitting on machinery and fixing those cloths. So now moving on to another sector, which is tertiary sector. So now this one of tertiary sector, it is involved in services. So now here we are talking of the white collar jobs, of which it is much believed that in these white collar jobs, that's where the enhancement of skills should take place, which is not true. Each and every sector, people need to enhance their skills. As I have explained earlier, that under primary sector, that's where most of the South African GDP comes from. Meaning that's where most of the South African are employed. So now, if that's where most of South African are employed, it means that they should also focus on that primary, not only on white collar jobs like bonuses, education, and the likes. So now also those people who are involved under healthcare facilities and also education, they should be given a chance also to enhance their skills. Okay, so now moving on, we are saying that another function of SETA is to develop skill plans in line with the national skill development strategy. So now this one of national skills development strategy is a technique that the government has put into place so as to enhance the skills of South Africans nationwide. So now the SETA also, whenever it evaluates the skill plans from the service providers of businesses, it should also compare the national skill development strategy or technique that is in place for that particular year. So they shouldn't only check, okay, the business wants to improve this set of skills, why this one of national skill development strategy doesn't cater for such a set of skills. These skill plans scheduled by the service providers or businesses, it should form part of the national skill development strategy. In short, I'm saying that these skill plans, it should fall under the list of the skills that South Africa is aiming to achieve. So now moving on, SETA also draws up skills development plans for their specific economic sectors. Remember, economic sectors are, I said, we have primary, we have secondary, as well as tertiary. So now here, the SETA has its target sector. The target sector is the sector that maybe they want to improve. So them in that particular area or in that particular province, they will check the need of the skills. And then if they find, okay, we need these skills, also they must identify the sector. If maybe there's a need to improve the skills in tertiary sector, yes, they'll go for it. But now also if they see that there's a need to improve the skills under primary sector, also they must go for it. Remember, as I said earlier, the primary sector is the one that has employed a lot of South Africans. Here we have the mines, we have agriculture, we have fishing, and the likes. So now here, the SETA normally draw up the schedule or plan for their target sector. So now this target sector, it will depend according to province or according to what, or according to the municipality. Because now in different, as I have already said it, in different provinces and different municipalities, people do what? People do possess a different set of skills. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that this SETA provide training or programs for skill development facilitators. So now this one we have already discussed it. For sure now it's becoming monotonous. So now let's move on to another aspect. Okay, moving on to another aspect. SETA pay out grants to companies that are complying with the requirements of the Skill Development Act. So now this one also we have discussed. So now also it promotes learnership programs by identifying suitable workplaces for practical work experience. Remember this one, I told you that once the business or the service provider has submitted the skill plan to the SETA will evaluate such skill plan. Then after the evaluating such skill plan, then they do what? Then they'll check if such skills are worth taking. So now, how are these SETA funded? This one I've already explained, but now let me get into it. Skill development leave is paid by employees. 80% is distributed to the different SETA and 20% is paid into the National Skills Fund. Meaning from that 100% that companies have paid to issue out skill development authority, 80% will go to different sectors, while 20% it will be what? It will remain in the sectors pool so as to finance the enhancement of people's skills. So now also sector gets funding from donations and grants from the government or from the public. Whoever wants to donate to the sector, they are welcome. That's how sector makes money. Also, the surplus funds from government institutions. Some of the institutions from the government, they may be given the budget, but we find that after the fiscal year, they are still remain with some money they didn't spend. Then such money, they'll give it to SETA. So also funds received from rendering their services. Whenever SETA render services, they get paid. So now with that money that they get paid, they can also use to finance skill development. So now we are actually going to explain the National Skill Development Strategy and the Women Resource Development Strategy. So now skill development strategy and women resource strategy, they are more or less the same. Now we are actually going to check, or we are going to compare how they do differ. So now this one of a skill development strategy, it encourages good quality training, while this one addresses skill shortages in South Africa. So now moving on to the second one, this one, it provides for the participation of government, organized and business labors, while this one aims at achieving fast economic growth. Remember, economic growth, I said, is nothing but the improvement in terms of production of goods and services by different businesses or firms. So now also under NSDS, we are seeing that it improves social development through economic development. Economic development here, we check the growth or improvement of standard of living of the households or people or the inhabitants of that particular people. So here there are a lot of vectors that can tell us whether this economy is developed or not. So now here we can check the poverty line, we can also check the death rate, we can also check the birth rate, we can also check the life expectancy, we can also check the fertility rate and the likes. So now here it says that this one helps to alleviate poverty. When you alleviate poverty is when you get rid of poverty. So now also we are saying that this sector indicates how sector training authority should use the money allocated from the skill development levy. So I mean this one, it is associated with how well money is being spent. It actually check if this money is misused or used properly. So now under HRDS, it shows what? It shows short-term and long-term workforce skills. They check the short-term skills and then the long-term skills. So now remember, some of the employees, they only need short-term skills and others, they need the long-term skills. This ones of short-term skills can be those people who already attend some qualifications. Now they just want to some additional qualifications. While this one of long term, you may find they don't even have qualifications. The qualification that they have is only birth certificate. Yeah. Okay. So now moving on, we are saying that NSDS, it improves the access to training programs, while this one of HRES improve the supply of skills. So this one, it checks whether people are able to access the training, whether those people who really qualifies to take part in this training, they do take part, while NSD only check what the supply of such skill, to check that indeed this skill or value should be given to these people. Okay, so now lastly but not the least, NSDE builds training centers. This one, it built training centers. If there are needed training centers there, they make sure that they build them. But if there are training centers that are needed, they also make sure that maybe they find the venue so that such training can take place. So now, while this one of HRDS, it really take part into making sure that the participation in a lifelong training take place by the employees. So now I think at this juncture, we have explained what are the differences or distinction between the national skill development strategy and the human resource development strategy, taking into account setups. So now, please, when you are alone, make sure that you go through whatsoever that we have discussed to check if you really understand. So now, in the next lesson, we are going to discuss Labor Relations Act. And this Labor Relations Act is the act that is normally taking the relationship between those who are able to hire and others and those who are actually being hired. Meaning this one, it addresses the relationship between the employer and the employee. So now at this juncture, normally focuses only on the rights of workers at different workplaces. So now it gives the insight, guidelines on how these trade unions should be formed and how they should actually operate so as to address their mandate. So now the second one, we are saying that this act has been established so as to do what? So as to taking into account the Commission for Conciliation, Mediation, and Arbitration for dispute resolution. Remember, I said dispute normally we refer to what? We refer to a disagreement between the employer and the employee. So now CCMA was established in terms of the LRA 1995 as amended. So now CCMA chip in if there is what? Disputes that are not actually solved at the workplace level. So now moving on, we are saying that this act has been established with the purpose of providing a framework structure for labor relations between the employers and employees. Meaning these guidelines that this act gives, it does portray the guidelines on how employees can relate well with their employers. So now moving on to the next aspect, it classifies the transfer of employment contracts between the existing and new employers. So now remember, if you are working for a certain company, there should be an agreement, written agreement. And that written agreement, we call it what? A contract. So now if when as a person, you are living from one job to the next, while still having the contract with other business. So now this act will give the insight on how actually you should move from one job to the next, even though you are still having the contract with another business. So now, or previous business. So now moving on to the second, moving on to the next purpose, we are saying that it advances economic development, social justice, labor peace to ensure that the workplace maintains the basic rights of employees. So now remember in a previous lesson, I did explain the meaning of economic development. So now when we refer to economic development, this is nothing but the improvement of standard of living of the inhabitants of a certain country or certain nation. So now here, in order to gauge or measure out the economic development, we check different vectors such as poverty level, such as literacy level, such as fertility level, death rate, and the likes. So now moving on to the next, we are going to discuss what? We're going to discuss the impact of LRA on businesses. So now this impact, actually, we are going to check the positive side of it. The first one, we are saying that this act promotes a healthy relationship between the employer and employees. So meaning, since this act gives the insight or the guidelines on how workers should relate well with their employers, then it promotes a conducive environment for both parties, namely employer and the employee. So it somehow minimizes a lot of conflicts between two parties. So now moving on to the next aspect, we are saying that a particular business, you should follow whatsoever guidelines that do appear in that particular contract. So now moving on, we are saying that the impact is that labor disputes are settled quicker and are less expensive. Why? Because this act gives simple procedures on how to solve resolution how to solve the conflicts between the employer and the employees. So now moving on, workplace forums can add value to businesses if it functions properly. We normally refer to what? We normally refer to committees, the committees inside that particular business. So businesses are actually having committees, and if they're having committees, this will give the employers and the employees a chance to relate well with one another. Why are we saying that? Because in these committees, they will be able also to exercise their own opinions. We are referring to employees. Okay, moving on to the next aspect, it protects employers who embark on lawful lockouts when negotiations between parties do fail. So now remember, a misunderstanding between the employer and the employee. So now if the strikes or still continues or prolong, then the employer has a right to lock out those people who have embarked in a strike, or those people who have actually engaged in a strike, if the strike maybe take long. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that LRA provides for the principles of collective bargaining and puts structures in place with which disputes in the workplace can be settled. So now collective disputes, here we normally refer to negotiations between employers association and trade unions on matters such as conditions of employment, wages, and the likes. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that this LRA provides specific guidelines for employers on correct and fair disciplinary procedures. If there is any misunderstanding between the employer and the employee at the workplace, so now this act does give what? It does give the guidelines on how to solve such dispute prevailing in the workplace. So now remember, disciplinary procedures, there should be a written code of conduct that should be followed whenever we solve the issues taking place at the business level. So now for sure, on this one, grade 12s, you know that disciplinary procedures, they are in line with ethics as well as professionalism. So now when we talk of ethics, we talk of a set of rules that have been set by the businesses so as to do what? So as to work as a guide to employees and the employers. So now professionalism is actually being able to follow such set rules. Okay, moving on to another aspect, we are saying that employers and employees have guidelines regarding correct and fair dismissal procedures. So now you can't just fire someone. If someone crosses the boundaries as a CEO, you can't just give the command to HR and say, hey, HR, just fire this person because this person has actually crossed the boundaries. There are procedures that should be followed. And this LRA, that's what does give such guidelines on how to fire someone. Can't just fire. There should be warnings, and there should also be a number of warnings given to that particular employee before they actually been dismissed. Okay, so now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that it provides mechanisms such as statutory councils, collective bargaining, or CCMA. So remember, I said that collective bargaining here we refer to negotiations between employers association and trade unions on matters such as conditions of employment, wages and salaries, and the likes. So now this act, it does give the guidelines on how to deal with issues of salaries, how to deal with issues of wages and other conditions that are not favorable at a different workplace. So now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that employers are entitled to compensation from the labor court if they suffered damages as a result of unprotected strikes. So remember, sometimes when strikes are taking place, you find that the management of that particular company get affected or get injured, and also the property in the same manner got damaged. So now this act also gives what? It gives the inside guidelines on how the business can take measures when strikes resulted in the damage of the property, also when people have actually injured. Okay, so now moving on, we are going to check now the negative side of this act. I'm going to check the negative side of this act. Remember, each and every aspect has pros and cons. So now the negative side of it is that reduced global competitiveness due to lower productivity. Lower productivity, lower productivity we refer to what? Low production of goods and services. So now global, remember, we refer to what? We refer to international relationship. So competitiveness here, we check whether this business will be able to promote its brand internationally. Will its brand be recognized in other countries? So now this LRA somehow reduce what? Reduce the chances of the brand being known by other countries. Why are we saying that? We are saying that because sometimes you may find that there is what? You may find that there's a prevailing indifferences between the employer and the employee, and then such matters end up giving a chance of some of the employees to leave that particular job. And if they leave that particular job, it means that now the number of people who are working in that particular business has decreased. And if the number has decreased, that will result in low production of goods and services. Because you may find the people who left that particular business, they left with their own skills. And now to replace someone with the very same knowledge, it's not easy. Because as we know, as people, we are unique. Even if we do possess our same skill, but the approach towards the production of goods and services is somehow different. Okay, so moving on to another aspect, we are saying that productivity may decrease if employees are allowed to participate in the activities of trade unions during work time. Yes, work time, nothing should be done but working. People should only have a break when it's lunchtime and maybe tea time, because in other businesses there are lunch times and tea times. So now working hours, if you still remember in a previous lesson under Skill Development Act, I did mention that according to basic conditions of Employment Act, the provisions of that act says that working hours should be 8 hours per day. And if, say, there is overtime, it shouldn't elapse 1 hour, meaning it should at least, if overtime is included, be 9 hours per day. So now, if trade unions now they are exercising their roles during working hours, that one on its own is going to stop or is going to reduce the level of production of goods and services. Because remember, as an employer, you are expecting your employees to produce goods and services as expected and timely without any waste of resources. Okay, moving on, we are saying that this cost of labor increases because of legal strikes. The cost may increase in paid there regarding healthcare. So now also if property get damaged, it means that now it should be replaced. And now if it's going to be replaced, it means that now the business is going to pump out money for that. And once the business pumps out money for that, in the long run now, it will even hinder it from expanding or promoting its brand. So now moving on, we are saying that this act is somehow negative towards the business, because employers may not get a court interdict to stop a strike. Yeah, sometimes it's not easy to stop a strike as employers. There are a lot of procedures to be followed. So the moment the employers are still trying by all means to engage on issues that should be followed whenever they want to stop strike, that on its own is going to be time consuming, because now it will need paperwork. Because sometimes, if you have seen, if there's a strike, especially at business levels, it does take time before that strike stops. That is why previously I said that if there's something like that, the strike prolongs, then there shall be what? A lockout. Moving on, we are saying that employers may have to disclose information about workplace issues to union representatives. That could be the core of their competitive advantage. So remember, some of the information in the business is a confidential information. So now, as a business, if you have to disclose such information to the union's representative, they might take the information to your competitor, and now that competitor now be able now to beat you in terms of the market. Remember, whenever we refer to the competitor, we refer to what? We are saying that employers may not dismiss employees at will, as procedures have to be followed. Sometimes, yes, you may find that the culprit who started the strike, you see that, okay, this one is the one who started the strike. But now you can't just fire that person because the person started the strike. There are some procedures to be followed. Even though now, when as a person you see that I can't allow this person to work for my business anymore, you can't fire that person. We have to follow what? We have to follow the guidelines that are actually been portrayed in this Labor Relations Act. So now it may take time. It may take time. You may find that now it may take Boma 2 or 3 months before that person is actually fired. So imagine if you are working with someone whom you know that this person, instead of aiming to make sure that my business becomes, trying by all means to bring a business down, then now you are forced to work with such individual. It's not easy. Okay, so moving on to another aspect, we are saying that many employees take advantage of the right to strike without acknowledging their responsibilities. Yeah, because now, if employees know that they have a right to strike, even when not necessary, they just strike because they know they have their rights. So now, this act somehow is not good there to give these employees to strike. Instead of giving these employees to strike, at least it can at least give the guidelines to say, okay, guys, if you are not happy with the environment at which you are working in, make sure that you do what you follow this and that, instead of saying strike. This one of strike is very, very bad. Remember what recently happened in Soweto. Most of the businesses got affected, and in particular malls. So now the government didn't even plan or budget for the replacement of damaged property. But now the government now was forced to pump out money to fix such damaged properties, rebuilding of malls, rebuilding of other shops, and the likes. So now moving on to another aspect, you are saying that many employees and employers do not understand or respect the Labor Relations Act, of which this is true. I've seen the volume of people who are going to the Department of Labor because of unfair dismissal. Some of the employers, yes, they know of the act, but they are somehow negligent. They don't even read what the act possesses. They don't. Totally, they don't. So now, in a business, if you want to grow, you should make sure that you understand all of these acts. Because the moment you don't understand all of these acts, you end up performing whatsoever be regarded as not complying with the act. So now this one is just that most of people who are in business, they haven't undertaken a research to understand the inside of different set of acts. So if your mother, your father, your uncle, whoever in your family is having a business, go out there, teach them about these acts, how these acts are working. Because you see some of the businesses, they end up shutting down because of failure to comply with this Labor Relations Act. Because now, if employees take the business to CCMA because of the failure of the business to deal with a dispute, at the end of the day, you find that such businesses end up shutting down or being insolvent. Okay, so moving on to another aspect, we are saying that strike actions always result in loss of production for which employers may not claim. This one is very painful. I said it earlier that some of the strikes result in the damage of property. And once the property has been vandalized, the business now has to take from its profits to replace such damaged property, instead of channeling such amount towards what? Towards the implementation of new products, or towards the opening of more branches, or towards a marketing so that the brand can be known globally. Okay, so now moving on to another aspect, we are saying that some trade unions may not promote the mandate of their members, but embark on industrial action, which is harmful to labor relations between employers and employees. So here, when we talk of industrial action, we refer to issues such as strikes, go slow, and the likes. So in some businesses, if the employees are not happy with the way things are being done in that particular business, instead of striking, you may find that they go slow. When they go slow, they don't stop producing goods and services, but the rate at which goods and services are being produced is now very, very slow. So now remember this act. We said that this act encourages what? Encourages trade unions. So some of these trade unions, instead of performing their mandate, they do what? They do the opposite. And once they do the opposite, then it's going to affect the relationship between the employer and the employee. Because now the trade unions may find that now their approach is totally bad. We are saying that some businesses may feel that the LRA gives employees too much power as it creates lengthy procedures, e.g., consulting with workplace forums. Remember workplace forums? I said these are workplace committees. And these workplace committees, they involve employers coming up with immediate solution. Now they have to consult the act. What is the act saying concerning this issue? So now that one on its own, it takes time. Meaning that issue that took place today, we may find that now it will be resolved after a month or after 2 months and the likes. So now moving on, we are going to discuss the discriminatory actions according to the LRA. So now this is what the Act says no to it. What the Act says no to it. So now this Act says no to unfair or illegal dismissal of employees. Remember, for a business to fire someone, they shouldn't just fire someone without following the procedures on how to dismiss someone at the workplace. There should be first warning, there should be second warning, there should be third warning. Then at the end of the day now, that particular employee should be dismissed or should be fired. It also says that no to preventing employees from joining trade unions. As an employer, you don't have a right to prevent employees from joining any organization that will fight for their rights. You don't have to say no. You give them that platform because the Act says that each and every employee has to join a trade union, of which, if there's anything taking place in a business, then the trade union will fight on their behalf. Also, if they join this trade union, you may find that it will minimize industrial actions such as strikes, go slows, and the likes. Then at the end of the day, you find that that dispute that was taking place in your business, or that indifferences that was taking place in your business, now is smartly resolved. Okay, moving on to another aspect. This Act says no to reducing the establishment of workplace forums. Remember, we said workplace forums here, we refer to workplace committees. So now this Act says that as an employer, don't prevent your employees from forming what? From forming the forums. What you must do, you must make sure that you also become part of those forums, and that forums also should be in writing. They shouldn't just be a verbal forum, but it should be in writing and should be approved by what? By the employer or the management of that particular business. Okay, moving on. This Act says no to forcing employees to give trade union membership. It says no to forcing employees to give up trade union membership. So now, as an employer, if you find out that one of your employees have joined the trade union, you don't have a right to stop them. You say, okay, if when you are a member of this trade union, I no longer want you in my business. You don't have that right. If you do that, then your business will negatively be affected. And if your business is negatively be affected, it means that also the success is going to be affected. Remember, whenever we talk of the success, we refer to what? We refer to the attainment or collection of profit. Okay, so now moving on, we are saying that this act says no to not allowing employees to take part in legal strikes, which is employees' rights. Remember, a strike can be legal if now the employees, before they embark in such strike, they must go to the police to get that what? To get that that go ahead to strike. And that go ahead should be what? In a written format. They shouldn't just strike without the consent of the police. Okay, so now moving on, we are saying that this act says no to cancellation of employees' contracts by a new employer when a business is sold. This one is not easy at all. So meaning that if you sell your business, you must also sell your employees, unless otherwise. You can't just terminate or cancel their contracts and say, okay, guys, now I'm selling the business, I'm canceling your contract. No, if you are canceling the contract, you should make sure that you do what? You arrange a meeting with them and then you compensate them. No, don't just cancel their contracts, because the moment you cancel their contract without any form of compensation, they can take you to CCMA. Then from there, your business will be badly affected, or when as an individual, you will be badly affected. Okay, so moving on, we are saying that this act says no to refusing to give workplace forum members. It says no to refusing to give workplace forum members which should be paid in timely and also attending meetings during working hours. So now, working hours, I spoke about it. No employee should attend any trade union meeting during working hours. And also this act says that during working hours is working hours, and the expectation is that employees should produce goods and services instead of sitting and then starting to have meetings. At the end of the day, now they're expecting to be compensated for that particular day when they failed to be productive. Okay, so also this act says no to reducing a leave to trade union representatives to attend trade union activities. So now, leave, remember this leave, we say off duty. This leave, it should be off duty. So now, people who are, or employees who are members of trade unions, they shouldn't just attend the trade unions without the consent of the employer. The employer, if these workers or employees are part of the trade unions and they want to perform their activities somewhere, now they should be given leave, and such leave should be paid. And this one is not forceful. It should be the communication between the employer and the employee. Remember, the major aim of this act is to promote the harmonious relationship between the employer and the employee, so as to avoid the disagreement between the two parties. Okay, so now moving on, we are saying that this act says no to breaching of collective agreements, resolution mechanisms by either employer or employee. So now, if there's any disagreement, as I've said earlier, the employer has to follow the guidelines given inside LRA. They shouldn't use their own power to solve problems, but they should be using what? The given guidelines by the Labor Relations Act. Okay, right. So now, moving on, we are going to evaluate or discuss ways in which businesses can comply with the LRA. So now, meaning here we are going to check aspects that the Act says yes to them. This is what the Act says yes. So now we are saying that the Act says yes if the employer may be forced to enter into dispute resolution process. Some of the employers, whenever there is any disagreement between them and their employees, they always run away. So now the Act forces them that if there is any disagreement or if there is any dispute, make sure that you solve those disputes. Because if you fail to follow to solve the dispute, then hard measures will be taken on such employers. So I think this one is the right thing, because what I have disclosed recently, most of employers, whenever there is any dispute taking place, instead of solving such dispute, they run away. So now once they run away, this Act says, okay, if you run away, I'll deal with you. So now at the end of the day, you find such employers, their businesses are affected. And if their businesses are affected, they end up not attaining whatsoever profit that they were expecting to attain. Okay, moving on. We are saying that this Act says no says yes when businesses are fined if they fail to comply with the agreements reached during the dispute resolution process. Remember, sometimes you may find that there's a dispute taking place between the employer and the employee. And then whenever there's a meeting of the resolution, normally the minutes are taken. And when minutes are taken, you find that the next day, now the employer is doing the opposite. So once the employer is doing the opposite, then that one on its own will be very bad to the business operation. Okay, so now let's move on. We are saying that businesses that fail to comply with this Act may risk financial costs, such as legal, CCMA fees, and fines. So now this Act value is binding. It's binding any business that fail to follow whatsoever guidelines that are given in this Act, then they will be forced to pump out money, because now they will be charged. They will be charged in terms of legal basis, also in terms of money that should be paid to CCMA because of failure to comply with the guidelines of which they knew very well that they're supposed to comply. So now moving on to another aspect, we are going to discuss ways in which businesses can comply with LRA. So now if we check this 12 and 13 ways, it's more or less the same. So now also employees should not be unfairly or legally dismissed. We discussed it. So now let's check the recommendation or the recommendation of the rights on LRA pertaining to employers. So now employers, they have a right to form organizations. Employers also, they have a right to form a bargaining council for collective bargaining purposes. Remember, collective bargaining, I said that this is a negotiation between employers association and trade unions on matters such as wages, salaries, working conditions, and the likes. So now employers also, they have the right to lock out employees who engage in an unprotected or illegal strike. So remember, a strike can only be legal if the police give a go-ahead to strike. But also if the police give a go-ahead to strike, it should be in a written format. We are saying that employers have a right to dismiss employees who are engaged in an unprotected strike or misconduct, such as intimidation, violence during a strike action. But remember, when they dismiss, they shouldn't just dismiss, they should follow some guidelines according to Labor Relations Act. Employers, they have a right not to pay an employee who has taken part in an unprotected or protected strike for services or work they did not do during the strike. Yes, no work, no pay. So no production of goods and services, no payment. Because even in a contract, it is specified that if you don't render any form of a service, you are not going to be paid for such. So also inside the act, it says that if you are engaged in a strike, and this strike that you are engaged in, and when you are not producing goods and services, you shouldn't get paid, especially if the strike is not legal. But even though it's legal, somehow, for that particular day, they are going to check the issues that caused that strike. If the issues that caused the strike are issues that are understandable, then you will be getting paid for that particular day. But if the issues are not understandable, it means that day just lost the day. You're not going to be compensated for that particular day because you failed to produce goods and services. So now you'll be getting paid for what? Let's check the rights of the employees concerning this LRA. Okay, so now employees may join a trade union of their choice. As the employer, you don't have a right to prevent anyone from joining the trade union of their choice. And you say, no, you can only join this particular trade union, not this one, because this one, it has what? It has more power than this one. No, totally no. I won't call trade unions by the names, but there are different set of trade unions of which each and every employee has a right to choose the trade union of their choice. As an employer, you shouldn't choose for them. Okay, so now remember trade union, I said these are organizations formed so as to fight for the rights of workers. So now, when as an employer, you don't have any say concerning which trade union should employees join. So now moving on, employees have a right to embark on legal strikes as a remedy for grievances. Yes, they have a right to embark on legal strike, so as to raise their grievances, so as to raise whatsoever worries them, whatsoever is not conducive in that particular business. Remember, legally here, the police should have a say on it, and it should be in paper, should be in a written format. So now, if the reasons that employees are giving, the understandable reasons, then they do what? They have a right to engage in a strike or a go slow whenever they are not happy with the issues taking place in that particular business. Okay, right. So now moving on to another aspect, you're saying that employees have a right to refer unresolved workplace disputes to the CCMA. Remember, employees can only go to CCMA if the dispute failed to be resolved at the workplace level. There are a lot of reasons why some of the disputes can fail to be resolved at the workplace level. So now, if the dispute failed to be resolved at the workplace level, then that particular employee has a right to report or take that matter further to CCMA. When as the employer, you don't have any right to fight such employee, or you say, I'm firing you because now you took me to CCMA. We have seen even when you're watching TV, most of the employers, they're actually being exposed that they fail to resolve issues that are taking place in their businesses. Hence, then their business at the end of the day end up shutting down. And now, surely if the business shuts down, you're affected as the owner of that particular business, because your major aim of establishing such business was to make profit. Okay, right. So now moving on, we're saying that employees have a right to refer unresolved CCMA disputes to the labor court on appeal. So sometimes you may find that, yes, employees, they took their matters to CCMA. So, but now also CCMA in the same manner fails to resolve the matter. So now if the CCMA fails to resolve the matter, these employees also, they have a right to take the matter onto the next step. So which is labor court on appeal. So that's where now also the matter will be resolved. Employees they do have a right to request trade union representatives to assist or represent employees in their grievances or disciplinary hearing. So sometimes you may find that an employee is having a disciplinary hearing in a business. So now they have a right to bring someone who is not even part of that particular business to come in that hearing, as long as that particular person is a member of a trade union. So now they are welcome to come and join such hearing, so as to check how they can reach a solution. Okay, so now also employees have a right to what? Trade union representatives that may take a reasonable time off work with pay to attend to trade union duties. So now, remember, if a trade union representative, you shouldn't just leave your workplace so as to attend the disciplinary hearing. You should give a notice. And then if you give a notice or you communicate with your employer, then your employer is not forced, but the employer will sit down and evaluate the reasons that are causing or making you to attend such hearing, while you leave your production of goods and services. I think at this juncture we have come to the end of the lesson. So in the next lesson we are going to discuss Employment Equity Act.
As a reminder, and also remember, we're actually checking how this recent legislations, 8 of them, do affect the operation of the business. Remember, the legislations are not limited to this 8 that we are putting under study. There are main legislations, but now the department chose to put this one on your annual teaching plan. Okay, so now, as we said earlier, that these basic conditions of Employment Act normally gives what the standard conditions or procedures that businesses can actually engage in, so as to run their day-to-day operation in a smoother way towards attaining or collecting a lot of profits, and at the end of the day the business becomes a success. So now the first provision that we have, we have hours of work. So as I said earlier or yesterday, that hours of work, we are actually going to check the overtime and the normal working hours. And remember, the normal working hours, according to this legislation, it's 8 hours per day, of which it can only move to 9 if we have only 1 hour overtime. So now, workers may not work more than 5 hours in any week. Remember, 5 hours, because now in a day we have 9 hours, so 9 times 5 meaning 5 working days is going to be 45 hours. So now this one is the one that includes the overtime. So now workers may work 9 hours a day if they work 5 days or less per week, or 8 hours a day if they work more than 5 days a week. So this one, we have already discussed it. So night work performed after 6 o'clock and 6 o'clock p.m. and before 6 a.m. The next day by agreement must be compensated by allowance or reduction of work hours. So now remember this one, we have been stressing it a lot. So now ordinary work hours may be extended by the agreement by a maximum of 15 minutes per day or 60 minutes per week to complete duties when serving the public. Remember, this can only be done via the what? Via the agreement between the employer and the employee. As an employer, as an employee, you don't have the right to extend your hours of work or the break time or the lunch time without informing your boss or the supervisor. So now moving on to another aspect, ordinary work hours may be reduced to a maximum of 40 hours per week, which is 8 hours per day. This ordinary normally refers to what? Normal working hours that we have discussed previously. So now we shall move on to overtime. Remember, we said overtime, it is after 8 hours each and every day, and of which that hour or hours after 8 hours, it should be compensated for. Workers must agree to work overtime. Yes, your boss shouldn't just tell you that you are working overtime today. It should be discussed prior to a day where overtime is expected to be engaged into a play. So now workers cannot work more than 3 hours overtime per day, 10 hours per week or 10 hours per week. Remember what I said earlier? I said that this act encourages most of businesses to at least give 1 hour overtime every day, of which is going to make 9 hours per day. But also it says that this overtime shouldn't exceed 3 hours, meaning the maximum can be 10 hours according to the act. So the moment it is 11 hours per day, that one on its own is totally out of line. The act says no to that. Overtime must be compensated as follows. So meaning whenever you are working overtime, there should be a token of reward or appreciation for going beyond your normal working hours. So now let's check out how the compensation should actually be engaged into a play. 1.5 times the normal rate of pay for overtime worked on weekdays as well as Saturdays. So now also double the normal rate of pay for overtime worked on Sundays and public holidays. So meaning Sundays and public holidays, whatsoever the company was offering or is offering for overtime, it should be a double. I'll make an example. If say maybe on Monday or during the course of the week, the overtime compensation, say it's 200. So it means that on Sunday and public holidays, it is going to be 400. That's what the statement actually means. So overtime must be paid either at a specific rate for overtime, or an employee may agree to receive paid time off. So Minister of Labor may prescribe the maximum permitted working hours, including overtime for health and safety reasons for a certain category of work. So now we are going to move on to the types of leave. So now this leave, we're actually saying leave of duty when you are not at the workplace, but you are supposed to be at the workplace. So now that's the leave that we are referring to. And remember, these leaves, if you are going to be off duty, you should first communicate with your supervisor or your boss maybe 2 days or a day prior to the application of a leave. You can't just absent yourself from work without notifying your bosses or your supervisors. So now here we have different set of leaves that you are going to put under discussion. So now people can be off duty for various reasons. And for those reasons, if the reasons are actually valid, they should be compensated for, or they should be actually given the token of appreciation. So now we are going to discuss annual leave. So now this is the leave that and an employee is expected to take during the course of the year. So now workers are entitled to the following, meaning these are the provisions of this annual leave. 21 consecutive days annual leave per year, 1 day for every 17 days worked, or 1 hour for every 17 hours worked. So meaning in a year, each and every employee is entitled to 21 days of duty in the whole year. The whole 12 months, only 21 days a person can actually utilize to be off duty. And remember, I said that you can't actually absent yourself from work without notifying your supervisor. So now moving on, an employer can only pay a worker in lieu of leave if that worker leaves the job. So now moving on, we are going to talk of the sick leave. So sometimes you may find that you are off duty because of some certain sicknesses. So now let's actually check the conditions or provisions that are being catered for under the sick leave. Workers are entitled to 6 weeks paid leave in a period of 36 months. 1 day paid sick leave for every 26 days worked during the first 6 months of the employment. A medical certificate may be required before paying an employee who is absent for more than 2 consecutive days, who is frequently absent. I think this one is very, very important, whether you are frequently absenting yourself from work or not. But the moment you claim that you are not feeling fine, there should be an evidence from what? From a professional medical practitioner, be it a professional doctor or a nurse. There should be that particular evidence that you didn't come to work because you went to consult due to some certain illness. If you still remember or you haven't seen, most people, the moment they feel lazy to go to work, now they start buying sick leaves. So now companies are now advised to always make a follow-up, to call the institution or the clinic or the hospital that offered you the medical certificate or medical form, because nowadays most people are not transparent in their play. So now we are going to move on to maternity leave. So maternity leave, a pregnant employee is entitled to 4 consecutive months leave. Meaning if you are pregnant, you can be given 4 months of duty, of which those 4 months of duty you'll be getting paid only and only if you did communicate with your employer or your supervisor that I am seeking or I am applying for maternity leave. So I'll be taking 4 months of duty. So moving on, a pregnant employee may not be allowed to perform work that is hazardous to the unborn child. So now remember, there are some duties that are very dangerous. So now as a pregnant person, you are not allowed to work such toxic roles or duties the moment you are pregnant, because that one on its own shall affect your unborn child. The starting date is usually anytime from 4 weeks before the expected date of birth or advice of a doctor or midwife. So now this one of maternity leave, doctors are normally here allowed to give a word to the company, or maybe just give a report on your condition when you are going to give birth. And this usually shouldn't be more than 4 weeks. Okay, so now we are also going to move on to another type of leave that is called family responsibility leave. Sometimes you may find that as an employee, you can't make it to work because at home you have a sick child, you have a sick husband, or you have to attend to family issues. So now, even though it can actually be immediate, make sure that you communicate with your employer. So 3 to 5 days paid leave per year on request in the event of the death of the employee's spouse, life partner, parent, adoptive parent, current parent, child, adoptive child, child sibling. So now also this says that the moment you have any death in your family, you are expected to submit the proof that you are experiencing the situation that you are in. So now the business in that regard shall offer out the sick leave form. So an employer may require reasonable proof before granting this leave. Yes, there should be adequate proof. If you're saying that someone died, bring medical what? Bring medical, death certificate. If death certificate is not yet out, make sure that there's a witness of whatsoever death that you are claiming that took place in your household. So male employees are entitled to a maximum of 3 or 5 days paternity leave when his child is born. So now, as a male employee, if your wife is giving birth, you are expected to take 3 to 5 days of duty. So now moving on, we also have meal breaks and rest periods. So now this one also can be a type of leave, of which it should also be catered for by each and every organization or business. So workers must have a meal break of 60 minutes after 5 continuous hours of work. So meaning this 60 minutes, which is equivalent to 1 hour, workers should only have that break of 1 hour, only if they have worked for the period of 5 hours since they clocked in at work. So meaning this act says, or this condition says that if as a worker you haven't worked for the maximum of 5 hours after you clocked in, then you are not entitled to that 1 hour or 60-minute break. Only if you have worked or performed your roles or duties within the period of 5 hours after you have signed in at the workplace. So this can be reduced to 30 minutes by written agreement when working less than 6 hours per day. If you are working less than 6 hours per day, then 30 minutes break can actually be rendered or offered to you by your employer. A worker must have a daily rest period of 12 continuous hours per week, or weekly rest period of 36 continuous hours, which must be included Sundays, or must include Sundays as well. So public holidays. Remember, public holidays, this is binding for each and every worker. If the government of South Africa says that a certain day should be a public holiday where each and every worker is expected to be off duty, let it be. All businesses are expected to follow that. So now let's check the conditions that are actually engulfed by these public holidays. Workers must be paid for any public holidays that they fall on a working day. So now here what it says is that any public holiday, if there's a public holiday during the course of the week, which is working what? Working hours. So now that particular day where an employee is going to be off duty, it should be, or that employee should be compensated for that particular day. That's what the government says. And each and every business should follow because it's binding. Work on public holidays is by agreement and paid at double the rate. That one we discussed, remember, as well. And we also have termination of employment contract. So a contract of employment may only be terminated following 1 week's notice if the worker has been employed for 6 months or less. So meaning if as a worker you have been working for a certain company for the period of 6 months or less, and then now you want to leave that particular company, make sure that you give a notice of 1 week. Why should you give a notice of 1 week? To look for your replacement. So now if you give them a notice of 1 week, it means that that 1 week will give them the flexibility to go out and check or recruit someone who can best fit that particular position. And unlike if as an employee, you just say, tomorrow I'm no longer coming to work. That one on its own is not good. It's bad both for you and the employer. Because remember, wherever you'll be going, you need what? You will need the references from your employer. So there's no employer who will give you a good reference when you just left without giving them any notice. A minimum of 4 weeks notice must be given if the worker has been employed for a year or longer. So meaning if you have been working for a certain company for at least a year, and then now you are no longer happy, or maybe now you have found a proper company that is offering a proper remuneration compared to your previous company, then you must give a notice of 4 weeks. Notice of 4 weeks. Why? Because your employer should look for someone who is the best fit for the position. So the employee must be given notice in writing. The employee must be given notice in writing. So in short here, also the employer must be given notice in writing. As an employee, you must write a letter to your employer to tell your employer that, and now I am no longer comfortable working for your company because of 1, 2, 3. Or now I'm leaving your company because I am going for greener pastures. So now it should be written in black and white, and also documented inside different set of files. An employee who is retrenched, dismissed for restructuring reasons, is entitled to 1 week severance pay for every year of service. So now let's move on to child and labor force. Child and forced labor. So remember out there are kids who are actually being forced to work when they are not willing and they are not able to work. But you find some companies are forcing such kids to engage into what? Into performing certain or specific roles. So that one on its own, it is very bad according to this act. No kid is forced to work anyhow. And remember, we in a previous lesson, we discussed the workforce or the economically active population. And we said the economically active population, we refer to the age group between 15 and 64. So meaning whoever is aging less than 15 years of age, that particular person is a child. And he shouldn't or she shouldn't engage herself in any how towards the production of goods and services. So it is illegal to employ a child younger than 15 of age. We have discussed that. It is also illegal to force someone to work. Yes, it is very illegal. Someone should be having that willingness to work, that eagerness to work, and also there should be the ability to work. Businesses may employ children over the age of 15 years. Remember, I said the interval of economically active population or workforce here in South Africa is between 15 and 64. So now, moving on, we are going to discuss the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Disease Act. So this act was established with the aim of protecting the employees who are actually being exploited by different set of companies. And if, according to this act, if an employee gets injured at the workplace or while at duty, that particular employee should be compensated for, according to this act. So now let's check the purpose of this act. One of the purposes is that it provides a comprehensive or substantive protection to employees who injured in the course of performing their duties. You might get injured at the workplace. Maybe a machinery can cut your finger at the workplace. So in that regard, the company has to compensate that. Or you may find that you are a driver, you are into goods transit, or you're actually transporting goods. So now, upon your transportation, you come across an accident. So the company in that regard has to compensate because you were still performing the company duties. But if you are driving a company car and then you are running your own errands and accidentally you come across any maybe injury, then the company is not liable for any compensation because you were using the company's car while performing your own errands. Instead, now it's going to be a vice versa. You are the one who's supposed to do what? Who's supposed to pay the company or to replace the vehicle if maybe it is actually no longer in good condition due to accident. Quota applies to all casual and full-time workers who become ill, injured, disabled, killed due to workplace accident. So now, casual, here we refer to the employees who are not full-timers. The employees who are not full-timers. So even if you are an employee and you are not the full-timer in that particular business, you are expected to get compensation. The token of appreciation should also be given to you, regardless whether you are permanent or not permanent. It excludes workers who are guilty of willful misconduct, workers working outside South Africa for at least 12 months, members of the South African Defence Force, police services, and the likes. It provides for the establishment of a compensation board whose function is to advise the Minister of Labour on the application or provision of the quota. So now we are going to discuss the positive impact of quota. Why is this quota so good towards businesses? So now let's check why this quota can actually be good towards businesses as well as the employees. It promotes safety in the workplace. So now, the moment you know that quota or your business or your company is following this quota, that one on its own, it gives you sort of relief or sigh of relief because you know very well that I am covered here. Anything or any injury that can take place, you know that compensation will come straight to your pocket. Right. So employees do not contribute towards this fund. As an employee, you don't contribute anything. But now the business and the Department of Labor, they are the ones to have their own agreement. Well, now what you actually do as an employee is to come to work and then protect yourself. But if there's any injury, then you know that the compensation will actually come straight to your pocket. Claiming processes are relatively simple. So meaning, as a business, if you have an employee who got injured at the workplace or got injured while performing his duties, then to claim the compensation, it is not the long process. It eliminates time and costs spent on lengthy civil court proceedings. So meaning it eradicates or get rid of a wasting of time and also too much spending by the business. That's the good part of this quota. Any compensation to an employee or the family is exempt from income tax. So meaning the compensation, if you got injured at the workplace or while performing your duties, that compensation that the company is going to give you, is this not going to be taxed? You get it exactly the way it is. If says 5,000, you receive it at 5,000 without being taxed. Employers are protected from financial burden should an accident occur in the workplace, provided that the employer was not negligent. So meaning this one on its own, it says that if you get injured at the workplace and you didn't plan for that and you don't have a budget for that, this is very simple because you know that your company will be in charge of all the expenditures. It makes businesses more socially responsible as they cannot just employ workers at the random in dangerous working conditions. So meaning, as I said earlier, that each and every business is expected to follow this quota. Why are they expected to follow or register with quota? Because now that one on its own, it is making things very easy for them, because now it will also try by all means to create a good relationship with the surroundings of the business, which is in this regard, the external one. So now we are going to check the bad side of this act. Why is this act so bad? Remember, each and every aspect in life has pros and cons. So now let's check the bad side of this act. Claiming processes can be time consuming. The moment the company submits the reports to the Department of Labor, it is going to take time because now the compensation won't actually be given the very same day. It will take days. Domestic or military workers are not covered. If you are a domestic worker or you're one of the military workers, it means this act doesn't cater for you, which is very, very bad and very, very painful. Workers who are temporarily or permanently employed in foreign countries are not covered. So now, if you are working in a country that is not your own country, it means that this act won't cater for you as well. Employers may be forced to pay heavy penalties if they are found guilty of negligence, not enforcing safety measures. So what this act says in short is that as an employer or the supervisor, make sure that your employees are following safety precautions. Avoid carelessness, because now if you do avoid carelessness and your employees are actually following safety precautions, it means that the chances of your employees getting injured are very, very slim. So implementation process or procedures required by the Act may be very expensive. Expensive in terms of time and expensive in terms of money. Procedures required by this Act may be costly, as paperwork places an extra administrative burden on businesses. There's a lot of paperwork here to be done. And remember, a lot of paperwork, it is somehow very time consuming. So now we're actually going to say to check the discriminatory actions according to this Act. What the Act says no to. So now this Act says no to employers who bribe employees from reporting the accident. So you know this is an extra administrative burden on businesses. There's a lot of paperwork here to be done. And remember, a lot of paperwork, it is somehow very time consuming. So now we're actually going to say to check the discriminatory actions according to this Act. What the Act says no to. So now this Act says no to employers who bribe employees from reporting the accident. So you know there are some employers who are very corrupt. The moment they see that one of the employees got injured, they just play bribery instead of following proper protocols. So now this Act says no to that. So the Act also says no to providing false information about previous or serious accident or occupational diseases. So now don't exaggerate your accidents or injuries. Just report exactly the way it is. Because the moment you exaggerate and then the investigation is being carried and then you are found on the wrong side, compensation is not going to be given to you. So employers, this Act says no to employers who do not contribute to the compensation fund. If your employer doesn't contribute the expected amount to the compensation fund of Quetta, it means that no one is going to be compensated in that particular business once they get injured at the workplace or while performing their duties. So now this Act also says no to employers who do not allow claims for injuries or discriminate against injured employees. So now this Act says that do not, as an employer, discriminate your employees, be it according to language, be it according to culture, be it according to race, be it according to gender, be it according to age and the likes. So now this Act also says no to employers that take too long to process claims or delay the claiming process. You may find that some of the employers, the employee do submit the form where they show that they are not feeling fine or they got injured or they have some certain kind of disease. And now instead of the employer submitting the claim to Quetta, you find that they actually seated on that claim or they actually seated on that report. So now this Act says no to that. As an employer, the moment you receive any report or any claim based on injury or based on any form of a disease from your employees, make sure that you process in a timely manner. So this Act also says no to compensation that is set off against any debt of the person entitled to the compensation. So now we are actually going to check the penalties for non-compliance. So now let's check how these businesses that fail to comply with this Quetta, how they are actually going to be charged. Number one, businesses can be fined for refusing to lodge to a claim. If as a business, there is one of your employees who got injured at the workplace and you fail to report, that one on its own, is this going to call for a charge towards your business. Also, businesses can be forced. This is also one of the charges where businesses can be forced to make large payments if it did not take the necessary precautions according to the Act. Meaning if businesses fail to follow the Act, now there should be some large payments, even though the specific amount is not given, but the payment is going to be huge. Also, one of the charges can be they may be forced to pay any recovery costs required by the compensation fund. So meaning now they'll also be charged to pay a recovery cost, recovery expenditures. Moving on to another charge, employees may take businesses to court for not registering them with the commissioner of the compensation fund. Remember, each and every employee should be registered with the commissioner of the compensation fund, and also the business is expected to pay some certain amount to this fund, so that if there is any injury or any disease that can take place at the business level, then the business in that regard can straightforward compensate or give a token of appreciation to those who got injured at the workplace or those